The world praised great heroes who seemed to be the embodiment of perfection and hope for all. Their names thundered everywhere, and their power was capable of deciding the destinies of entire nations. Among them was the founding emperor himself, who became a legend in the flesh. The leaders led the masses of people, promising them glory and prosperity. A man who defeated the Demon King himself, and a warrior whose glory was well-deserved. Even the doctor who saved countless lives stood in the same row with them. But for the young man, all this praise seemed like false flattery and empty words. He remembered a savage who would immediately resort to his fists at the slightest disagreement. This man beat him mercilessly, still a child, without knowing mercy. And when the guy finally gained strength, he was almost eaten alive, seeing him as a threat. The next training session turned out to be a humiliating fall into a fiery pit, arranged by the elite for his own good. In the gallery of heroes, he saw only the shadows of intolerable blockheads, not illustrious personalities. With a devilish grin and scarlet eyes, he finally said goodbye to his past. The two girls discussed his weakness, egging each other on. The hero could not understand in his mind why he had to listen to moralizing from old women who were already several thousand years old. In response to his insolence, one of the girls, in a rage, threw a huge stone at him. The second one, unable to bear his impudence, tried to shut his mouth by force. The quarrel was getting worse and worse, and now everyone around was trying to calm the enraged girl down. The guy stood there confused, not understanding what was happening and why everyone was looking at him like that. He just cursed under his breath, realizing the mess he had gotten himself into. The heroes asked him not to forget them, even when he woke up in a new world. He walked into the blinding light, hoping for a quick meeting. His new body was so weak that he found himself bedridden and on an IV drip. When the young man woke up, he felt only unbearable pain and realized that his body had become completely numb. Despite the pain, there was a steely determination in his gaze. He was finally back. Now he was Davy Olron, a powerless and abandoned prince of the royal family. His new home became a small kingdom in the east of the continent. The picture on the wall confirmed his new identity, that of Davy Olron. All the past luxury, which he had never even dreamed of, was available only at the beginning of his new life. Now, all that was left to do was remember the former splendor, looking at the empty and cold room. He reproached himself for his past naivety, not understanding how he could have been so wrong. He once believed in eternal happiness, not realizing what a heavy burden the title of prince would become. The constant threat of poisoning and persecution did not give him peace for a minute. Even his own blood turned away from him, leaving the powerless youth to his fate. Now his only goal was to restore his body, and everything else could wait. With a sinister smile, he swore that his enemies would pay for it when his body, hardened by 1,000 years, returned to its former strength. His solitude was interrupted by the appearance of an old acquaintance who found him on the hill. He just chuckled, impressed by the lesson the hero taught his offenders. But the guy was in no mood for laughing. He was confident that he was right, and was not going to back down. He remembered how they first carried him in their arms, and then threw him aside like an insect when they realized that he was an ordinary child. Suddenly a spark of understanding passed between them, and the young man realized that deep down he even liked it. But the realization was too hard, and he cried out in despair, begging for this farce to stop. With distrust and fear, he demanded an answer as to why this lion had come and what he wanted from him. The creature tried to explain that proud heroes actually understand everything. It turned out that his fate was being decided over several days and nights, which only confused the young man even more. Suddenly the lion grabbed him by the collar, calling him lucky, which left the guy in complete shock. The heroes decided to listen to him, because he was not to blame for what happened, and punishing him would be stupid. Now they were one family, and he had to bear responsibility. But the guy vehemently denied this imposed relationship. Leo introduced himself as Hercules, a master of survival, which made the young man freeze in surprise. From that day on, Hercules vowed to train his body, and the boy realized that his quiet life was over. The hero wakes up from a long sleep, not believing that he managed to survive. Waking up in a luxurious room, he tries to understand how long he had been unconscious. His world narrowed to one single maid, the only one who was allowed to see him. The girl remains silent, but her sad look says a lot. The boy realizes that he was in a coma, kept alive only by a strange green potion. Suspicion creeps into his soul, because such modest concern seems humiliating. He resigns himself to his fate, finding solace in the fact that at least he was not left to die. The first independent movement gives little hope for recovery. Before making plans, the young man must learn the terrible truth. With bated breath, he searches for the answer to the main question: what year is it now? The harsh reality hits him as 6 years have passed since he was injured. Fragments of betrayal, the pain of arrows in the back, and someone's silhouette receding into memory. 6 stolen years make his blood boil with impotent rage. Davy vows to himself that he will never allow such weakness again. He's going to use his secret power to start over. The hero tries to activate his innate ability to recover, but the force does not respond, leaving him in complete bewilderment and approaching panic. Memory brings back to him an old conversation with a goddess, who called his gift very mediocre. She saw something more in him, hidden potential behind his average abilities. But young Davy then simply brushed off her words, not believing in his own greatness. He remembers that his healing power is a divine gift, a blessing from above. His gift pales in comparison to the power of the legendary Saint Daphne, whose might was barely enough for him. The hero's mind is clear, but his body, petrified by 6 years of coma, refuses to obey. Fortunately, all his skills and knowledge returned along with his soul, not having been lost during the years of oblivion. The young man understands that it will take time to restore his former power, but impatience burns him from within. Despair grips the guy, because he can't even use the basic recovery technique. The world swims before his eyes from futile attempts, and each failure only increases his impotence. Completely exhausted, he becomes despondent, ready to give in to the pressure of circumstances. Suddenly, despair gives way to evil determination, and he decides to force the body to obey with brute force. In response to his rage, glowing wings burst forth from his back, unleashing a power never before seen. A sudden surge of strength gives him euphoria, and a chance that cannot be missed. The room fills with divine light as he directs all his newfound power towards healing. After 6 years, he is finally standing on his own feet again, feeling the forgotten hardness of the floor. He takes his first steps with an unsteady gait, celebrating his victory over his own body and unruly strength. Now that the main thing is behind him, he can slowly restore the remnants of his former glory. A fresh wind bursts into the musty room, bringing with it the long-forgotten smell of freedom. The sun's rays caress his skin, giving him simple, almost childish happiness. He spreads his arms as if trying to embrace the whole world that has been out of his reach for so long. His cry of delight echoes throughout the area, welcoming the sun and new life. A sudden cry from the maid, frozen in horror on the threshold, interrupts his triumph. The girl doesn't believe her eyes, because the prince she knew couldn't just stand up. Euphoria gives way to burning shame for his childish prank, and he is ready to sink into the ground. The court physician Ramses is amazed by his miraculous healing, finding no logical explanation for it. Davy hides the real reason for his recovery, attributing it to simple fatigue. He notices how much he has changed, because the old him would never have allowed himself such disdain for his elders. Behind the mask of humility lies a cold calculation, because now he is forced to play by the rules of this world. His name is Davy, and he is the crown prince of a kingdom that only seems ordinary at first glance. The image of his mother, Queen Renee, and the awareness of his status as the firstborn and heir comes to mind. The cold gaze of the elegant lady is full of undisguised disappointment, because his survival was clearly not part of her plans. He immediately sees her as an enemy, and his piercing gaze promises that he will not forget this hidden contempt. He looks at Linz Barrietta, the woman who took the throne by poisoning his own mother. In her sons, the second Prince Claudius and the third Benedict, he sees only a continuation of her treachery. Even he himself is surprised by his incredible survivability, watching the retreating backs of his enemies. The queen asks with false concern whether he managed to spot his would-be assassin. He lies in cold blood, hiding his suspicions, because no one can be trusted in this snake pit. His question about catching the criminal sounds like a challenge, a subtle test of their hypocritical reaction. He muses out loud about the harsh punishment for the assassination attempt, casting a meaningful glance at his half-brother. The queen dismissively waves it off, calling the attempt on his life too old an incident. The doctor completes his examination, and Davy politely thanks him, playing the role of a docile patient to perfection. A cold gaze follows the retreating procession, and in his eyes one can read the promise of coming revenge. He feels the unspoken hatred of the queen, who wants him dead. With a bitter smile, the guy understands that for them, he is just an annoying nuisance. Brother Claudius's gloating grin betrays his joy at the shame he has brought upon the kingdom. Behind closed doors, only the echo of their hypocrisy and lust for power remains. His power remains a secret, as none of them are able to recognize its true strength. The previous thirst for murder is replaced by cold calculation, because now he knows his enemies by sight. His former enemies now seem to him to be only minor, annoying obstacles. Years of oblivion had dulled his senses, but his vow of revenge remained unbreakable. Revenge can wait. The main thing now is to restore strength and prepare for the coming battle. Simple human desires, like hunger, bring him back to reality after his dark thoughts. Half a month passed, and his body, filled with sacred power, began to work miracles. The monotonous days of training and recovery are finally paying off. He found a way to combine necromancy and holy magic, creating a unique method of healing. He recalls that before, Even a drop of his strength was enough for incredible results. The acquired knowledge of necromancy and the art of healing makes his recovery amazingly fast. He easily uses magic for everyday needs, cleansing his body with a stream of water. The simplicity and convenience of magic fills him with genuine delight, while the maid watches in amazement. He senses the approach of the maid Amy, whose visit disturbs his privacy. The girl brings him the long-awaited dinner, unaware of what is hidden under the lid. His anticipation turns to rage when he realizes that the food he's brought is yet another humiliation. He is irritated by being treated as if he were weak, being served thin gruel over and over again. The embarrassed maid Amy only looks down guiltily, unable to change anything. With a wolfish appetite, he demands 5 more plates, leaving the girl in absolute shock. The young man's appetite only grows, and with a mischievous smile he increases his order to 10 plates. The poor girl is in a panic trying to figure out how to carry out this unthinkable order of the prince. He realizes that the restoration magic has tripled his stomach's size, explaining his inhuman hunger. With each spoon, the guy feels long-forgotten energy and warmth spreading throughout his body. A sudden attack replaces the bliss, and he rushes to the toilet in panic under Amy's surprised gaze. Unexpectedly for himself, he stumbles upon a pile of papers, plunging headlong into the affairs of the abandoned palace. Leaning back tiredly in his chair, he listens to the apologies of the maid, who is frightened by his serious appearance. He gently calms the girl down, realizing that she is not at all to blame for the chaos that is happening. A glance at the financial report reveals to him the bitter truth about the total disregard for his person. The reason for the humiliating situation is clear, and he decides to find out how many servants are left in the palace. Her confused look and awkward silence speak louder than any words. She is completely alone here. The realization of the full deplorable nature of the situation stuns him, and the maid burns with shame about it. He cannot believe that the maintenance of an entire palace has been placed on the fragile shoulders of one young girl. His situation is dire, and even before his coma he never went hungry, so he decides to find out everything about the budget. Amy's answer sounds like a death sentence. Only 10,000 gold pieces remain from the annual budget of 6,000 gold pieces. He still hopes for a solution to the problem, believing that an economical distribution of the monthly budget will fix everything. The truth turns out to be even worse. Instead of the 500 gold coins that were due according to the documents, only a pitiful 100 reached them. His sudden question about salary takes the girl by surprise. The prince's insistent tone leaves her no choice but to tell the truth. She timidly admits that she spent her own modest savings on his maintenance. He is amazed by her incredible kindness, bordering on naive stupidity. He recalls that Amy comes from a noble family, albeit an impoverished barony. For a tiny mistake she was demoted and sent to him, where she meekly took on all the dirty work. For 6 long years she looked after him alone, even going so far as to cut her own salary. He firmly orders her to take the entire amount due, because work must be rewarded. He is irritated by her delay, and sharply reminds her that they will have nothing to eat tomorrow. He is disgusted by the formal address, and asks her to call him more simply, without this mortal anguish. A warm smile speaks of his desire to get closer, because formalities only distance them from each other. Hope lights up in her amazed eyes, because now she is not alone in this cold palace. They head straight to the palace treasury to solve the financial problems once and for all. He goes personally, ironically saying that his ancestors would turn over in their graves from such impudence. In passing, he bitterly notes that his own father has never visited him during all this time. Amy freezes, realizing how dangerous the words he just said out loud were. He understands that such speeches could cost him his life if the Queen's supporters hear them. He immediately apologizes to Amy, not wanting to drag her into his dangerous games. He resolutely leads her behind him, mentally cursing his father, who did not lift a finger for him. For him, this man is no longer family, and the girl obediently follows him, feeling his cold determination. He confidently shifts the burden onto Amy's shoulders, and she sheepishly agrees. The treasurer explains with feigned politeness that it will be extremely difficult to obtain funds in excess of what is required. Prince Davy is deeply infuriated by this official, whose curls are shaking with self-satisfaction. They stand before the treasurer, and the mountains of dusty books around them only emphasize the hopelessness of the situation. Whispers behind his back confirm his suspicions, because the court officials openly despise him. Exhausted by the humiliating conversation, he falls onto the couch, but his eyes are full of unspoken rage. His eyes flash with anger, silently asking how they dare lie to him so brazenly. He demands an answer as to why only a small part of the allocated 500 gold coins reached his palace. Officials brazenly lie about deductions for repairs and savings, hiding behind the name of the king. The young man's patience snaps and he abruptly cuts off their false excuses. He sarcastically points to the overgrown garden and rotten floors, demanding an answer for the supposed repairs. His direct question about the stolen money causes the treasurer to panic, and he tries to silence everyone. Davy looks on with cold contempt as the cornered official makes yet another round of pathetic excuses. The sweaty treasurer tries to wriggle out of it by shifting responsibility for repairs to the housing department. With a brazen grin, he declares that his department merely distributes the budget and washes its hands of it. A sharp slap on the table interrupts his speech, and the prince, feigning surprise, takes him at his word. The official falls into a stupor, not understanding how to respond to the accusation of shifting blame. Having finished the conversation, the young man resolutely heads towards the exit, leaving a stunned Amy behind. He doesn't even intend to go further, because he doesn't see the point in this senseless walking in circles. The guy understands that this is just a waste of time, because each official will shift the blame onto someone else. He advises the treasurer with icy calm to spend the stolen money on something useful. Irony permeates the air, as behind the glittering windows lies complete devastation and desolation. He bitterly reflects on the fact that the runaway servants, like these aristocrats, were quietly stealing his budget. The entire burden of someone else's betrayal and theft ends up being borne by the faithful Amy alone. His cheerful and almost childish request to bring the sword plunges the girl into real horror. His words that he is not going to kill anyone sound completely unconvincing to the frightened maid. He laughs merrily at her fright, hiding his true intentions behind a show of carelessness. He doesn't intend to cut people. His anger is directed at the symbol of all evil, the portrait of the hated queen. In his eyes burns a cold determination to punish those who do not consider others human. Dark fantasies carry him into a bloody whirlwind, where he mercilessly cuts down courtiers left and right. He understands perfectly well that any outburst of anger will be regarded as madness, and he will be immediately locked away in the tower. But this thought does not frighten him, but only kindles in him a dangerous impatience and anticipation. He firmly decides that he will no longer become a spineless feeding trough for rotten aristocrats. Suddenly, the solution to their food problem appears right on their doorstep in the form of a huge wild boar. He feigns surprise in front of Amy, casually lying that he simply found a boar carcass nearby. He hides the truth that he killed the beast himself, realizing that no one will believe it anyway. The girl, in desperation, begs him to kill her, just so he doesn't dirty his royal hands. She is horrified by the thought that his noble hands will be stained with blood, although he knows that they have not been clean for a long time. Her warnings that he might get hurt only cause him to feel condescending irritation. He brushes off her panic with childish carelessness, because survival is now more important than all court etiquette. His attempts to reach the king have failed, and now he realizes with cold determination that he will have to act on his own. He knows about the queen's plans to kill him, but he now has the body of an unrivaled master of survival in his hands. The prince puts on a light-hearted performance, turning a wild boar into his dinner and proving that he can handle any crisis. A mysterious blindfolded spy feels a mortal threat, not understanding the prince's true intentions. The lady-in-waiting shares her suspicions, because Davy's strange behavior can no longer be attributed to illness alone. Everyone is sure that his body is weak and will take years to recover, unaware of the power hidden within it. Her confidence in the success of the mission begins to crack, as fear creeps into her heart that he will discover her as a spy. A high-ranking agent of the Assassin's Guild puts pressure on his subordinate. Despite her orders, the blind spy cannot shake off the oppressive feeling of anxiety. All the reports said that the prince had not changed after the coma, but her intuition screamed otherwise, because in front of her was a completely different person. She feels an invisible leash that connects her to the prince, and understands that this dangerous connection can lead to anything. The blind spy, with cold audacity, puts an end to the attacks on her subordinate, reminding her of her skills. The lady-in-waiting was taken aback by such impudence, trying to hide her anger behind a mask of false concern. Over a cup of tea, she gives a ruthless order to eliminate Prince Davy at any opportune moment. She warns with icy calm that if the assassin's mission fails, a severe retribution awaits him. The evil grin on her face suggests that she has remembered the spy's audacity and will not miss the chance to take revenge. The agent pours out the tea with contempt, silently demonstrating his complete disrespect for this woman. As she leaves, the lady decides that the disobedient chained dog, which dared to snap, should be gotten rid of. Meanwhile, the prince carefully breaks through the blocked mana channels, creating a new channel for his power. The voice of the mentor in his head explains the subtleties of the most complex techniques that he is now mastering. The mentor's voice sounds like a final warning, because a mistake in this technique threatens inevitable madness. Images of strange allies, a boorish alcoholic saint, and a necromancer who looks like an angel come to mind. Memories of the mighty archmage and his strength give the young man confidence, because with such allies there is nothing to fear. Another figure from the past appears, Sister Hypocrisia. who with a smile shifts all responsibility for their crazy experiment onto him. He hesitates, because despite the common goal, doubts about the success of this risky enterprise do not leave him. She confidently calls him to follow her, convincing him to trust them, and events from the mysterious gallery flash through his mind. He understands that the moment has come, and there is no turning back. It is time to act. Memory takes him back to that same crazy experiment, which he would not want to repeat even under threat of death. Reality rudely bursts into his memories, and he, as if nothing had happened, distracts Amy from her real activities. He enjoys the weather with a carefree smile, hiding behind a mask of simplicity the titanic work he has done with his body and garden. He asks Amy to keep his location a secret with a slight smile as he prepares for a private training session. The prince notes with satisfaction that her previous violent reaction has been replaced by quiet concern. He fondly recalls how their relationship has warmed, as she now even agrees to have lunch with him. These short moments of peaceful life with his faithful servant became a real outlet for him. But the idyll ends, and in solitude he activates a mysterious operating field for his training. Like breathing, it begins to absorb the vital energy needed by its body. It absorbs the mana in the air, filtering and assimilating only its purest essence. This incredible technique was invented by the ancient hero Odin, who was called the god of magicians. He realizes that the amount of stored mana is limited, so it must be used wisely and carefully. This almost divine method allows him to accumulate power in a few days that would take others months to achieve. The ancient magicians selfishly hid this power, realizing that in the wrong hands, it would only bring colossal destruction. He realizes with a grin that mastering this power is not as easy as it seems, and this is his main advantage. Under the shade of a centuries-old tree, he plunges into meditation, hiding his true essence from prying eyes. His sly smile reveals that he is well aware of the uninvited guest watching him from the shadows. He had long ago figured out the queen's spy, but decided not to touch this clumsy pawn for now, allowing her to report on his imaginary weakness. It is even beneficial for him that everyone around him considers him a despicable weakling and an idiot, because this is the best disguise. Thanks to the distortion of space by the spirits, his secret training was successful, and he accumulated enough mana for the next step. With a predatory gleam in his eyes, he prepares to begin the most important thing, activating the cursed magic circle. He reflects on the unbreakable laws of this world, where holy power and magic are absolutely incompatible. But necromancy, the power that opposes both of them, becomes his main trump card in this deadly game. It is one of a kind, because three mutually exclusive forces coexist within it, making it an absolute weapon. This unimaginable power was born from the crazy experiments of his eccentric allies. Just remembering what he had to go through makes him feel sick. He discards the standard methods, because the usual magic circle in the heart is useless for him. The standard path is fatal for him, as the clash of holy power and mana will simply tear his heart apart. His solution is brilliant and dangerous. He must saturate his entire body with mana, creating a single circle from his own channels. Thus, his entire body, every cell, becomes a single magic circle, which gives a stunning effect. But the price for such power is enormous, because one wrong step will distort his body and lead to a painful death. He remembers with horror how he did not want to resort to this method again, because last time, even with help, he barely survived. The curse left his lips, and the chilling question hung in the air. Had he survived this time? Images of his allies come to mind, and he smirks at the easy way out, as it's not his style at all. 1,000 years of crushing failures only hardened his determination to finally succeed. With desperate courage, he begins the risky ritual, ready to do anything to make it work this time. Meanwhile, the faithful servant Amy looks at the sunset sky with growing anxiety, because her master is late. The untouchable food on the table increases her anxiety, because he has never missed a meal before. The girl is torn between his strict orders not to disturb her, and the panic fear that something bad has happened to him. Her panic reaches its limit, but at the moment when she breaks away, the prince himself appears. He announces his return as if nothing had happened, interrupting her desperate impulse. The young man looks at her with warmth, surprised that she waited all this time despite his request. He understands with a slight smile that her touching and fussy concern for him will never change. He admits with a wry smile that his resourcefulness still has room to grow. With a sudden, almost desperate movement, he pulls the stunned Amy into his arms. The girl is in complete shock. Her world is turned upside down by this unexpected and close contact with the master. He whispers an apology with the last of his strength before his body finally gives in and goes limp in her arms. They fall to the ground together under her panicked scream, and he loses consciousness from the monstrous strain. The prince comes to in his bed, sadly recognizing the painfully familiar ceiling that he has seen more than once. Nearby, he sees a peacefully sleeping maid who has not left his side all night, squeezing his hand. He looks at her tenderly, realizing that his fainting yesterday had caused her to worry in vain. With silent delight, he realizes that the ritual was a success, and the circle of channels in his body was created simply perfectly. Now 3 forces flow harmoniously within it. But this is only the beginning, because this paradoxical circle has other, as yet unknown features. He can now perform magic without spells, healing her fatigue with a flick of his finger. Even from a distance, he gently wakes her up in the morning with a light touch of magic. 5 months later, their peaceful life is interrupted by her excited cries echoing throughout the palace. Amy is beaming with happiness, because their mysterious benefactor this time sent them not only food, but also valuable medicinal herbs. They are both overwhelmed by the generosity of the gift, which will ensure their comfortable existence for a long time. He calls it a miracle with a sly smile, but his thoughts are carried away 3 months ago, to the beginning of this mysterious story. After completing the circle, his life became calmer, but soon someone began secretly leaving food for them in the courtyard. At first he suspected the queen of another trap, but the quality of the products forced him to cast aside his paranoia. He can't shake the feeling that someone is helping him, but he can't even guess who this mysterious stranger is. Determined to catch the weirdo, he shamelessly uses his power to scan the palace and reveal the identity of their benefactor. Amy is happy that they no longer have to worry about food, and the prince warmly asks her to cook everything. The sudden announcement of imminent guests takes the girl by surprise, while he clutches his sword in his hand with grim determination. Uninvited guests appear on the threshold, and he immediately recognizes them as the queen's despicable puppets. The priest greets him with false courtesy, but the tension of the coming battle is already in the air. The prince puts on a show, innocently inquiring about his recovery, and receives false excuses in response. He can hardly contain his laughter as he listens to the absurd advice of the priest, who doesn't even try to hide his unwillingness to help. The young man looks with contempt at the traitor who has exchanged his sacred duty for power, and understands that the comedy is over. With a venomous grin, he exposes the deception, suggesting that the priest simply admit his inaction. He mentally laughs at their pathetic attempts, because he has already practically recovered on his own, without their worthless help. The priest explodes with indignation, unable to bear the humiliating hint of his incompetence. Priest Bort, reveling in his position, lectures the bedridden prince, emphasizing his supposed incompetence. A devoted Amy stands up for her master in a rage, unable to tolerate the brazen insults directed at him. The priest's face is distorted with rage. He cannot believe that some simple maid dared to contradict him. Losing his composure, the enraged priest swings his arm to hit the defenseless girl. Suddenly, the prince's strong hand intercepts his wrist, saving the maid from an imminent blow. The priest, trying to hide his shame, hypocritically advises the prince not to allow the maid to interfere, so as not to undermine his authority. Amy blushes in embarrassment, not knowing how to react to the fact that she caused such a conflict. Completely ignoring the priest, the prince touches her face with a gentle gesture, causing her heart to skip a beat in surprise. He notes her beauty with a predatory grin, and his hand involuntarily squeezes the blanket, revealing hidden tension. In an attempt to defuse the situation, the priest gives him falsely caring advice, while a humiliated Amy stands meekly behind. Bort drops his watch with disdain, scheduling the next visit as if it were nothing more than a formality. The prince coldly orders Amy to see her guest out, and she meekly goes to meet her humiliating fate. In the corridor, the priest corners her, ordering her in an ominous whisper to come to him alone at night. He cynically reminds her that her master's life is in his hands, and horror flashes in the girl's eyes. The priest bursts into mad laughter, enjoying her fear and calling her a fool for believing his threats. He speaks of the prince with contempt, leaving the girl paralyzed with helplessness and the realization of the full depth of danger. Meanwhile, the prince's room becomes icy cold, and his gaze falls on the overturned table and forgotten clock. His rage becomes so palpable that cracks spread across the marble floor, foreshadowing a storm. He struggles with himself, remembering the instructions about restraining anger, but the past no longer has power over him. Casting aside his doubts, he chooses the path of revenge and, sword in hand, rushes after the villains, ready to unleash all his might on them. The priest's henchmen turn around in horror at the sound, unable to believe their ears. Davy emerges from the shadows, his anger becoming a weapon that points the way to retribution. A predatory smile plays on his face, for he has turned his rage into an engine for inevitable reprisal. A memory flashes in his mind of Amy's humiliation when the villain threatened her, using his life as a cover. Bort smugly mocks her, confident that the queen will only praise him for this cruelty. He tries to break the girl's will, cynically claiming that the prince, abandoned by everyone, does not have a single ally. The priest revels in his impunity, imagining himself to be irreplaceable and protected by divine will. But his triumph is cut short when he sees the prince, who with icy calm notes the fortunate coincidence of circumstances. Bort freezes in shock, realizing that he has just given his enemy the perfect excuse for revenge. The next moment he lies prostrate at the feet of the prince, who, sword in hand, dispenses his justice before the eyes of a stunned Amy. He asks the stunned Amy with icy calm what the legal punishment is for insulting the royal family. The defeated priest is horrified to realize that the prince has not only been healed, but has gained a devastating power that he never suspected. The prince holds his sword to his throat in disdain, mockingly declaring that he never needed his dirty and worthless magic. He hands over the right to judge to his devoted servant, demanding with an icy look not to make him repeat his order. The girl freezes in shock, realizing the full weight of the responsibility placed upon her for the execution of the king's sentence. Without waiting for her answer, he carries out the sentence himself, ending the life of the scoundrel with one merciless blow. As he dies, the priest croaks the queen's name in a last desperate attempt to hide behind her power and avoid imminent death. His last words become an ominous prophecy of the coming revenge of the queen and the powerful sacred kingdom. Davy thanks the dead man for the warning with a cold smile, confidently promising that their turn will come soon. Meanwhile, Queen Linz is indescribably furious to learn that her pawn has been destroyed, and vows to avenge the murder of the Holy Father. Queen Linz is furious and accuses him of madness, but Davy coldly retorts that he was only following the law in defense of his life. She loses her composure, breaking into a scream, but her rage only emphasizes his icy calm. He reminds her with a grin that before the assassination attempt on him, no one in the palace cared about order, and her hand clutches her fan in impotent anger. With caustic irony, he points out the absurdity of the situation where even the king is silent, and they are trying to blame him, who has fulfilled the law. His sly smile suggests that he is in complete control of the situation, enjoying her confusion. The humiliated queen tries to appeal to the honor of the family, but her words sound like a desperate attempt to save face. In impotent rage, she accuses him of undermining the authority of the royal family, trying to portray him as a traitor. In a panic, she resorts to direct threats, demanding proof and predicting the wrath of the sacred kingdom. But her words are empty. The queen strikes at his heart, insulting his mother's memory, but he takes it with dignity, turning her poison into his own strength. Having lost the last vestiges of self-control, she breaks into contemptuous insults, revealing her true, ugly essence. An ominous aura emanates from the prince as he addresses the queen, and his voice sounds like a harbinger of a storm. His eyes flash with icy fury, and he sentences her to death for insulting his mother. The next moment he strikes, and the queen flies to the side, not even having time to realize what happened. Her ladies-in-waiting rush in panic to defend their mistress, creating a human shield from his wrath. Suddenly, mysterious figures appear, watching the unfolding drama with amusement, like puppeteers watching their marionettes. One of the strangers holds a blade to the queen's throat. The prince, with icy calm, declares that any haste will only bring closer the inevitable retribution for all his enemies. He takes the throne seat, with the air of a true ruler, proclaiming that an attempt on the life of a member of the royal family will not go unpunished. The queen's eyes reflect horror as she finally realizes that he knows her deepest secret about Callus's involvement. He confirms her guess with a grin, making it clear that he is not so stupid as not to use the trump card that she herself put into his hands. Davy remarks with a sarcastic smile that he realized her tactlessness the moment she dared to raise her hand to the patient. He thought it best to politely ask her and her retinue to leave, while the humiliated queen cursed the day they had lost sight of this serpent. He notes with irony that her intrigues have led to chaos in the palace, and suggests that she herself quickly restore order. The queen's face contorts with anger at the thought of the rumors that might spread if she doesn't silence him immediately. He warns her with a slight smile not to do anything rash, although secretly he would be glad if she made any wrong move. The prince throws an ominous warning behind her back that next time no one will be able to cover for her. Humiliated to the limit, she breaks into a hysterical scream, unable to bear his impudent disdain. Her rage turns to madness, and she vows to make him pay for every impudent word and action. Behind her back, the servants whisper that the prince has finally gone mad, while loyal Amy rushes to carry out his new bold orders. Everything is going exactly according to his brilliant plan, and every step, from the elimination of the priest to the humiliation of the queen, was just part of a big game. He watches with cold blood as rumors of his madness, which he himself started, spread throughout the palace. His reputation is in tatters as the court, bribed by the queen, readily believes in his madness. But in the midst of all the contempt, Amy runs towards him with a cry of delight, her eyes shining with unshakable faith. She brings him a fortune with incredible ease, and he is surprised to admit that her devotion is a real miracle. Her naive belief that someone sees good in him makes him momentarily question his true nature. He asks with a warm smile if she really thinks he's good, and in that question lies all his hope. Her enthusiastic and immediate response disarms him, breaking through the armor of cynicism and calculation. He is completely confused by her reaction, because he beheaded a man in front of her, and she wags her tail with happiness, like a loyal puppy. He looks with affection at her radiant face, realizing that she is truly an inimitable and pure creation. Suddenly the mighty Chamberlain Vespos bows before him, greeting him as the lesser son of the kingdom and making it clear that he had been waiting for this moment. The chief Chamberlain Vespos reports that by order of the queen, he has gathered all the culprits, and his words sound like the beginning of a cruel performance. The traitors kneel before the prince, and among their frightened faces he recognizes with cold satisfaction those who once served him. He coolly inquires about the punishment, and Vespos confirms that the law is death, but he has the final say. Desperate pleas for mercy are shattered by his icy calm, and there is not a drop of sympathy in his eyes. He begins his game, reminding them with a sly smile about the rumors they themselves spread. The prince speaks their greatest fear out loud, asking if they think he is a bloodthirsty man, and sees the horror in their eyes. With a devilish gleam in his eyes, he decides to live up to their expectations, promising to become the monster they feared so much. The crowd erupts in panicked cries as it dawns on them that their own gossip has become their death sentence. He gives a merciless order, condemning them to a painful death, and noting with satisfaction that this trap was set for them by the queen herself. With a predatory smile, he decides to bring this funny game to an end, delivering a final verdict that sounds like a thunderclap. He rewards Amy's loyalty generously by promoting her to headmaid and promising her all the benefits she has earned. He asks hopefully about meeting his father, but already has a premonition of the answer he will now be given. Vespos avoids a direct answer, and the prince corners him with a pointed question, forcing him to reveal who is really pulling the strings. The Chamberlain's evasive answer only confirms his suspicions, and he accepts this game of silence with cold understanding. Vespos advises him to be patient, but the prince sees a hidden threat in his words and tries to understand what he is getting at. The Chamberlain bows respectfully, preparing to leave, leaving behind a trail of understatement and veiled threats. Suddenly the prince interrupts him with a disarming smile, throwing out a casual remark about his good nutrition, which is actually a subtle hint. His words hit home, and a shadow of fear crosses Vespos's face as he realizes the prince is hinting at poison in his medicine. The Chamberlain tries to pretend he doesn't understand, but his shaky voice and sarcastic remark about kindness being rewarded give him away. Vespos drops the final information bomb about an upcoming important guest. He thinks with a grin about the old rogue Vespos, who pretends to be innocent, although all the evidence of his double game is already in his hands. Memories of the past make him realize with surprise that in this nest of snakes, he may have another ally besides the faithful Amy. A sudden revelation strikes him, and he remembers a key detail from his conversation with Vespos that changes everything. He remembers the Chamberlain's prophecy about the guests, and at that very moment, an excited Amy appears at the door. Amy panics as she tries to report the arrival of His Highness the Fourth Prince and the Second Princess, but is knocked off her feet by a sudden whirlwind. An unknown force pounces on him, taking him by surprise, and in an instant he finds himself trapped in someone's terrible hands. From the chaos emerges the beaming face of his sister Winry, the second princess, who excitedly announces her arrival. He comes to his senses under the weight of his sister, who looks at him with concern, and only now does he understand who caused this commotion. He lifts his restless sister with slight irritation, reproaching her for excessive haste and recklessness. Behind her, his exact copy, twin brother Varys, appears and greets Davy with a warm smile, making it clear how much he missed her. The kingdom is ruled by his father, King Creanis, who has surrounded himself not only with Queen Lyns, but also with two concubines. Two concubines, Ellis and Anisha, created an invisible front in the palace, dividing it into warring camps. The twins' mother, Anisha, chose the dangerous path of neutrality, becoming an outcast in the eyes of the queen and her loyal follower, Ellis. He looks at his half-brother and sister, Varys and Winry, the children of the very woman who dared to stand up to the queen. Winry, with childish resentment, attacks her brother, accusing him of feigning nobility, because he was just as happy to meet her as she was. Their childish dispute over seniority only highlights how different they are from the cold and calculating children of Queen Lyns. Despite their noisy behavior, he sees them as the only ones who are truly attached to him and trust him unconditionally. Their sincere exchange makes him smile, and for a moment the ice in his heart melts from their childish spontaneity. Over a cup of tea, they reveal the bitter truth about the 6 years of exile they were condemned to while he was unconscious. He is painfully aware that when he fell into a coma, they were just 8-year-old children abandoned to their fate. He thinks bitterly of their mother Anisha, who, broken by the queen's intrigues, was unable to protect her own children from exile. The twins appear strong and confident, but he sees that they simply do not realize the full depth of their mother's tragedy and their situation. He asks casually about his father with a slight smile, in reality trying to probe how much he has been isolated from power. Their shocked faces speak louder than words when they realize that their all-powerful brother has still not been allowed to see the king. His evasive answer about meeting sometime in the future makes Winry's heart clench with pity for him. Varys notes with alarm the deplorable state of his palace, seeing it as direct evidence of neglect on the part of the king. Davy explains with disarming ease that he simply dealt with embezzlers, concealing behind this phrase a brutal reprisal. Varys explodes with righteous anger, unable to believe that someone would dare to so brazenly steal from his older brother. Their impulse to immediately run to their father and demand justice is met with his cold and firm warning. He asks them with serene confidence not to interfere, making it clear that he will sort out his own problems. He notes with a satisfied smile that his circle of allies is growing, and this fills him with new confidence. Varys is surprised to learn of his feat, and Winry does not miss the opportunity to tease her brother, revealing her hidden magical talent. Their argument escalates into a full-blown storm when Winry vividly describes Varys's reckless attack, comparing him to a wild boar. Davy challenges them by announcing his participation in a fencing tournament, and Varys immediately brings him down to earth, demanding proof. The news of the competition shocks the twins, and they freeze, unable to believe his bold statement. Their argument over the foiled plan reaches its climax, but Davy calmly deflects the cup flying at him. Varys ceremoniously hands him a sealed envelope, which turns out to be an official invitation to a tournament held every 6 years. The letter reveals the grand scale of the event, which, under the guise of strengthening harmony, resembles the real Olympic Games. He studies the list of participants with interest, realizing that he will have to face a motley crowd, from mercenaries to members of royal families. Varys explains his brave act, because he himself sent a request to his father to give his brother a chance to escape from the golden cage and declare himself. Winry enthusiastically insists on going on the trip together, firmly pushing aside her twin brother in a bid for Davy's attention. He listens to her stories about the beautiful city of water with a slight smile, mentally weighing their offer. Davy sarcastically offers to carry them on his back if they doubt his strength, a cheeky joke that leaves the twins shocked. Their argument flares up again, but his loud laughter interrupts their squabble, showing how amused he is by their childishness. They instantly stop arguing and look at him with equally pleading eyes, united in their request. He gives in with a warm smile, unable to resist their combined pressure, and their faces light up with pure delight. The Gemini, in a state of euphoria, begins to destroy everything around him, and his feigned anger only emphasizes the general atmosphere of chaos and fun. He watches their joy with tenderness, bitterly realizing that unlike them, he has never left the walls of this palace. The idea of getting outside and having fun for the first time in years seems unexpectedly appealing to him. He looks at the invitation again, and a spark of excitement lights up in his eyes, because this trip promises to be not just interesting, but truly exciting. In the throne room, they are thinking about the tournament, because the twins are already 14. The king receives a report of His Highness's meeting with Varys and Princess Winry. The Chief Chamberlain Vespos reports with confidence that the prince has matured greatly. He is surprised to recognize the insight and composure of the grown-up guy. The king is amazed that even this old fox unconditionally acknowledged his son's strength. Davy is happily trying on his new outfit in preparation for his upcoming appearance. He looks around with satisfaction at his palace, which has almost turned into ruins. Thanks to Vespos's efforts, his chambers finally acquired a proper appearance. Faithful maid Amy cannot hold back her tears, seeing these long-awaited changes. Her genuine joy makes him wonder how much she has been through with him. Varys comes for his brother, and Davy's determined look tells him he's ready to go. Time is running out, and he quickly checks to see if his faithful maid Amy has collected everything. With a mysterious smile, he orders her to grab a bottle of wine, which puzzles the girl. The whole company sets off for the distant principality of Phalis with determination and hope. Ahead of them lies a fencing tournament, an event that the whole world is watching. Varys used the tournament as a pretext, since his victory could undermine the position of their enemy. The queen readily consented, radiating complete confidence in his failure. He is tormented by vague doubts, because behind her self-confidence there may be a cunning plan. To the delighted cries of the crowd, his father, King Crianus, appears, surrounded by his retinue. His cold and commanding gaze leaves no doubt as to who is the real ruler here. He looks with cold detachment at the man he should call father. This is the first meeting in 6 months, and he understands that the king has been avoiding him all this time. The king tests his youngest son's confidence with an imperious gesture and a direct question. Varys, with youthful fervor and devotion, vows to bring glorious victory to the kingdom. The unexpected paternal concern in his voice makes Varys freeze for a moment. Davy is relieved that his father is healthy as he watches the scene from the sidelines. He turns away, surprised by the sudden stab of pain he didn't expect to feel. The loud announcement of the tournament makes him doubt what he sees before him. What remained in his memory was the majestic king, not this broken and aged man. He sees before him not a formidable ruler, but only a very tired old lion. Davy, with a slight grin, tries to dispel the boredom in the carriage by assuring the twins of their complete safety. Varys is embarrassed and worried that it is because of him that they are forced to ride in a cramped carriage. Winry enjoys her wine with delight while her brother tries to talk her into reason. Even the skeptical Varys is struck by the exquisite aroma of the drink, burning with curiosity. He casually reveals that the wine is left over from their mother, a revelation that astounds the twins. Their doubts are instantly dispelled by his bold question, because wine is made for enjoyment. He is convinced that this is the perfect day to share this treasure. The twins are amazed by his changes, because he has become a completely different person. They recall how desperately he used to cling to any memory of his mother. He raises his glass decisively, proclaiming that the best moments should be lived here and now. Around the crackling fire, it was decided that their journey would continue only with the first rays of the sun. Varys is concerned about the prince's condition, as this is his first night in the open air. He complains with annoyance about his sister, whose childish whims do not subside even in her sleep. Davy just laughs cheerfully in response to the reproaches, taking the blame for her drunkenness upon himself. His brother reminds him of an old dream, and this simple conversation by the fire brings them even closer together. The young man admits with a warm smile that he had taken care of their privacy in advance. He gratefully acknowledges that they sacrificed speed for the sake of his fragile health. Thoughts of his aging father and the twins' unwavering devotion create a storm in his soul. A caring maid interrupts his thoughts, gently reminding him of the need for rest. With a mysterious smile, he makes a hidden confession to her that she is not yet able to understand. His rehabilitation is not just a workout, but a silent promise to regain his former strength. Under the night sky, two moons, scarlet and blue, keep ancient secrets about the beginning and end of all things. The guard enthusiastically shares legends, unaware of the mocking gaze from the shadows. His simple wisdom becomes the reason for the caustic ridicule of an invisible interlocutor. He realizes with annoyance that his romantic stories about the moons are completely out of place here. The guard's confusion grows and he begins to doubt his own sanity. In search of an explanation, he turns to his comrade, not knowing that the culprit is watching him. Davy dispels the fear with a sly smile, enjoying the effect of his illusion magic. He soberly assesses their security, realizing that even swordmasters do not guarantee safety. This protection will only last until a real and serious disaster strikes. He calmly assesses the threat, counting about 20 mercenaries in the night shadows. He notes with slight irritation that the killers revealed themselves too early, disturbing his peace. There is no doubt in his mind that the insidious Queen Lins could not miss such a convenient opportunity. He doesn't want to reveal his true abilities, because it will arouse even more suspicion. But then he decides with a cheeky grin that there is no point in hiding any longer. With one movement, he unleashes a deadly force, piercing through enemies. He remembers the cruel lesson of his devilish teacher, standing among his fallen enemies. In his hands, even a simple branch becomes a deadly extension of his will. His body and weapon merge into a single dance of death, where there is no place for rules and pity. Thanks to his ingenuity, thousands of trinkets can be transformed into glorious blades. He looks with disdain at his defeated enemies, because they are only a pathetic parody of his teacher. He only needs one confirmation, and he is ready to tear it out of them at any cost. He asks a direct question, already knowing the answer, and enjoys their animal fear. Their silence and tension only amuse him. He sees them not as warriors, but as frightened children. With icy indifference, he decides their fate, because their silence has already said everything. He passes his judgment, because their answer never meant anything to him. His thoughts are already far away. He is trying to unravel the Queen's insidious plan. Such audacity amazes him, because she put everything on the line, being confident of her impunity. He addresses the survivors with lazy wonder, as if they were nothing more than annoying insects. He releases them, turning them from assassins into messengers to deliver his final warning to the Queen. He watches with a hint of amusement as the mercenaries predictably and stupidly run straight into his trap. Too late, the killer realizes that what awaits them is not salvation, but a deadly illusion. An explosion of chaotic energy mercilessly tears apart their ranks, leaving no chance for salvation. The defeated mercenary can only curse his stupidity in falling for such an obvious trick. Davy smiles as he teaches them one last lesson. because patience is the key to a killer's success. The perfect murder is one that no one will ever know about, and they failed miserably in this mission. With cold cruelty, he reminds the enemy of ancient wisdom that he will never be able to forget. The new wave of attackers does not cause him fear, only excitement before the new wave of battle. The main rule of a killer is to leave no witnesses, even if it means sacrificing your own. One of them, without hesitation, eliminates his own comrade, because failure is never forgiven. The last mercenary falls from the sky like a stone, becoming a silent testimony to their complete failure. Davy looks at his handiwork with cold superiority, because he didn't even need a weapon. He had long foreseen their appearance, having set an invisible and deadly trap in advance. Once he hit his mark, the killer had no chance. His fate was sealed. With a single snap of his fingers, he paralyzes the enemy's body and mercilessly explodes his soul from the inside. It was an ignoble but effective magic, instant death, that he had been taught. He wearily recalls the main lesson of the past: no pity for those who came for your life. He looks around the battlefield with satisfaction, for it was a perfect kill that sent a loud message. The queen awaits news with icy calm, confident in the success of her insidious plan. The extinguished flames of the candles silently inform her of failure. All her pawns have been swept off the board. The queen inquires with icy calm about the fate of her main targets, unaware of the impending disappointment. She is sure that her enemies should have already reached the principality, where a deadly trap awaits them. The news of the failure enrages her, and she takes out her anger on her faithful servant. The maid reports with horror that a pitiful handful of youths destroyed 24 elite killers. The only explanation for this humiliating defeat can only be the presence of a powerful patron for the prince. Queen Linz can't believe that this worthless fool has such serious support. She orders that everything be immediately investigated in order to severely punish those who dared to interfere with her. She coldly reminds him that she didn't get involved with the guild to pay for their shameful failures. Her face is distorted with anger, because one more mistake will be their last and fatal one. She is ready to bring down the full might of the duchy to wipe the Black Moon Guild off the face of the earth. Under the ominous light of 2 moons, she silently accepts the order, understanding its cruelty. Winry points to the approaching principality with childish delight, oblivious to her brother's concern. Davy breathes a sigh of relief that they have finally arrived, although he is amused by his sister's restlessness. Their path led to the water city of Felsti, a small state that had become the center of intrigue. The ancient ruins have turned this place into the pearl of the continent, attracting both friends and foes. His companion notices the young man's contented look, as he is already anticipating the upcoming events. It is here, in this majestic arena, that he will have to prove his right to strength. The place is soaked in blood, as the stadium usually serves as an arena for brutal gladiatorial fights. He thinks with contempt of this senseless savagery, where the life of a fighter is not worth a penny. Tensions are mounting as only the continent's 8 strongest countries will take part in the tournament. His companion talks about the tournament with naive delight, but Davy sees it as nothing more than a vanity fair. He understands that this is a competition for young people, not a battle of real masters, and this disappoints him. Winry's appearance only adds fuel to the fire, as she immediately begins to make fun of Varys. Davy watches the altercation with a slight grin, since his sister came to see him, not to cheer for her friend. Behind his cheerful nature lies incredible strength, because for his age he has already reached the level of a master. Winry suddenly mentions Sword Princess, and Davy is surprised to realize that he doesn't know who she is talking about. His confidence in his memory is cracking, because he has never heard of such a famous person. During his coma, a new star rose in the world, the only princess, Elena de Palin. But her fame is not only due to her high status. There is a much more compelling reason. The main secret of her fame is that she is the owner of the legendary divine sword. Winry talks excitedly about the legendary sword, the masterpiece of the 1001 Nights. The name Calderas echoes in his mind, awakening long-forgotten memories. He remembers with bitterness his first teacher, the sword god Hares, who did not spare him during training. Despite his laziness, the mentor was a genius with the sword, and his stories about the blade were etched into the boy's memory. Legends say that it was this sword that once defeated the Demon King himself, becoming a symbol of hope. Unlike his other teachers, Hares was from these parts, and his spirit still lingers here. Walking along familiar streets, the young man feels a strange and inexplicable sense of anxiety. Suddenly, Elena stops, her intuition telling her about someone's invisible and familiar presence. This sword is not just a weapon, its blade itself creates magic, remaining perfect even after thousands of years. The divine sword is not just a beautiful name, it itself chose Princess Elena as its new owner. Varys, with a mysterious look, hints that there is another, no less important reason for the princess's fame. With comical delight, he declares her the first beauty of the continent, destroying all the intrigue. But Davy only cares that she is the owner of his teacher's sword. The rest is just tinsel for him. He looks at his dress suit with obvious displeasure, feeling out of place in it. He has to come to terms with the role of the face of the kingdom, although in his heart he is just an outside observer. Winry flutters around the hall in a delightful dress, burning with impatience in anticipation of the holiday. She showers her brother with compliments, but he only shyly asks her not to exaggerate her admiration. She stumbles awkwardly, momentarily breaking her grace and causing a slight commotion. She decisively takes the initiative, causing Varys to be amazed by her temperament once again. He takes her hand with gallantry, for it is a real honor for him to accompany this young lady. The princess rejects the bustle of society with cold indifference, because she has completely different goals. Her interlocutor tries to start a conversation about the stadium, but runs into a wall of icy indifference. She disdainfully calls the arena a good place for senseless and savage cruelty. The luxurious ball sparkles with gold and light, hiding the upcoming bloody duels behind the glitter. Davy, glass in hand, coldly assesses the young participants, seeing them only as future rivals. The hall was filled with youthful energy, because despite the adults, the main guests were young men and women. One unexpected but very popular figure finds himself in the center of everyone's attention. Varys panics when he is suddenly surrounded by persistent and enthusiastic admirers. His fame precedes him, and now every distinguished guest wants to meet the young genius. Davy sees this ball as nothing more than an arena for espionage, an ideal opportunity to study his enemies. Winry finds it easy to get along with the nobility, while her brother feels like an outsider at this celebration of life. Varys, thrown to the mercy of the mob, is already plotting revenge against his treacherous younger brother. Davy easily takes his sister to the dance, leaving his friend in complete and comical despair. He, with a devilish grin, wishes for Varys to enjoy his youth, leaving him alone in the spotlight. As he dances the waltz, he is surprised to see how gracefully his grown-up sister dances. She dances proudly, because now she is a real lady and not just a little girl. Suddenly, her cheerfulness turns to anxiety, because she worries that her brother might have missed out on his future. The girl speaks bitterly about his talent as a swordsman, which he will not be able to show at this tournament. The young man dispels her sadness with a warm smile, modestly denying his incredible genius. He reveals to her a terrible secret, because his skill is not talent, but the result of thousands of years of training. He rejects the world of fame with a slight smile, because his heart has long ceased to seek recognition. His only dream is a peaceful and rich life, which amuses his young sister. Suddenly their idol is disturbed by a saccharine stranger whose smile hides evil intentions. Winry's face distorts with anger and disgust because she recognized this impudent man. Prince Baltian unceremoniously grabs her hand, trying to force her attention. The girl gracefully dodges his grasp, finding safety next to her brother. Pretending to be rude, he decides to change tactics and turns to her companion. He proudly introduces himself as the 7th prince, expecting to see servility and fear in response. But Davy only coldly states his name, showing no respect for his title. This simple performance enrages the prince, because he sensed a hidden threat in the young man. The prince cannot hide his surprise, because this young man speaks to him without a drop of respect. Davy, with icy calm, wishes him a good rest, completely throwing him off track. Baltian, with a theatrical gesture, promises to dedicate his victory to the princess, not doubting his success. Winry is consumed with shame and annoyance at his inappropriate and loud public outburst. He dismisses her embarrassment with a smug grin, because for him, his victory is an indisputable truth. Her anger flares up again, because his words insult the honor of her twin brother Varys. She resolutely leads her brother away, not wanting to endure the humiliating performance any longer. Davy notes with warm surprise how his sister has matured and learned to defend herself. He feels that this impudent prince will not back down. His wounded pride thirsts for revenge. In a rage, Baltian blocks their path, his pride deeply hurt by her departure. Davy, with icy calm, twists the impudent prince's arm, bringing him to his knees. He scolds Baltian with contempt, because no one dares to touch his sister with impunity. The young man leaves, telling the humiliated prince that he is not even worth ruining the tournament. Baltian's face is distorted with rage and humiliation, his pride trampled before everyone's eyes. In a fit of anger, he throws down the gauntlet, because his insulted honor demands an immediate duel. Winry tries to stop this madness, but the prince rudely interrupts her, not wanting to listen. He pompously hides behind knightly honor, trying to justify his lack of restraint. Suddenly, Princess Elena intervenes in the conflict, her appearance freezing the air in the hall. She claims that she witnessed everything, and her cold gaze does not bode well for the prince. Elena questions his right to speak of honor, and Davy recognizes her as Hares' mistress. The legend of the sword god Caris, a great hero of antiquity, comes to mind. This hero wielded the divine blade Caldirus, bringing terrible destruction to the world. His strength was like an element capable of splitting rocks and calming sea waves. And now, looking at the princess, Davy is struck by a sudden and shocking insight. Before him stood Princess Elena, the emperor's favorite and the living embodiment of power. He realizes with horror that his careless assumption has slipped out across the entire room. It doesn't fit in his head that this girl is the very owner of the sword, who looks so much like Hares. He remembers Hares and is horrified to realize their incredible, almost comical similarity. Her icy voice pierces him right through, demanding an answer for a carelessly thrown word. Davy is completely lost under her piercing gaze, not knowing how to get out of this situation. Davy breathes a sigh of relief after the awkward encounter, but is immediately found by a worried Varys. With a sly grin, the young man hides his surprise, pretending that nothing happened. Princess Elena puts the impudent prince in his place with her icy tone, striking everyone with her imperiousness. Her murderous question about honor leaves the prince speechless, his arrogance shattered. Elena offers the prince the only true way out, to preserve his honor through an immediate apology. Davy doubts a peaceful outcome, because the prince's wounded pride will not allow him to retreat. Against everyone's expectations, Davy steps forward and coldly accepts the challenge to a duel. This decision causes a wave of shock. The sister and the princess cannot believe his recklessness. He looks at the confused prince with triumph, because now he won't be able to escape so easily. The princess tries to stop him, but the young man, with unwavering determination, declares that this is his right. He raises his glove with icy calm, his gesture putting an end to the argument. With a slight grin, he accepts the challenge, as if it were not a duel, but a long-awaited amusement. He chooses a wooden sword, with this gesture humiliating the prince and showing his superiority. His brother tries to reason with him, but Davy only calmly confirms that everything is going according to plan. He gently reassures his sister, his confidence passing on to her, driving away her fear. In his eyes, the prince is just a pathetic fool, not worthy of even a bit of excitement. The prince presumptuously offers him to surrender, not even suspecting his imminent retribution. He stops his hot-tempered brother, because he must deliver this humiliation personally. He takes a step forward, because only a duel can truly judge them. Confident of his victory, the prince takes an oath that will become his greatest humiliation. Davy, with a devilish grin, warns the prince not to run away later. He is looking for a way to win quickly and humiliatingly without revealing his true cards. He doesn't want to show off his strength in this weak body in front of the crowd. Baltian continues his tirade, mocking his seeming indecision. Suddenly, a brilliant and at the same time mocking idea for victory comes to him. Like lightning, it breaks away from its place, turning into a hurricane invisible to the eye. The next moment he is standing in front of the stunned prince, his gaze promising pain. His blow falls with incredible force on the floor, splitting it right at the prince's feet. The prince falls from the shockwave, his sword flying to the side, and Davy is already hanging over him. Baltian screams in pain and humiliation, his pride trampled before the eyes of the entire court. Davy adjusts his hair in confusion, as his opponent didn't even try to dodge. The prince screams in rage, unable to accept the fact that he was so easily and humiliatingly fooled. A whisper runs through the room, because the difference in their strength turned out to be so huge and shameful. Blinded by anger, Baltian charges again, but Davy greets him with only mild boredom. He reads every move of the prince with a grin, because a predictable style will never defeat his brilliant improvisation. Every attack the prince makes only exposes his weaknesses. His stance and rhythm of attacks are simply laughable. He can't lose to such a pathetic opponent. It would be an insult to his true strength. Finding himself on the floor again under his sword, the prince cannot believe his eyes. His world is collapsing. Baltian covers his face with his hands, unable to bear this endless public disgrace. The crowd is shocked, because the vaunted expert turned out to be just a punching bag in front of everyone. Prince Baltian gnashes his teeth in humiliation, hearing the whispers of the disappointed crowd behind him. He explodes in rage, his fist falling to the floor, demanding that the shameful gossip stop. Davy adds fuel to the fire with a cold smirk, pointing out his complete loss of control. He recalls that he studied the prince's style down to the last detail, anticipating exactly this outcome. The name of this style, Drunken Sword, a drunkard's technique of movements, comes to mind. This style was born from the strange union of the greatest drunkard and the legendary hero Dokujin. Hares watched him with unhealthy interest, creating sword art that looked like heresy. Even its creator admitted with disgust that it was a truly stupid style. Hares was sure that no man in his right mind would disgrace himself by using it. Davy remembers their words, because even the creators considered this style a forbidden art. It was banned not for its rudeness, but for its insidious and invincible essence. He easily repels every attack, playing with the prince like a puppet. Every move he makes is a deception, a damn trick leading to inevitable defeat. This style is not created for killing. but for the total humiliation of the enemy in front of everyone. He enjoys the effectiveness of this magnificent, mean art of the sword. First, he breaks the enemy's spirit, and then easily defeats his exhausted body. The more viewers see this disgrace, the more devastating its effect becomes. He inquires about the prince's well-being with mocking concern, finishing him off with his pretense. There is a cheerful light in his eyes, because this fighting style suits him perfectly. Humiliation drives the prince to the limit, awakening a hidden and dangerous power within him. Blinded by rage, the prince pours all his mana into the sword, his intent to kill clear. The brother and sister are horrified because he breaks the rules, turning the duel into a fight to the death. He rushes forward, sure it's too late for regrets now, his eyes burning with bloodlust. Davy remains unperturbed, realizing that now he won't get away with a casual victory. He'll have to show more. Suddenly, he feels someone's icy gaze on him, making him be on his guard. The prince is triumphant. It seems to him that he has finally caught his elusive opponent. His sword stops a millimeter from its target, hitting an invisible barrier, shocking the prince. The next moment, the world turns upside down and he finds himself trapped, not knowing where his enemy is. Davy looks down at him with a smirk, enjoying his complete confusion. He kicks him away with a contemptuous kick, putting the final humiliating end to this fight. The prince is in complete shock from the realization of his crushing and humiliating defeat. Davy holds his sword to his neck, complaining of pain in his lower back as if it was a light workout. He places his foot on the fallen prince's back, bursting into mocking laughter. The crowd was confused, not understanding how the vaunted prince ended up on the floor in such a position. With an innocent look, he asks if it looks like he won this fight. The guests whisper among themselves in disappointment, because Baltian's mediocrity exceeded all expectations. But Prince Round surprised everyone, because just recently he was weak after a long coma. His past weakness played into his hands, lulling the vigilance of an overconfident enemy. He thinks with a smile that the prince must have spent all his luck on this fight. Persephone watches from afar, impressed by this unexpected and spectacular performance. Persephone turns away in disdain, considering what is happening too petty for her. The ladies of the court are panicking and trying to stop the princess from leaving, but she does not listen to them. Davy watches her with a cold gaze, noting her icy indifference to everything. In the carriage, his brother and sister pounce on him with reproaches, because his recklessness could have cost him his life. He brushes off their worries with a carefree smile, because victory writes off all the risks. The brother calls it luck, but deep down he knows that behind his bragging lies real strength. Davy, with a sly grin, reminds his brother of their previous meeting, revealing the source of his information. The sister angrily recalls how he has since then tirelessly tried to arrange her personal life. He mutters quietly that her stubbornness still needed to be broken, but then pretends that he didn't say anything. His brother begs him not to take such risks again, because there may not be a next time. Davy squeezes his brother's hand, reminding him of his strength and advising him to remember this lesson. The brother is horrified by his cold warning, disguised as friendly advice. With a smug smile, he accepts the accomplished fact, leaving no room for doubt. The sister, unable to hide her delight, acknowledges his incredible skill. He realizes that his apparent weakness has become his greatest weapon, allowing him to strike with precision. He smiles at the shock of the prince, who was too arrogant to foresee such a rout. In the hall, the humiliated prince falls into a rage, throwing furniture in impotent rage. He breaks free from the hands of the servants, his pride trampled by the insolence of the commoner. His cry of despair echoes throughout the hall as his status as future crown prince has been publicly humiliated. He remembers his past greatness, when the world lay at his feet, making his current fall even more painful. His choice was cold and calculating, because behind his sweet appearance hid a valuable political asset. With the support of the queen, he easily wove intrigues, spreading rumors that were beneficial to him. Memories of past success only fuel his current unbearable rage at humiliation. He lashes out at the servants, threatening them with death, his royal composure shattered. His anger finds vent in destruction, the room filling with the sound of noise and his heavy breathing. The thirst for revenge clenches his fists, and only one thought remains in his mind: murder. A sudden whisper in the empty room catches him off guard, offering to fulfill his dark desire. He searches in confusion for the source of the voice that tempts him again, playing on his hatred. An ominous silhouette emerges from the shadows, watching the broken prince's despair with a grin. A demonic hand touches his chin, offering a deal he can't refuse. The demonic voice promises him the most brutal reprisal, tempting him with a thirst for blood. The broken prince, clouded by hatred, asks the name of his dark savior. She appears before him in all her demonic glory, calling her name Sherry. Her predatory smile and gentle words finally subjugate his will to their dark power. In her arms he finds comfort, and a promise that all his wishes will be fulfilled. Meanwhile, Davy, with a serene smile, prepares for a new competition, unaware of the deal. He chats carefree with his brother, hurrying to his sister, who is already waiting for him in the stands. The huge coliseum hums with anticipation, ready to become an arena for new grand battles. The prince bides his time, his mad grin promising a bloody and merciless spectacle. Davy watches the energetic crowd with interest, feeling the tension of the afternoon competition. His brother calls him over, and Davy, hiding his discomfort, joins his family in the stands. He suffers from indigestion, but his pride does not allow him to admit such an absurd weakness. Despite his newfound strength, his body is still not ready for serious battles, which worries him. He looks at his hands, realizing that he has changed, but the transformation is not yet complete. Tormented by pain, he realizes with horror that he will have to use the power born from indigestion. The crowd's attention is focused on his brother Varys, who confidently greets his adoring fans. The sister admires her brother's popularity while Davy eagerly awaits the start of the match. He studies the tournament bracket with interest to find out who will be his brother's first opponent. When he sees his opponent's name, he can't help but grin wryly at the stupid and predictable draw. Varys and Prince Baltian meet in the arena, and everyone is puzzled as to why the two favorites were brought together so early. The judge reminds the fighters of the strict rules, as mortal wounds and magic are prohibited. Davy grins as he notes the crowd's disappointment at not expecting such a predictable fight. The sister is worried about Varys, knowing his reckless nature and fearing serious injuries. She tries to reassure herself by believing in his experience, while Davy cynically reminds her about the insurance. The prince confidently enters the arena, ready to prove his superiority in front of thousands of spectators. The fight begins, and the tension in the arena reaches its peak in anticipation of the first blow. Davy coolly analyzes the prince's freestyle fighting style, which he has already managed to study. He knows that the destructive power of Varys's sword will be the key to victory if he does not give in to emotions. Varys's very first attack proves his superiority, because the prince is unable to withstand such power. Varys easily deflects the attack, and the prince's face reflects shock at the difference in strength. Their swords clash in a furious dance, neither giving an inch to the other. The audience held their breath as they watched a battle between equally strong opponents unfold before their eyes. Davy analyzes the fight with cold calculation, suspecting that there is something more to the prince's talent. Every move Varys makes reveals years of training. His physique speaks for itself. The prince defends himself desperately, but with each blow his defenses crack at the seams, foreshadowing a quick end. Suddenly the tide of battle changes and confusion hangs in the arena. Something is clearly wrong here. The sister is amazed by Varys's unprecedented speed, but Davy's gaze is full of anxious surprise. Varys feels himself growing in battle, and it inspires him to surpass himself right now. A picture from his childhood comes to mind, proving that his strength is the result of a long-standing dream. Davy understands that this fight was important to his brother, because he wanted to show them that he had fulfilled his childhood vow. In 6 years, his childhood dream has turned into incredible skill that he sees with his own eyes. This incredible leap in strength seems impossible, as if he were fighting a completely different person. He can't shake off a strange feeling of déjà vu, as if this battle had already happened just recently. He didn't expect the prince to stand up to his heavy sword, and this makes him grin in surprise. Despite the enemy's strange movements, the prince decides not to lose his vigilance, recognizing his tenacity. He decides to end this fight and grips the hilt of his sword, doubting whether the prince will be able to parry this blow. He bets on one decisive blow, putting everything into it. This is his all-in attack. The prince's mad, inhuman smile takes Varys by surprise, and he freezes in shock. His counterattack was mad and deadly, as if he had completely lost his mind. He retreats under the onslaught, and the ominous shadow behind him hints at the source of this devilish power. He realizes with horror that he has been pierced by the unholy energy of the sword, which is forbidden in the tournament. Last night, the prince honed a new alien power in preparation for the coming battle. Davy watched his brother's diligent training with a shadow of admiration, unaware of what was coming. He finds his brother training at night, sensing his restlessness and insatiable thirst for battle. Varys admits that his brother's lessons are not enough for him. His soul longs for something more. His furious desire to crush the enemy with his own hands sounds more than convincing to Davy. He instills confidence in his brother, promising that he will succeed, and is already preparing his secret gift. He senses his brother's pure and soft mana, the perfect foundation for his coming intervention. He decides to help a little by infusing his own incredibly powerful energy into his sword. This power could change the world, but he holds back his power, because it is just a gift for his brother. Varys turns to his brother in bewilderment, not expecting the sudden touch on his shoulders. Davy offers him a massage with a sly smile, hiding his true, much grander intentions. He asks his brother to relax as he opens his makeshift salon, where the procedure will be far from ordinary. His fingers flare with magic, and he anticipates the slight tingle that hides power. An incredible force pierces Varys's body, and he freezes in mute shock from this sudden surge of energy. Davy playfully chides him for his sleepless nights as he buckles under the onslaught of unbearable power. He forcibly pours his energy into his brother, awakening and strengthening his own mana to the limit. This forbidden technique from another world breaks all the laws, but for Davy it's just a fun game. A playful image of an amazing massage flashes through his mind as he does the unthinkable. A final, powerful surge of inner strength surges through Varys's body, marking the birth of a new hero. He screams in agony and bewilderment, unable to comprehend what unknown force has pierced his body. Davy looks at the result with a satisfied smile, leaving his brother unconscious on the cold stones. His body, though defeated, is now filled with the strength that will become the key to his future greatness. A harsh slap brings him back to reality, a rude awakening from his caring brother. Another flash of pain shoots through him as Davy grins as he adds one last insurance. All his complaints about cruelty are met only with mockery and a caustic remark about his beautiful appearance. The threat of the game makes him run to his room in panic, just to avoid repeating the procedure. He runs away, unaware that a magical seal, a secret gift from his brother, now shines on his back. At the most desperate moment of battle, this seal flares up, activating the incredible power hidden within it. The invisible shield easily deflects a deadly blow, leaving the enemy completely bewildered. His sword flies off to the side, shattering against an invisible barrier, and a deathly silence falls over the arena. Prince Belician is completely confused. He cannot understand what force stopped his faithful blade. The moment of Varys's fall comes to mind, when his own sword was stained with forbidden scarlet energy. Suddenly, everyone notices the floating crystals, and the idea of a magical barrier pierces the crowd. The sister screams in delight that her brother was able to do something incredible, reaching the level of an expert. She turns around to share her joy with Davy, but his seat is empty, leaving her confused. Varys coughs up blood, his body unable to withstand the monstrous impact of the force he had used. The judges stop the fight, declaring Prince Belician defeated, while medics carry away the exhausted Varys. His actions are equated to a declaration of war, since he dared to use a forbidden technique. The prince is disqualified and led away under guard, his pathetic excuses drowned out by the roar of condemnation. The servant's desperate plea for some word is met only by the prince's frightening silence. A sudden burst of rage and the prince squeezes his servant's throat, venting his anger on him. His hand sinks into the flesh, and a crushing blow ends the life of a loyal man. A scream of horror pierces the arena, as Prince Belician kills in cold blood before everyone's eyes. Panic grips the stands and the crowd flees in terror, fleeing from the maddened heir to the throne. He finally loses his human form, turning into a roaring monster thirsty for blood. It was all just a nightmare, but even in a dream, doctors are powerless against his dark energy. He comes to, and the first person he sees is his brother, who greets him with a calm smile. Davy comforts him, praising him for a great fight, as reality slowly returns. The nightmare recedes, and he proudly realizes that he himself created that incredible energy barrier. This barrier, accessible only to the highest level masters, itself protects the owner from any threat. His salvation was due to his own growth, though Davy's secret gift had pushed him to it. At 14, he rejoiced in his new strength, narrowly escaping death, not knowing the true price. He thinks with dark tenderness that tears of pain would make this picture even sweeter. He interrupts his old man's reasoning, ordering him to simply rest and gain strength. A sudden explosion rocks the arena, and the mages look on in horror at the new, unstoppable enemy. Prince Belician absorbs their attack with ease, his body twisted by a dark, invulnerable force. Realizing their powerlessness, the judges panic and order the evacuation of the spectators before it is too late. The protective barrier is about to collapse, and someone is taking a decisive step towards a deadly threat. Davy steps forward, ignoring the desperate cries, because only he can stop this madness. The sister screams in horror as she sees her brother engaging in a deadly game with the maddened prince. Prince Belician finally loses himself. His body is distorted by pain and dark power. He has become a monster. Davy faces the monster with icy calm, throwing him a caustic challenge in front of everyone. A predatory fire flashes in his eyes, and he chooses the most brutal method of reprisal with anticipation. Uncontrollable rage erupts from the prince in a stream of energy, sweeping away everything in its path. A desperate knight rushes to intercept, trying to protect Davy from certain death. A dark entity appears next to him, and his smile becomes even more sinister and frightening. His sister's desperate cry pierces the chaos of the battle, causing him to momentarily wake up from his battle lust. He turns to face the dark force, and for the first time a shadow of doubt and fear appears on his face. An icy horror pierces him. He realizes that his own game can kill the person dearest to him. An unexpected intervention, and the horned girl knocks the knight away with one blow, saving Davy. Princess Elena bursts into the arena, her eyes burning with icy determination to put an end to the chaos. Her blade meets the dark power of the prince, and the arena shakes from their clash. She freezes in horror, not believing her eyes. The enemy's strength exceeds all expectations. Even knocked to his knees, the prince is not broken. His body continues to distort under the onslaught of dark power. She looks defiantly at the prince, who gathers all his rage into a final, devastating attack. In a desperate attempt, she unleashes a hail of blows on him, each one full of fury and force. Even the judges are stunned, unable to believe the incredible power of the young princess. The dark power finally leaves him, and the exhausted prince falls to the ground, becoming human again. She stands in the arena as a winner, and the roar of the crowd proclaims her triumph over the darkness. His sister pulls him away from danger, begging him to trust the princess as he breathes heavily. Princess Elena stands as a true heroine. Her epic image inspires hope for salvation. Her shining blade proves that she is the only one capable of standing against this evil. The princess and the magicians weave chains of light, trying to tame the untamable beast inside the prince. Even shackled, Prince Belician does not give in, his body writhing in agony, trying to break the bonds. In his desperate agony, the prince releases the bloody phallus, and a wave of death covers the arena. Bloody energy chokes his sister, and he tries in horror to save her from imminent death. He holds her tightly, whispering words of comfort as her consciousness slowly fades. A gentle hand falls on her hair and he asks her to rest, promising that everything will be fine. He carries her away unconscious, promising that the nightmare will end when she wakes up. He gently lays his sister down, realizing that it is time to awaken his laziest power. His hand flares with golden light, because if he doesn't hurry, his spirit magic will consume everything. The activation of the power tears him apart from the inside, and his scream of pain echoes across the arena. He uses his unique mana to save his sister, because only he can do it. There are 3 different powers contained within it, each with its own irritating character. His spirit magic is brutal, but it is what proves to be the most effective in combat. Regular mana is cunning and pretends to be weak until it is pushed to its limits. But his sacred power is the most stubborn and lazy ram that cannot be moved from its place. He yells at her in despair, because getting this damn power to work is already a feat in itself. Even at such a critical moment, it will not work unless it is properly pressed. He calls upon the shining patron, Sacred Magic, to protect his sister from mortal threat. Now that Winry is safe, he can finally focus on the real nightmare. He looks at the bloody mess and is overcome with an eerie calm in the face of death. The bloody falls sucks the life out of everything living, turning the arena into a city of the dead. He understands that his 4th-level sacred power is not enough to save all the doomed. His only consolation is the thought that Varys was taken away before the massacre began. The absence of spectators gives him a free hand, and he smiles ominously, anticipating a no-holds-barred fight. His cheerful mood is replaced by surprise, because there is one unexpected problem left in the arena. He didn't expect anyone to stand in the bloody fog, but the princess challenges him. Her name, Elena de Palin, owner of the Divine Sword, explains everything. She is not just a princess. Even at such a moment, he cannot help but admire her tortured beauty, which betrays his scoundrel nature. His touch sends out a wave of healing energy, tearing her from the clutches of death and shocking her to the core. She comes to, confused by his sudden intervention and strange calm. The princess quickly comes to her senses, reminding him that their mortal danger is not over yet. He dismisses her concerns with arrogance, intending to face the threat alone. She desperately grabs his hand, demanding to know why the deadly aura doesn't touch him. He realizes that she has noticed his strangeness, and a shadow of calculation flashes in his eyes. Her suspicions are heightened by the fact that he, having just emerged from a coma, is moving too calmly. He avoids answering with a disarming smile, leaving her completely bewildered. Her irritation grows as he grins cheekily and asks her not to hate him for helping her. She firmly steps back, ordering him not to interfere in a battle he will not survive. Her face is distorted with anger. She is sure that this arrogant young man will not be able to stand alone. He looms over her mockingly, questioning her words and seeing her as nothing more than a little girl. Horror distorts her face as she realizes that they are not just facing an enemy, but powerful nobles of the night. He coldly reveals to her the terrible truth. Their enemy is none other than a vampire from ancient legends. His frightening calmness drives her crazy, because she understands that now she cannot rely on luck. She shields him with herself, begging him to run, because without a drop of mana he will become easy prey for the monster. He calmly declares that the enemy will not let him go, and with cold determination accepts the challenge. He sees her as a reliable ally, but her current emotionality speaks of a deep fear. Her entire essence is concentrated in one blow, as if she had met her sworn enemy. Her childhood was destroyed the moment she saw her mother as a monster with glowing red eyes. Horror paralyzed the little girl, leaving an unhealing wound and eternal fear in her soul. This memory haunts her to this day, fueling her hatred and determination. The enemy roars with rage, promising to eradicate everything that is dear to her, awakening a primal terror in her. Princess Elena, driven by revenge, vows to fight until her last breath, knowing no fear. A sudden blow to the neck makes her cry out in pain and surprise. Betrayal comes from where she least expected. She falls to her knees, trembling with powerlessness and not understanding who dared to stop her. The young man looks at her coldly, ordering her not to interfere with his work with his obsession. He assumes a fighting stance, his sinister grin promising a sight she should see. The hero recalls past battles with thousands of enemies, his confidence bordering on madness. His confidence is unshakable, because he knows more about vampires than anyone in this world. He sees him as nothing more than an infected monster, empowered by the cursed arena of the bloody phallus. There is a hint of boredom in his voice, as he has already sent too many such creatures to the next world. He easily parries the blow, reproaching the monster for his impenetrable stupidity and inability to learn. His face twists into a sinister grin as he unleashes his dark demonic power. He unleashes a demonic bloody rupture on the enemy, wanting to finish them off as quickly as possible. The explosion throws him back, because it was not the monster that took the blow, but the living stone statue. The impossible becomes reality when a giant magic circle unfolds beneath their feet. The colossal arena guard towers before him, and even he cannot hide his amazement. Instead of fear, his face lights up with excitement, because such a battle gives him a long-forgotten feeling of renewal. The princess can't believe her eyes, because a man without mana defeated a monster that her sword couldn't defeat. She is confused by this unfortunate prince, who has just come out of a coma and is already doing the impossible. He extends his helping hand to her, but the girl recoils in fear, not trusting his intentions. His sudden gesture catches her off guard, causing her heart to skip a beat in surprise and confusion. The young man asks to borrow her sword, and the princess instinctively grips the hilt of her weapon. She blushes with embarrassment because her precious blade is broken after a recent duel. He grabs her chin forcefully, making it clear that he is interested in a completely different weapon. His sly grin says a lot because the boss fight requires a special weapon. In his hand is her divine sword, hidden in the form of a small pendant around her neck. The legendary blacksmith hero created not only the sword that saved the world, but also many other secret weapons. In the hands of the blacksmith hero, any material becomes a treasure. His blessing allows him to create swords from pure mana. Among his 12 legendary swords kept as national treasures, one was named after him. His greatest masterpiece, Caldirus, shines with divine light. His name in the language of spirits means Snow White Protector. This sword was forged at the cost of Surt's life for his friend, the sword god Hares, which makes it special. Caldirus has a mind and will of his own, releasing his power on his own. The guy, with a smug grin, declares that he knows the truth perfectly well and is familiar with the identity of this sword. Suddenly, the sword begins to protest violently, its personality awakening from the brazen touch. It turns out that the legendary sword has the character of a pest who loves to grumble loudly and constantly. He listens to the familiar lamentations with a tired grin, letting the sword know that he is not deaf. The hero discovers with malicious delight that the sword has a vibration function, calling it a vulgar thing for perverts. He confidently offers the intelligent sword mutually beneficial cooperation. The exhausted girl falls into his arms, losing her last strength. He coldly blackmails the sword, threatening the imminent death of its owner. He cannot help but acknowledge her incredible strength of spirit, which still keeps her conscious. The guy understands that the talented princess is no match for this enemy, and it is important to soberly assess his strengths. The sword accuses him of having indecent thoughts, but the young man only laughs it off with a cheeky grin. He raises Caldirus in his true form, and divine light fills everything around him. The young man admits with admiration that this legendary sword is indeed good. The enemy is shocked, because the guy not only awakened the contract worker, but also released the true power of the sword. He challenges the arena itself, easily demanding that it lend him its limitless power. It combines with the divine sword, releasing a stream of incinerating fiery energy. The lightning of the initial two-handed sword descends upon the arena, demonstrating its devastating power. With a smug grin, he lazily asks his invisible enemy how long he plans to hide. The hero looks at the rift in the sky, eagerly calling for the mysterious enemy to show himself. The dark shadow behind him confirms his guess. It is a vampire, as he assumed. He didn't expect that from the shadows would emerge not just a vampire, but a powerful aristocrat of the night. In the vampire who appeared, he was surprised to recognize the maid he knew. She does not hide her surprise, because she never expected that he was behind everything. The young man urges her on with a cheeky grin, wearily complaining about the long wait. She is irritated by his insolence, because she is not used to someone looking down on her. He brazenly provokes the vampire by making an indecent compliment on her black lingerie. Her face distorts with rage, because she will not let anyone tolerate such an insult. The hero strikes with lightning speed, giving her no time to react. She assesses the situation with a cool head, realizing that this tragedy will have far-reaching consequences. The vampire calculates the political risks, realizing that her insidious plan may fail. The guy understands that her insolence is based on complete confidence in his imminent death. He smiles and acknowledges her intelligence, but decides to put an end to this show by closing their shop. His incomprehensible speech confuses her, and she prepares to attack, not understanding his plan. The girl releases her blood magic, dealing a powerful and deadly blow. The young man dodges with ease, watching her futile efforts with a satisfied look. He sees with satisfaction that his provocation has achieved its goal, and she is furious. She rains blood crystals down on him, but he remains unfazed. He calmly watches the deadly fragments, assessing her attack. With incredible agility, he dodges the attack, easily sliding down the column. She looks at him with disdain, acknowledging his dexterity but still considering him a pathetic man. He reminds her with a sly grin that she herself serves a man, striking a blow to her pride. His words hit home and she becomes indescribably furious. In anger, she strikes again, unable to contain her anger. The story reveals the secret of their origin. They are unfairly strong and come from an ancient family. It becomes clear that without the help of the elves, their natural enemies, it is almost impossible to defeat these creatures. He recalls his main secret to victory, which seems ridiculously simple. His mentor, the god of the sword, taught him to irritate his enemies by making them predictable. This tactic is especially good against proud vampires, as their rage clouds their judgment. The young man thinks with irony what people would say if they learned the true, vile nature of their idol. He unleashes a barrage of lightning-fast attacks on her, testing the strength of her defenses. The guy understands that in front of him is not just a vampire, but a powerful aristocrat of the count's level. Her pure-blood origin makes her not only an heir, but also a contender for the family throne. Realizing the full danger, he decides to finish her off immediately, before she becomes stronger. He accepts her challenge with bold confidence, not doubting his victory for a second. She promises with cold fury that his laxness will be his last mistake. The vampire coldly predicts that the girl with the divine sword will suffer the same fate. She condescendingly suggests that he submit to his fate, since he so desperately desires death. The guy with a cheeky grin rushes into the attack, completely ignoring her deadly threats. She dismisses his outburst as stupid, seeing no real danger in it. His unexpected maneuver confuses her, and she does not understand what kind of sword art this is. Her face contorts in shock as she realizes she was too quick to underestimate him. He proudly declares that this is not just fencing, but the art of the sword god himself. Behind his apparent ease lie tens of thousands of grueling training sessions and sword swings. He unleashes a devastating technique, a super heavy sword capable of splitting mountains. The attack hits its target and she screams in pain and disbelief, unable to believe its power. Sword looks with admiration at the destruction he has created, impressed by his own power. The young man, with a smug look, declares his full combat readiness. The hero awaits his moment of glory with anticipation, enjoying his restless nature. Sword demands answers, not understanding who this guy is and how he manages to control his power. The young man avoids answering, suggesting that they not reveal uncomfortable secrets to each other. He decides to hide the truth, fearing that the sword will not believe his connection with his previous owner. The vampire managed to escape, and they realize that they are not in a position to pursue her now. His gaze is drawn to the disgusting bloody follies, exuding a vile aura. The bloodstone will not stop until it has consumed the lives of every person in the area. He understands that even if the core is destroyed, most people are already doomed to die. Sword senses chaos outside, sensing that the whole world has turned upside down. He acknowledges the boy's incredible luck and skill, which belies his young age. The young man brushes off the sword's praise with a slight grin, hiding his true strength. He understands that his power is not the result of ordinary training, but something completely different. His skill and knowledge are the result of an abnormal doping, the frightening secret of his strength. The sword realizes in horror that its master is a real monster with inhuman mana. The boy just laughs in response to the sword's shock, seeing 3 different powers in one body for the first time. The sword looks in amazement at the young man, who is a living refutation of all the laws of common sense. He calmly accepts the accusation of madness, because his strength is the fruit of hundreds of years of forbidden research. The young man interrupts the chatter, and with determination asks the sword to help him put an end to everything. He admits that his current powers are insufficient, much to his sword's confusion. With a sly smile, the young man offers to end the threat once and for all. His true motive is selfish. He sees it as nothing more than a way to recover faster. The boy prepares with disgust for a prayer that is completely out of his style. He begins a feigned prayer, addressing the goddess like a lost lamb in the darkness. His address is full of sarcasm, asking for help, knowing that the goddess will not be able to intervene. Sword is in complete shock. He cannot understand what kind of mocking prayer this is. The secret of his power is revealed. It is based not on faith, but on winning the interest of the deity. He continues his act of being the irreverent lamb who saves others. Losing patience, he stops pretending and simply demands the goddess to give him permission. Sword is completely perplexed, not believing that even one god would respond to such an outrageous prayer. The guy grins and picks up the sword, hinting that he is completely unaware of the god's true nature. He explains that divine love is not received through words, but through actions that prove your worth. His solution is ingeniously simple. The exhausted force simply needs to be replaced with even greater force. Saint Daphon created the greatest magic, but it required permission from God to use it. The young man reveals his main trump card with a crazy smile. Because his god likes madmen, he begins to perform the unthinkable, the final sacred magic of the 9th tier. Sword panics from such power, but the guy calmly reassures him, calling it a simulation. He coldly assures his sword that this power will not kill him, despite the hellish pain. The sword can only scream from the energy that overflows it, realizing the complete madness of its owner. He calmly gathers together all his mad and sacred power. In a blinding flash of light, he releases divine power. The shockwave throws him back, leaving a searing pain on his back. The boy anxiously calls out to his divine sword, which does not respond. Seeing that the sword was simply exhausted, he laughs at it with relief. His bravado disappears and he falls to the ground with a severe wound. The system confirms his madness, but he only finds it funny. His spirit reproaches the lady, who clearly overdid it with her help. For the first time in a long time, he falls into a sleep without worries and nightmares. His empty consciousness seems like a sweet dream to him against the backdrop of difficult memories. He comes to in an unfamiliar hotel, vaguely aware of where he is. The boy struggles to comprehend how long he had been unconscious since the battle. The girl rushes to him in tears, frightened by his 2-day sleep. He awkwardly reassures her, attributing everything to the inevitable consequences of the fight. The heroine recalls a strange dream she had on that fateful day. Her dream was an echo of reality, in which he saved her from the scarlet fog. She asks him directly if the victory over the fog was his merit. The girl changes the subject, saying that she found something strange on his body. She reveals his secret by pointing to the stigmata that has appeared on his back. The terrible truth dawns on him. The burning pain was the price for the mark he received. He contemplates his new power, marveling at the sheer size of the stigmata and its complete lack of pity. The girl reports that his healing by a high-level priest has stirred up the entire principality. The whole city now knows about him, because he was found in the center of the cleared land with a sacred mark. He ironically recognizes the paradox that it is not the believers who receive the stigmata, but those whom God loved first. The heroine looks at him with hope, glad that no one noticed his other secrets except the stigmata. The guy is deep in thought, not knowing whether he should now hide his monstrous strength. He understands that any careless action can lead to chaos and harm others. They both admit their ignorance, finding themselves at a loss in the face of the inexplicable. The young man hides his true thoughts behind a carefree smile, assuring that everything is fine with him. Inside, he is jubilant because everything worked out perfectly, allowing him to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. He analyzes his victory, realizing that he only stimulated the force a little, but got an incredible result. The guy feels his mana volume increase dramatically, opening up completely new possibilities. Now he can easily wield master-level weapons without even evolving. The young man realizes with surprise that it was his sacred power that received the greatest increase thanks to the stigmata. He curses this capricious sacred power, which always needs a strong motive to grow. The girl talks about the commotion he missed. Especially his personal maid was worried. The image of the worried maid comes to his mind, and he realizes that it was not just a dream. Another shock comes from the news of the visit of the princess, who wanted to take him by force. He gently sends her off to rest, hiding behind gratitude his desire to be left alone with his thoughts. As she leaves, she reassures him with news of her opponent's hospitalization and the suspension of the competition. Left alone, he sees his sister off with a deceptive smile to finally get down to business. A sly grin lights up his face as he decides to test out his new unknown ability. A system window pops up in front of his eyes with full information about his sister, as if he were in a game. The boy looks at the game panel in confusion, trying to understand the source of this incredible power. He is at a loss to determine whether this power was the result of his mad prayer, or a legacy from a past life. A sudden voice in his head announces their acquaintance. revealing his new ability to see other people's souls. The young man jumps up in panic, not understanding where this mysterious voice is coming from. He looks around the room tensely, amazed that someone could trick his perception. An invisible interlocutor directs his gaze downwards, where a beautiful horned stranger sits by the bed. The demoness accepts his shock with a grin, declaring that now, by the will of God, she is forced to come to terms with him. He ironically notes his friend's talent, not suspecting who is actually depicted in the painting. An intrigued young man approaches the artist, trying to unravel the identity of the mysterious beauty in the portrait. The guy humorously calls her horns handles, but by her blood-red eyes he can unmistakably determine her demonic nature. The artist is amused by his crude description, but he agrees that such beauty speaks of high rank. He confirms his friend's guess, and he, amazed by the detail, understands that the image of the demoness is forever imprinted in his memory. He acknowledges her beauty with a warm smile, but immediately adds that she is crazier than any other woman. He sadly admits that he painted her portraits countless times, keeping her image only in his memory, and reveals her name, Berserk. His memory takes him back to the time when he adopted her and taught her the art of the sword, before everything burned in the fire. He bitterly reveals the terrible truth that in order to save the world, he had to personally defeat her and seal her in the sword. And here she is, Berserk von Palin, the very queen of the Abyss demons, whose fate is now linked to his sword. He is stunned by the news that the demon queen herself is standing in front of him, and she only praises his insight. Berserk confirms his identity with a grin, for the eye of his creator cannot be mistaken. The guy stared in stupor at the tiny version of the demoness brazenly settling on his leg. She coquettishly reminds him of her dislike of bondage by hanging in the air, tied with a magical rope. The young man coldly cuts off her jokes, making it clear that their relationship does not involve such familiarity. The demoness playfully retorts, hinting at their past encounters and unfinished arguments. He demands an immediate explanation, and she declares that they are now bound by a common destiny. She reveals the main secret. His stigmata became a vessel for her immortal soul. The young man sarcastically rejects this crazy idea, unable to believe such a turn of events. He is completely confused, and she remains mysteriously silent, enjoying his confusion. She seductively asks to untie her, complaining about the humiliating situation. Her eyes sparkle with feigned embarrassment, adding spice to her request. He angrily releases her, confused by her behavior, and demands an explanation for her imprisonment. She playfully calls him a seducer, but he coldly cuts off her flirting. Berserk decides to change tactics and introduces himself to him formally and gracefully. She continues her performance, adding mystery and hinting at her dark side. He realizes that before him is the living embodiment of the Abyss, the Queen of Demons herself. The image of the terrifying instigator of the ancient war of the worlds emerges into his mind. Folk legend has it that the great hero Hers put an end to the war by slaying it with a divine sword. He recalls the true rumors about the sealed soul, and she waits for his reaction with a grin. He is puzzled by her awakening, because he was sure that the consciousness of the sealed queen was asleep. She shocks him by declaring that the hero Hers was her close friend and would never have bound her soul. Her thoughts reveal deep sorrow for the past, for a farewell that never happened. Tired of riddles, the young man demands specifics from her, wanting to receive a direct and clear answer. Berserk declares that by the will of God she was given to him from Hers, leaving him in complete bewilderment. He skeptically looks for a more logical reason, but she replies with resentment that she herself is not delighted with such an explanation. She mentally places all responsibility on him, because it was his sacred magic that caused their connection. Her personal interest in him grows as he becomes the second person to inherit the divine sword art. He is struck by her familiarity with the legendary hero, and her simple confirmation of their acquaintance throws him off balance. With a hint of sadness, she reveals that Hers had been talking about him constantly, linking their destinies long before this meeting. A warm smile touches her lips at the thought that Hers had told her so much about her. He is glad of her honesty, mistakenly believing that nothing can be hidden from her all-seeing gaze. She interrupts him with a gesture, intending to make an important correction to his false conclusions. Berserk clarifies that he does not see through his opponents, but only borrows some high-ranking will. She explains that the distorted information in his system window does not come from her, but from this very will. The girl points to the stained glass window, vaguely hinting that the source of this power is what people call God. The young man sarcastically rejects this idea, finding the expressions of this divine will simply ridiculous. He cynically reflects on the strangeness of a god who bestowed sacred power on a man like him. She suggests that their union be considered a change of scenery, looking forward to the opportunity to see the world with a new companion. She is attracted by the thirst for travel, but he is concerned only with one pragmatic question: what benefit does it give him? She offers him her ultimate reward, her incredible abilities. The girl shocks him with her knowledge of his past life, drawing a parallel with his gaming skills. He realizes with a predatory grin that she knows his main secret, and now vigilance is above all else. Berserk spreads his wings, offering him a mutually beneficial symbiosis that is impossible to refuse. She looks forward to their common future with anticipation, confident in the success of their union. He is tormented by doubts, but the temptation to possess the power of the Demon Queen herself is too great. He accepts his fate with a wry smile, realizing that his destiny was sealed from the very beginning. The young man extends his hand to her, and their handshake seals a new, dangerous alliance. She is filled with unexpected joy, because she has found a companion to whom she can trust her main secret. Meanwhile, the situation in the kingdom is heating up to the limit due to an unexpected attack and the discovery of his stigmata. He bitterly realizes that he is now the epicenter of chaos, the bearer of the sacred stigma. He watches with irritation the restless crowd of onlookers under his windows. Tired of his sudden fame, he irritably decides that he doesn't owe anyone any explanations. Berserk cynically notes that the crowd consists of fanatics eager to see proof of the god's love. The thought of a cult being founded in his name gives him goosebumps, since those who bear the stigmata are so rare. He decisively bursts into his companions, ordering them to immediately pack their things for an urgent departure. Berserk looks at him doubtfully, warning that the fanatics will certainly follow him to his homeland. He reveals his plan with a sly grin, relying on the ogres to distract attention. A high-ranking lady is shocked by his escape, unaware that he left her as bait. Her hand trembles with rage, and in an icy tone she demands an immediate answer from her subordinate. The princess is furious when she realizes that this bastard has deceived her by creating a misunderstanding and running away. Her anger flares as she remembers how he used the sacred sword that caused the stigmata. She falls into hysterics, smashing everything around her, and the horrified maid begs her to watch her speech. The maid is in a panic, afraid that someone will find out the princess's true character, which she has hidden for so long. After all, behind the mask of an aloof and noble princess lies a frivolous and noisy girl. Meanwhile, the hero watches his companions with affection, rejoicing in their wonderful relationship. He asks Berserk with a smile if she regrets abandoning Princess Calderas. She clarifies that he is the only one who can bring the divine sword into its true form. The boy thoughtfully admits that Calderas is such a powerful weapon that the desire to wield it is natural. He understands that until he regains his former strength, he will not be able to cope with the powerful sacred magic of the sword. He fights the temptation to take the sword, but his conscience does not allow him to take the toy away from the child. The guy smirks and declares his incompatibility with Calderas, which greatly surprises his companion. His thoughts betray a secret plan. He patiently waits until other, more important goals fall into his hands. He mysteriously hints at the existence of other swords that are already rightfully his. She senses his hidden intentions, but he only ironically challenges her omniscience. Berserk admits with a smile that even her knowledge has its limits, keeping the intrigue alive. The girl reveals that there is a corner in his soul that is inaccessible even to the gaze of the Demon Queen. He coolly calls this deep secret a trifle, shocking her with his detachment. She gives him some ominous advice, preferring the complete destruction of enemies to simple caution. He assesses the situation soberly, realizing that he is not yet ready for open war with an influential faction of the kingdom. He understands that a slow political game gives free rein to arrogant aristocrats. He is tormented by endless shame for what happened, but the king removes the heavy burden of guilt from him. The king blames the kingdom of Boltiz for the vile betrayal, considering their return a real miracle. He bends his knee with irony when he hears from the king about his stigmata, a fateful sign from above. The queen can hardly hide her anger, forced to acknowledge this event as significant. He plays the loving son to his mother, mentally noting her disgusting acting. Duke Barletta and his supporters make a decision. They will not let this go unpunished, and will move against Boltiz. The royal family lets them rest after their long journey, ending the official part of the reception. But the king's commanding voice stops him, demanding that he stay for a private conversation. He notes that this is their first conversation since he woke up, almost 6 months later. He coldly parries the king's reproach, making it clear that lying in their conversation is pointless. The young man interrupts his father, making it clear that he doesn't need explanations. He already knows everything. The hero reveals his cards, saying that he had long known about the surveillance through the king's loyal chamberlain. His worst fears have been confirmed, and now he looks at his father with cold calculation. He understood that his father had noticed the changes, because any parent would feel that their child had changed. The king admits that he only wanted to ask one single question that had been tormenting him all this time. Suddenly, he is overcome by a wave of painful memories of the day when he desperately called for his father. He remembers how, as a child, he begged his father on his knees to save his sick mother, clinging to his last hope. His childish cry that his mother had been poisoned was met with icy indifference and orders to be silent. He clings to the floor in despair, his childish soul torn apart by helplessness and grief. He reflects on how his father hid the truth about his mother's death behind a veil of lies for 4 years. He bitterly rejects excuses, considering everything to be retribution for the burden placed on him. The memory of his mother dying alone from poison remained an unhealing scar on his heart. The image of his mother leaving with a quiet smile and tears of forgiveness in her eyes was frozen in his memory. He desperately wanted to understand his father's feelings, but all he heard was a cold command to become king. The king bitterly admits his powerlessness, because the title of monarch requires unthinkable sacrifices. He learned a hard lesson. He had to hold his breath and gather his strength so that no one could stand in his way. He finds himself surprised to think that his father has still not completely forgotten his mother. The young man scornfully rejects the path of his unreliable father, not wanting to repeat his mistakes. Looking at his father, he chooses with great joy a different path from the path of the king who betrayed his family. He suggests with cold indifference that his father polish the crown and give it to someone else. The guy resolutely leaves, forever crossing himself off the list of heirs. He doesn't need this throne. Berserk notes his impulsiveness, but he only coldly replies that it was a necessary measure. She is frightened by what she sees, but he remains unperturbed, because for him it no longer changes anything. He leaves with the thought that he no longer expects anything from his father. Their paths have finally diverged. The princess seeks privacy, ordering her maid not to let anyone into her chambers that night. He stands above the city at night, ready to dive down the rabbit hole of political intrigue. Meanwhile, the Black Moon Guild is in turmoil, as their valuable employee Sherry has gone missing. The situation is aggravated by the fact that her entire group of mercenaries disappeared without a trace along with her. The head of the branch listens thoughtfully to the report on the failed assassination attempt, linking it to the disappearances. The branch manager smirks and notes that even the Class A secret agent from the main headquarters was useless. The mercenary in the hat answers boldly, hinting at the suspicious mystery of the missing woman. He angrily decides to take advantage of Sherry's failure to show everyone the true power of the Black Moon. The agent confidently promises to succeed by delivering the heads of the princes, and at the same time, the traitor Sherry. The guildmaster lets him go in cold blood, foreseeing that pride will lead this fool to his grave. In his mind, the true image of Sherry emerged, a master whose power far exceeded her formal rank. Everyone instinctively felt the mortal, insurmountable danger emanating from this woman. The head of the branch is seized by panic, because the failure and disappearance of an agent of such a level ruins all his plans. He decides to act quickly. He needs to deal with the main task and get out of here as soon as possible. Suddenly, horror pierces him. He tries to give a signal, but in response there is only deathly silence. A sudden chill runs down his spine and he jumps up, feeling that something is wrong. An invisible force stops him. He freezes in horror, unable to take a step. A stranger appears from the shadows, throwing his subordinate to the floor with one movement. An iron grip closes around his throat, and he wheezes in pain and surprise. He is shocked to realize that the attacker is not a vampire, but a human, which frightens him even more. In desperation, he screams, trying to call for help from the guards, but his scream is drowned out by the silence. The invader grins and says that no one will come. His people will not hear him anymore. The fear of death grips him. He understands that the same fate awaits him as his people. Thoughts are racing through his head. He can't figure out who is behind this attack. A stranger in the shadows asks a chilling question, offering him a choice between life and death. The stranger gives an ultimatum. His life directly depends on his willingness to cooperate. He understands that pathetic attempts to refer to the rules are useless, because the information he needs is priceless. The will of the guild leader is broken. He screams in panic about his readiness to give out any information. The man clenches his fists in impotent rage, realizing that he has fallen for the trap of his own promise. He demands the most secret, a list of names and a book of dirty secrets, shocking the guild leader. The captor describes the incriminating evidence with frightening accuracy, leaving the man no chance to lie. An image of the guillotine flashes through his mind and he realizes that he has become a walking dead man. The threat becomes real, and he realizes with horror that he is facing a master assassin. The young man takes away his last hope by coldly telling him about his ability to see through any lie. Looming over his broken victim, he quietly asks the final question on which everything depends. One matter was resolved, and now in his hands was a stack of scrolls, the key to future changes. He studies the loot with disdain, realizing that this is not a list, but a garbage dump of lies and gaps. The essence of the rabbit hole is revealed to him, because this information is capable of destroying the entire aristocracy. Berserk smiles with anticipation, feeling the winds of bloody change approaching. He ironically rejects the path of total destruction, because there is still room for nobility in it. As if in a game of chess, he understands that even a strong aristocracy has its opponents. His choice falls on a knight, a master of the sword, who once faithfully served his late mother. Marquis Felgris looks at what he received in shock, recognizing something incredibly important in it. Shocked to the depths of his soul, the Marquis rushes into his house in panic, calling for help from the butler. He realizes that with his hands the Duchy of Barrietta will now destroy its own puppet nobles. He asks ironically where his little companion picked up such adult expressions. Suddenly becoming serious, he decides to ask her one question that is very important to him. Looking at the city at night, he asks about her innermost desire, as if he already knows the answer. Her desire turns out to be painfully simple. She dreams of warmth, satiety, and her own family. She wants to live happily ever after, without the worries and headaches that haunt them. He teases her with a smile, as her dream is not at all befitting of a member of the royal family. She laughs, denying his words, because he understands perfectly well how far their life is from calm. He makes plans for the future, intending to leave the palace and find a quiet place for their family. His modest dreams are intertwined with grandiose plans to create the most developed city. For him, revenge is just a process, not a goal, and once it's over, he can finally live a normal life. He smiles at the idea of a throne, as kings are not entitled to comfort and entertainment. The freedom of a landowner attracts him much more, because there are always loopholes in it. His true goal is not power, but the creation of a place where he can always return, his home. At the palace, Prince Davy's receipt of the stigmata is presented as the greatest pride for the country. The queen, hiding her true intentions behind her fan, ponders how to exploit this situation. With feigned benevolence, she offers to reward the prince for his great achievement. Her proposal is accepted, seeing it as a way to both reward the hero and send him away. The courtiers whisper in confusion, surprised by the sudden and suspicious praise from the queen. Alone with herself, she drops the mask. She is gnawed by anxiety, because everything is going completely wrong. Her plan failed, and the stigmata made the prince untouchable, destroying all her insidious intrigues. She clutches a fan in her hand, pushing away extraneous thoughts, because now is not the time for weakness. The queen is furious to learn that just one man has destroyed 7 of her secret guilds in one night. The broken guild leader reports in horror that the attacker was a monster, a top-level assassin. She breaks the fan in anger, demanding to know what information exactly was stolen by this idiot. Her hand trembles with the knowledge that if this information falls into the hands of her enemy, it will all be over. Marquis Felgris understands that with such incriminating evidence in hand, rebellion becomes a very real threat. The queen suspects that the Marquis is behind the attack. Her instincts scream about danger. The puzzle comes together in her head, and she finds a way to get rid of extra eyes and ears. Realizing that murder and prison won't work, she decides to get rid of him legally. Lost in her thoughts, she looks for a loophole, thinking through every step of her insidious plan. The queen confirms her words with a smile, because she did not expect easy consent. The king shocks everyone with his proposal to immediately expel the prince from the palace, because he is not the heir. Irritated by the sudden turn of events, the queen summons the chief chamberlain, submitting to her husband's will. The king gives the order to call the prince, ignoring the rage boiling inside the queen. The prince humbly accepts his fate, realizing that for them he is a walking bomb that needs to be defused. The king sends his son into exile under the guise of a noble mission, forcing him to develop the lands he was granted. With his head bowed, the young man humbly accepts his father's will, without revealing his true thoughts. His companion sarcastically remarks on the fear of the king, who decided to send his own son away from sin. As he leaves, he remains calm, because their order only accelerated his own plan to escape from the palace. They think they've gotten rid of him, but the prince knows his parents have already fallen for his hook. His companion warns of impending chaos, but he is ready to leave as soon as he has finished his preparations. He is ready to leave for the sake of preserving the kingdom, but first intends to carry out reforms for the future heir. He does not want his brother to inherit all this court filth, and sees his departure as a chance to crush his enemies. The worried brother and sister pounce on him with questions, shocked by the news of his departure. He reassures them with a disarming smile, reminding them of his stigma as a guarantee of safety. Despite his request to simply trust, his brother looks at him with silent doubt and concern. His sister squeezes his hand tightly, promising unconditional help in any trouble. With a warm smile, he says that even in the desolate lands of Canes, people live, and that is the main thing. He gives them a promise to arrange everything in the best possible way, and to invite them to his place one day. Without wasting a minute, he immediately gives orders to the maid, starting his journey to the great goal. With a mischievous grin, he gives the maid carte blanche, allowing her to use his name to get whatever she needs. His companion shares wisdom from a past life, intriguing the young man with her insight. Her quiet laughter turns into genuine joy, because she incredibly likes what is happening. She admits that his daring plans and determination excite her blood and make her heart beat faster. She notes with admiration that, despite his enormous strength, he does not succumb to arrogance and pride. He suggests with interest that for her, a passive observer, his active life has become a source of satisfaction. She coquettishly agrees, because her own life was too passive, unlike his eventful one. The Demon Queen jokingly states that being his servant is the greatest honor and a source of pride for her. The prince accepts her words with embarrassment but pleasure, considering it an honor for his entire family. He looks at the meager documents with disappointment, realizing that he shouldn't have expected more from the backwoods. He looks at his hands in confusion, not knowing where to begin this enormous task. His companion notes with a smile that he is very lucky, because the situation is ideal for their plans. The maid looks at him with alarm, surprised by his complete lack of an official retinue. He bitterly realizes his loneliness, because not a single knight has sworn allegiance to him. The unexpected arrival of Marquis Falgris kneels, instilling the first spark of hope in the young man. The maid watches from afar, worried about his future, because the path to the throne is still open and dangerous. He evades the question with a mysterious smile, hiding his true, far-reaching plans. The old Marquis looks at the young man with paternal pride, amazed at how much he has grown. The prince bitterly admits that for his mother he is only a disrespectful son, and not a protector. He brushes off his dark thoughts with a slight grin, ready to act here and now. The prince reveals that he knows about the Marquise's secret investigation into his mother's killer. Marquis Falgris offers the young man his unconditional help, ready to become his faithful ally. In a wise move, the prince refuses to offer open support, so as not to plunge the kingdom into chaos. The old man insists, because his oath to the late queen will become an empty sound if he remains on the sidelines. With unshakable confidence, the young man promises to turn the barren lands into a flourishing region. He gives the Marquis his first assignment, asking him to properly stir up the rotten aristocracy. With cold determination in his eyes, the prince promises that after this, he will drive the last nail into the coffin. The journey is short, and the carriage soon arrives in the lands of Haines, beginning a new chapter. He looks tenderly at his companion, who, because of her eternal drowsiness, can be called a sleeping beauty. He understands that her sleepiness is a weakness caused by the need to maintain her tiny size. He asks about his reward with a sly smile, receiving in response the honor of being her comfortable pillow. She falls asleep blissfully on his lap, feeling completely safe next to him. The coachman announces his imminent arrival, and the tension in the carriage builds before the meeting with the unknown. Their humble caravan arrives in the vast and lifeless lands of the Haines, highlighting their loneliness. They are faced with the harsh reality that this is a wasteland without resources, teeming with monsters. The map reveals hidden potential, as a good location can turn a wasteland into a trading hub. From the carriage window one can see only the cursed land, dying from eternal drought and the contempt of people. He recalls that just 10 years ago these lands were normal, but the reason for their decline is unknown. Magical analysis confirms the worst fears, indicating a fading of energy and a possible curse. He looks at the system's vague clues with irritation, ready to solve this riddle at any cost. When she wakes up, she is surprised to learn that the reason for the withering of the lands was an ancient curse. She explains with the air of an expert that even the most stupid curse can grow to incredible proportions. He suggests with a slight grin that one of the residents who touched dark magic is to blame for everything. He does not hesitate to use his power to cleanse the earth of ignorance and darkness. Even with the power to cleanse, he knows the battle against the ingrained evil will not be easy. Looking out the window at the bleak landscape, he realizes the difficulty of dispelling the curse that has lasted for so long. He is overcome with despondency at the thought that much of these lands are permeated with such darkness. He reflects with bitterness on the fact that the world has hardly changed, and evil continues to exist. Their path is suddenly interrupted by a menacing shout, because they have finally reached the borders of the Haines lands. At the gate they are met by stern guards who demand to see their documents, not knowing who is in front of them. He looks around the rundown fortress with disappointment, realizing what a mess he has to clean up. Even the very presence of guards in this god-forsaken place already seems like a small piece of luck to him. He realizes that only this flimsy outpost separates the kingdom from being completely engulfed by monsters. The young man calmly interrupts the guard's bustle, not wanting formalities before assuming his rights. The prince strides resolutely towards the guards, calling for unity in the face of a common threat. The sudden realization of his identity causes the guards to change their hostility to an obsequious greeting. The late warriors kneel, their apologies filled with fear and respect for their new master. Taking his first step on the dusty ground, he asks a question that already contains an answer and a suspicion. His piercing gaze pierces the guard as he easily guesses the reason for their lateness. A young man decides to put global problems aside for the sake of an immediate solution to the goblin threat. The captain of the vigilantes, broken by the burden of responsibility, haltingly justifies himself to his new master. He is horrified by his failure, as the system's analysis mercilessly reveals his extreme fatigue and shock. The prince commends the captain for his insight in learning to manage the lands despite being illiterate. The young man's words of encouragement take the weary warrior by surprise, instilling in him a timid spark of hope. A young man shocks the exhausted warriors by elevating their ragtag unit to the status of a royal guard. The captain panics and tries to object, because his humble origins do not allow him to accept such an honor. The prince harshly cuts off his doubts, making it clear that for him only abilities are important, not blood. He promises them high positions if they prove their worth, for he has the power to grant them a new destiny. With a confident smile, the young man proclaims his main principle, where everyone gets what they deserve. Already in his chambers, he switches to the next problem, remembering the tracks he noticed along the way. He interrogates the captain with icy calm, not believing that the goblins were able to break through the citadel's defenses. The young man interrupts the confused excuses, demanding an immediate and clear account of the damages incurred. Looking at the devastated city, he realizes how critical the situation is, because the residents have been kidnapped and their houses have been burned. He gets down to business, assessing food supplies, since the survival of the remaining people is now a priority. The news of a bad harvest year adds another problem, forcing him to think deeply about the future. His companion makes a quick calculation, and the harsh truth about the lack of funds leaves him stumped for a long time. Charmed by her intelligence and abilities, he jokingly invites her to become his personal secretary. She immediately refuses the offer, because nothing can be more important than her precious sleep. Having resigned himself to her love of sleep, he decisively throws a bag of money on the table and gets down to business. He stuns everyone with his wealth, ordering not only to purchase supplies, but also to provide the captain with reliable protection. His subjects are stunned by such generosity, unable to believe that he would part with his entire fortune so easily. He reassures them with a grin, secretly proud of his role as a noble robber who took money from the dark guilds. His companion sleepily notes the dubiousness of his methods, but he only impatiently interrupts her, wanting silence. The loyal chamberlain volunteers to personally oversee the purchases, emphasizing the importance of the mission and his loyalty. The experienced servant accepts the order with gratitude, promising to prepare everything with maximum efficiency in 3 days. Having resolved the financial issues, the prince decisively gets down to business, because time is running out to save people. He gives the order to gather all forces to defend the lands, catching the newly minted captain off guard with his speed. Standing before the people, he instills in them hope and a sense of urgency, for delay is like death. Davy, with a confident smile, formally introduces himself as the new lord, assuming full power. He sees before him a crowd torn apart by fear and courage, and he understands how difficult it will be to unite them. He makes a merciless vow to exterminate all invaders who dare to set foot on his land. Panic grows in the crowd, as the wounded residents consider his call to battle to be certain suicide. He listens to their fears with understanding, acknowledging that they are risking the last group of defenders. With a confident smile, he acknowledges the risks, but gives them hope by talking about the only chance of winning. His announcement of his personal participation in the battle shocks the crowd, but their faces are full of disbelief. He reads doubt in their eyes, seeing that they consider him only an inexperienced and arrogant youth. He rejects his title as a prince, proclaiming himself their lord and family, whether they like it or not. With unwavering determination, he vows that he will not allow any of them to die under his protection. He calls on them to believe not in him, but in the divine mark, the indisputable sign of his power and destiny. As a final argument, he offers them to follow him, even if they consider him a bloodthirsty tyrant. He puts his life above all else, and therefore orders them not to even think about death without his permission. In the eerie silence of the demon forest, his companion watches his fiery speech with irony. She looks skeptically at the exhausted soldiers, doubting the success of this suicidal adventure. The young man only grins self-confidently, hinting that the enemy's numerical superiority does not matter to him. He decisively interrupts her doubts, asserting that even such a small number of warriors will be quite sufficient. With anticipation in his voice, he declares that he will deal with the rest of the enemies personally, which causes delight in his companion. Reaching the edge of the forest, the captain points out the enemy's lair, and the tension reaches its peak. Their eyes are met with a terrifying picture of goblins feasting around a fire in a village they have captured. The prince notices a disturbing detail. For some reason, the warring orcs and goblins are acting together. The captain confirms his worst fears, reporting that the abandoned settlement has become a gathering place for monsters. The young archer clenches his fists in impotent rage, ready to rush into battle at any second. The prince stops him with an imperious gesture, asking with icy calm about his annoyance. He looks straight into the soul, igniting the warriors' thirst for blood and testing their resolve. His call for revenge for his fallen comrades finds a furious response in the hearts of desperate soldiers. The warriors are amazed by his genuine rage, because he is ready to fight for them as if they were his own family. With a satisfied smile, he pulls back the bowstring, realizing that he has chosen for himself the ideal lands, full of challenges. A sudden shot interrupts the goblins' feast, and one of them falls dead before he knows what's going on. He reiterates his oath with icy calm as his men watch in horror at his daring attack. Despair grips the soldiers, as they are certain that their new lord has just made a fatal mistake. His shot was no accident, but a display of divine skill that left everyone in shock. The soldiers prepare in terror for guerrilla warfare, but their lord rejects standard methods, considering them a waste of energy. He treats their fear with disdain, because for him, risk is just an integral part of the battle. He ceremoniously announces his first order as the new lord, and his men stand in anticipation. He releases a stream of divine energy, enveloping each warrior in powerful strengthening spells. He decides with a slight grin not to hold back, since his people are still unable to comprehend the scale of his power. The warriors are amazed to feel a surge of incredible strength, receiving divine protection and clarity of mind. A shining, winged unicorn appears in the sky, the embodiment of holy magic on a level never seen before. He looks with satisfaction at the miracle that has been created, realizing that such power is inaccessible to mere mortals. This display of power surpasses even the capabilities of the elite holy knights, being only accessible to the highest hierarchs. Having received a divine blessing, he finally gives them permission to unleash all their pent-up rage on the enemy. He admits with a mysterious smile that he has long dreamed of such a moment, enjoying his new role as a leader. Inspired by their newfound strength, the warriors rush into the attack with a furious cry, no longer feeling fear. Their eyes burn with the thirst for revenge that they have held back for so long, and now every blow carries all their pain. The bestial grins on their faces betray a primal thrill of battle, blurring the line between defenders and predators. Jubilation overwhelms them, turning the squad into a single unstoppable stream, sweeping away everything in its path. He looks at his sword in amazement, not believing that he is able to defeat with such ease an enemy who yesterday seemed invincible. He watches with satisfaction as the battle turns into a one-sided massacre, fully vindicating his daring plan. The first wound sobers them up, and the prince coldly reminds them that even divine power does not make them invulnerable. He reminds them with icy calm of his order not to die, causing them to come to their senses from their euphoria. His veiled threat causes them to gather themselves, and they rush into battle with renewed fury so as not to disappoint their master. He watches with cold satisfaction as his warriors, driven into a berserker frenzy, turn the goblins into pitiful victims. The battlefield echoes with cries of victory as his squad celebrates their swift and crushing victory. From the rooftop, he interrupts their jubilation with indifference, his calm tone hinting that this was only the beginning. He barely hides his smug grin as his men rave about him as a holy savior. His strange question about his own condition only emphasizes his inhuman nature, inaccessible to their understanding. With an abrupt change of tone, he gives the order to find the prisoners, not giving his men a second to rest. He realizes that his carrot-and-stick approach to instill fear and awe has worked perfectly. The plan goes awry when he realizes that their gratitude has turned into blind fanaticism. The next day, his warriors turn into mad fanatics, ready to bear God's punishment at his command. Despite the general euphoria, doubt remains in the ranks, as his next plan seems pure suicide. Experienced warriors discuss the young lord with concern, fearing that his overconfidence will lead to senseless sacrifices. His friend notices with surprise that Jimmy is behaving strangely, breaking the usual order. The sudden appearance of the Lord takes Jimmy by surprise. His imperious appearance does not bode well. He roughly urges on the wounded, and they cannot believe his ruthlessness and complete lack of compassion. He is greeted as a hero and a saint, without suspecting the price at which this incredible victory was achieved. His new acquaintance notes with irony that the rescued residents look as if their minds were subordinated to someone else's will. His companion sarcastically compares his blessing to drugs, but he abruptly cuts her off, not wanting to hear the truth. He is alarmed to realize that he is creating a real cult around himself, but his thoughts are already occupied with new conquests. He announces the start of regular purges, presenting it as a necessary measure to protect their lands. He disperses the enthusiastic crowd, doubtfully hoping that with time this madness will die down on its own. He justifies the strange behavior of his people with a slight smile, calling them simply peculiar. He admits with a satisfied smile that his plan worked even faster than he expected. Rumors of his exploits spread faster than the wind, turning him into a living legend. Now his every step is accompanied by cries of delight, because in the eyes of the common people he has become a true saint. His followers behave like fanatical priests, and this worship begins to get out of control. For the first time since waking up, he regrets what he did, realizing that he created something monstrous. Despite his inner torment, he achieved his goal, winning the boundless trust of the residents. He recalls the lessons of his mentor, King Astria, trying to find an answer in the wisdom of the past. A stern commandment comes to mind that a true ruler leads people and does not rule cattle. Over a cup of tea, he admits that although he had not delved into politics, the old king's wisdom now seems prophetic to him. His demonic companion arrives to report, ready to deliver a harsh verdict on the state of his lands. He listens to her disappointing conclusion with sadness, because he himself understands how deplorable everything is. She delivers a merciless verdict, predicting decades of hard work to restore the cursed territory. He asks doubtfully if she is judging by herself, but she coldly relies only on bare facts. She offers him her personal, unbiased opinion with a sly smile, enjoying the moment. He readily agrees to listen, showing that her sharp mind is more important to him than empty flattery. She begins a ruthless analysis of the problems, from the lack of trade to the complete decline of agriculture. She emphasizes that the gold she received is only a temporary measure, and that the real problem lies in the lack of capital. He thoughtfully realizes that his lands are absolutely unprofitable, and the strength of his companion is ridiculously weak. She enthusiastically turns everything on its head, declaring that she already has a couple of ideas for solving their financial problems. She offers the worst possible option, survival through hunting, relying on desperate youth. The second way, growing special products, seems almost impossible on this dead land. The last method, foreign trade, looks like a desperate attempt to exchange the priceless for crumbs. She doubts their capabilities, but he cryptically hints that their trading partners will not necessarily be human. He decides to check everything personally, not trusting other people's words, and preferring to see the truth with his own eyes. With firm determination, he understands that it is precisely with personal reconnaissance, that his path must begin. He looks at the wasteland with bitter irony, because his dream of becoming a landowner turned into a nightmare. His lonely figure wanders through the desert, as the search for the source of the curse seems almost hopeless. He feels annoyed at his weakness, because he does not have enough strength to heal the land. Casting aside fantasies about powerful artifacts, he finds a brilliantly simple and brazen solution to his problem. He ponders a plan to deceive the overconfident swordswoman in order to obtain her powerful artifact. His companion warns him against such treachery, but he rejects this path with a grin, having something better in reserve. Having made his choice, he resolutely steps forward, because now he has no other choice. He hints with an intriguing smile at the capricious ally he is finally about to use. He awakens something ancient and irritating, powerfully granting this creature the freedom it longed for. An unknown magic, similar to a digital code, begins to rewrite the very essence of the curse, reversing it. Even his demonic companion is shocked, because this force comes from another continent and does not obey known laws. He explains the essence of this magic, where curses are not spells, but complex programs written in the language of mana. This power surpasses ordinary dark magic, requiring neither sacrifices nor long rituals to work. He looks to the future with confidence, because his unique ability can not only remove the curse, but also find the culprit. He confidently dives into the digital stream, his unique power fully ready for work. His companion looks at the code with doubt, not understanding how it could be connected to the curse. He is shocked to realize that the true nature of this magic is completely different from what he assumed. The discovery is astonishing, because it is not a curse, but a complex system, similar to an automatic greenhouse. The desert lands of Haines look unnatural, their boundaries outlined with frightening precision. Its power reveals 7 sources of the curse, cleverly placed along the entire border. She admires his talent for intrigue, because he confirms her suspicions about the man-made nature of the drought. It dawns on her that the curse is deliberately causing drought, slowly killing the land. Despite the breakthrough, he realizes that he has only deciphered one effect of this complex mechanism. It reveals the sinister nature of the curse, which does not destroy, but preserves decline, condemning the lands to eternal stagnation. He bitterly admits that the unknown enemy has brilliantly accomplished its task, turning the lands into ruins. A brilliant idea strikes him. If the curse is a program, then he will be able to rewrite it. His imagination paints him incredible pictures, turning a dead desert into a thriving tourist paradise. Suddenly, majestic ruins appear before them, hidden in the very heart of the cursed lands. He is amazed by the antiquity of the building, realizing that he has found the legacy of a long-gone pre-war era. An ominous silence weighs on them, because such a place cannot be completely defenseless. His careless words awaken the ancient guardian, and now they face an unplanned battle. His companion is surprised to recognize the guard as a rare metal golem with a devil's stone in its core. Despite her warnings, he meets the threat with unwavering confidence, ready to fight. Suddenly, she catches a strange smell, foreshadowing the appearance of a new, unknown threat. The golem opens fire without warning, but its attack only provokes the hero. He dodges with ease, landing on the giant's shoulder, turning the deadly danger into his playground. Hiding his face behind a mask, he unleashes his true power, preparing to strike back. With one sharp movement, he tears the golem's precious core, the source of its life, from its body. He falls into wild delight, because this crystal is not just a trophy for him, but a guarantee of future wealth. Meanwhile, a lazy calm reigns in the city. But there is anxiety in the air for the departed lord. One of the residents dismisses all doubts with complete confidence, because the recent miracle has strengthened his faith in the new ruler. The other one still can't believe his luck, because no one expected such competence from the new aristocrat. The people, exhausted by the greed of the aristocracy, no longer expected help from idle nobles, having lost all hope. The only sop from the kingdom was a reduction in taxes, a pitiful measure for lands abandoned to their fate. The appearance of an inexperienced youth who called himself their new lord caused nothing but mistrust. The locals, taught by bitter experience, saw in him only an exile, ready to vent his anger on them. They were overcome with anxiety, but they were too exhausted and powerless to do anything. Against the backdrop of constant goblin raids that made their lives hell, the figure of the new lord seemed insignificant. One night, their worst fears were realized when goblins broke into the citadel, sowing death and carrying off prisoners. The warriors were powerless, and at the moment when the last hope faded, their situation became desperate. And then he appeared, the first prince of the kingdom, with a mysterious smile that did not bode well. Everyone expected anger and reprisals from him, and the most desperate were ready to challenge him, risking their own lives. However, Prince Davy, contrary to expectations, calmly assessed the situation and gave them a chance for revenge. He performed a real miracle, returning the kidnapped inhabitants, their adopted family, from the clutches of certain death. His words and strength became their salvation, giving hope to desperate souls. The hero himself simply brushed off the honors, not wanting to take on the role of a saint. They elevated him to the level of a deity, because in a few days he had done more for them than anyone else. His miracle was so real that faith in it eclipsed faith in their own patron god. One of the young men expresses gratitude for the deliverance from the goblins, but his joy is clouded by a deeper concern. He looks to the future with doubt, because the victory over the monsters did not solve the main problem of the cursed lands. Even the majestic citadel could not hide the decline, as years of drought slowly killed everything around it. The curse spread inexorably, drying up even those corners where rain had once occasionally fallen. Countless sages and magicians have come here in search of a solution, but they all left empty-handed. Their verdict was harsh and final. The people here were powerless, and the earth was doomed to a slow death. Even recognizing the Lord's power, the inhabitants resigned themselves to the wrath of the heavens, losing faith in salvation from the drought. Amidst the general decline, a lone sprout emerges, a fragile symbol of hope on the verge of total extinction. A source of incredible power opens up before your eyes. A pure magic crystal, a clod of natural mana. The value of the find is astounding, as the small crystal easily outweighs mountains of gold. His companion teases the hero with irony, because his concept of a difficult battle seems ridiculous to her. He floats in euphoria, realizing that the treasures found are only a small part of what the ancient ruins hide. The calculations are breathtaking, because the value of the found stones is estimated at hundreds of platinum coins. She tries to cool his ardor with wise advice, but the young man, blinded by greed, does not want to listen to warnings. He approaches the giant crystal, the main treasure of this forgotten place, in awe. Admiration turns to horror, as the beautiful crystal turns out to be the sinister core of the entire curse. He is alarmed to realize that this discovery could plunge the world into the chaos of bloody wars. The energy of the crystal stuns them, confirming its incredible, almost divine purity. His mind is excited by the thought of unlimited power, because with such strength even the magic of the gods will submit to him. Touching the core, he stumbles upon an incredibly complex digital code that protects its essence. It dawns on him that such a complex defense was created for a reason, because these lands hide something special. He takes up the challenge, determined to find a vulnerability in the code and rewrite the curse's cruel program. In the stream of digital symbols, he finally catches the pattern he was looking for, the key to breaking the curse. It starts the editing process, releasing a colossal flow of energy that changes reality itself. In a blinding flash of light, the curse recedes, and he realizes with delight that he has succeeded. She asks curiously about the changes he has made, but he remains mysteriously silent about the details of his plan. He explains his actions because, in order to overcome the long-term drought, he initially returned only a small portion of the water to the land. The sudden appearance of moisture on the dried-out walls takes the residents by surprise, becoming the first harbinger of a miracle. A long-awaited downpour hits the city, and people, forgetting about everything, greet the saving moisture with delight. Meanwhile, a storm is brewing in the capital, as the wily Marquise Feltris weaves intrigues, worsening the already alarming situation. His actions cause divisions in the ranks of the aristocracy, and now civil war seems only a matter of time. Cornered by irrefutable evidence, the Marquis refuses to back down, preparing for an open and brutal confrontation. The situation is heating up to the limit, because the oppressed nobles, who have been waiting for their moment for a long time, are ready for decisive action. The question of the Queen comes up at the Secret Council, but her role in the coming coup remains vague and uncertain. The courtiers speak disdainfully of Prince Davy, considering him an inexperienced boy incapable of controlling his power. They perceive his stigmata, located in a dangerous place, not as a gift, but as an ugly defect, the mark of an outcast. One of the nobles boastfully declares his support for the holy state, confident that the defective prince will not be recognized. The wily Marquise considers the Queen short-sighted, because her attention is focused on a useless youth, and not on her real enemies. The gossip immediately disavows his words, cowardly hiding behind the opinion of the crowd in order to avoid responsibility. He is abruptly interrupted by a more influential nobleman, who angrily accuses him of sowing discord and division among the allies. Duke Barrietta declares with cold determination that battle with the Marquise is inevitable, and it is their duty to engage in it. He also sets out to recover the stolen information, preparing for the worst-case scenario. There is steel in his words, because if their plan fails, the kingdom will face a bloody civil war. The Duke gives an order to Marquis Raltis, setting in motion the flywheel of secret preparations for the coming coup d'etat. He demands absolute secrecy, because any leak of information would doom their risky plan to failure. Meanwhile, the conspirators do not even suspect how frivolously and dangerously they underestimate the young prince. The experienced chancellor senses a catch. His many years of intuition screams about the danger emanating from the young prince. He sees in him not just a simple young man, but a hidden power, something greater that is not yet accessible to the naked eye. The chancellor is sure that the prince is just biding his time, and as soon as he gains influence, he will certainly show his fangs. The Duke presumptuously sends the young man to the cursed lands, considering this place the perfect trap for him. Everyone is sure of his failure, because this lost land has become a grave for the hopes of even the most powerful prophets. They send him into a lifeless wasteland, not even realizing that he is going there not for defeat, but for victory. A resident who returned to his native land is frozen in shock, because the long-awaited rain has fallen on the cursed land. His companion recalls their difficult journey with relief, because getting to the source of the curse was incredibly difficult. With the help of a magical artifact, he is already making plans for the future, calculating when the earth will be able to bear fruit again. The young man easily uses the Devil's Stone, receiving all the necessary information about the current situation in the world. He creates a system of total control, capable of manipulating the weather and monitoring every corner of his lands. She acknowledges his genius with admiration, because it is not the stone, but the creator of this system himself who is the real anomaly. He casually hides a fortune in his bag, because for him these stones are just tools, not treasures. Having achieved his goal, the young man allows himself to relax, giving the exhausted land time to heal on its own. A week later, the first bird appears in the sky, marking the rebirth of life in the dead lands. Rumors of a miracle attract crowds of people whose gazes are full of fanatical adoration for their new savior. The young man coldly evaluates his flock, seeing in them not just saved people, but a new resource. The grateful residents are ready to do anything for him, but he just waves them off, suggesting that they first quench their thirst. He encourages people to get used to miracles, preparing them for the new era he is about to build. With the air of a true leader, he announces the start of work, and his simple task promises great achievements. He sets a grand task before the people, because they will have to cultivate vast territories already plowed by the knights. He offers unheard-of conditions, promising generous pay for 3 days' work, which shocks the headman. His promise of fair and timely payment ignites hope and loyalty in the hearts of people. The headman, full of skepticism, tries to reason with the young man, because such a volume of work in 3 days seems like an impossible task. The young man reminds them with unshakable confidence that they have the most important thing: fertile soil, waiting for its time. A split is brewing in the crowd. While some mock his self-confidence, others are ready to blindly believe in a miracle. The elder recalls his past exploits, But even faith in his strength cannot overcome doubts about this crazy plan. In response to doubts, he envelops people in divine light, greatly enhancing their physical capabilities. The headman freezes in mute amazement, because before his eyes a real divine intervention is taking place. He smiles and proclaims the beginning of a new era, where even simple work turns into a great achievement. He dreams of more, viewing the sacred sword as merely a source of energy for his global plans. The shocked elder tries to understand his plan, because such miracles require a truly great purpose. The young man, with a mysterious smile, reveals his economic strategy, based on two simple principles. He is betting on a unique product that can combine mass production with exclusive rarity. His faithful companion watches his train of thought with interest, anticipating the next brilliant move. He triumphantly announces his decision, intending to plant all these vast lands with the legendary moongrass. His choice seems crazy, because this capricious plant is considered impossible to grow in local conditions. However, in the West, this herb is worth its weight in gold, being an indispensable ingredient for magicians and alchemists. He plans to take over the market because a monopoly on moongrass promises untold wealth and unlimited influence. The headman again expresses his doubts, but the young man only smiles indulgently, because the climate is not an obstacle for him. He casually announces that he simply changed the climate, creating the tropics, which sends the headman into a state of shock. Having created ideal conditions, the young man sets a new goal, because now he needs allies from the forest people. As if in response to his words, a beautiful elf appears in a distant forest, surrounded by the magic of nature. Her house, hidden from prying eyes, breathes harmony, welcoming uninvited but long-awaited guests. The head of the elves, Uria, already knows about the visit, because the spirits of the forest told her in advance about the arrival of an important guest. Suddenly, her mentor Mattis appears. Her visit disturbs the solitude, but carries fateful news. Yuri greets his teacher with genuine joy. Their warm relationship speaks of a deep connection. They sit down to drink tea, preparing for a conversation that will undoubtedly change the way they live their lives. Mattis begins her story with anxiety, because a prophetic dream forced her to set off on this long and hasty journey. The young elf listens to her with excitement, realizing that this dream carries something incredibly important. The mentor anxiously tells of a prophetic dream that foretells a terrible curse on this forest. The young elf, with a mysterious smile, recalls her teacher's old lesson about the laws of nature. Mattis desperately tries to reach out to her, reminding her of the inviolability of the natural laws that spirits obey. She declares this forest to be wrong, and begs her student to leave this doomed place. Her words convey a longing for the great tree, their true homeland, where they will be safe. Yuria bitterly rejects her offer, because she already considers herself a stranger to her people. She asks her mentor to save the others, taking upon herself the full weight of the coming curse. Mattis screams in horror, because staying here for her favorite student means certain death. But Yuri accepts his fate with fatal calm, seeing it as just another law of nature. She leaves a ray of hope, because there is always a chance that a savior will appear and change what was destined. A light breeze brings with it a premonition of a fateful meeting, filling the air with anticipation. The teacher tries to hide her concerns over a cup of tea, but her student's eccentricity makes her wary. The young elf proudly reveals her secret recipe, which causes a real shock in the teacher. Mattis looks at her student in horror, her heart clenching with love and fear for her recklessness. Yuria reminds him with a sad smile why she will always be considered an outcast among her people. She easily accepts her reputation as a madwoman, finding solace in the very nature that rejected her. Meanwhile, the hero enters the cursed forest, and is struck by the dead silence and the power hidden in it. His companion cannot believe her eyes, because they have found here a legendary race that was thought to be extinct. The ancient scrolls confirm that the elves have long since disappeared from the world, becoming a myth after a great catastrophe. He admits with a grin that this is not luck, but cold calculation, because he noticed the elven spirits of spies a long time ago. His logic is simple, because the inextricable connection between spirits and elves is the key to finding them. Despite his companion's fears, he moves forward decisively, because the end justifies any means. They both share a dislike for the arrogant elves, whose reputation for boredom precedes them. The image of Apollo, the shameful elf who discouraged any desire to get closer to his race, comes to her mind. A magical forest opens up before them, full of shining deer, as if straight out of a fairy tale. The spirits of the forest themselves are drawn to him, enchanting the local animals, which proves his spiritual closeness to nature. He feels a greater kinship with these magical creatures than with the elves themselves, because their souls speak the same language. He recalls the fiery trials he had to go through to earn the recognition of the higher races. His mentor was the spirit queen Yuriana herself, a legendary heroine, which speaks of his exceptional potential. His companion notes with slight envy his innate gift, because animals are drawn to him even without any contracts. His companion is shocked by his double strength, as his demonic energy is remarkably similar to the mana of spirits. They find themselves at a dead end, as finding the legendary moongrass in this vast forest seems like an impossible task. The solution comes on its own when a tiny dragon spirit gives him a branch of the treasured plant as a sign of trust. She can't believe her eyes, but he confirms with a confident grin that this is their goal. What appears before their eyes is an incredible sight: the secret garden of the moon goddess, completely covered with shining flowers. He looks at his little guide with gratitude, amazed by the beauty and scale of this place. His companion is delighted, because this amount of grass is more than enough to carry out their grandiose plan. The secret of his power lies in a unique combination of mana, sacred, and spiritual energy. His level is determined not by strength, but by his innate affinity with the spirits, which allows him to soar in harmony with nature. He confidently declares his power, because now he has the power to summon almost any spirit. He shows off his power with a mysterious smile, his mana glowing as he prepares her for the impossible. He looks with awe at the garden of the moon goddess, realizing that the very name of this place speaks of its sacred connection with the spirits. He knows that these flowers contain the power of spirits, and to take them without permission means to incur the wrath of this place. He asks her with complete confidence to just watch, because he is not going to take her by force, but to ask for permission. He rises into the air, enveloped in energy, and begins to speak in the language of the spirits, calling to them directly. The elements of water, earth, fire, and wind respond to his call, because he speaks their language perfectly. His companion looks at him with disbelief, because his ability to speak with spirits seems like something beyond the realm of possibility. The spirits give their blessing, and his companion delightedly urges him to gather flowers before the elves arrive. She teases him for being a coward, but he grins and says that being ready to fight doesn't mean you like trouble. The elven teacher is amazed to realize that the stranger entered the garden without rituals, having gained the trust of the spirits with just one word. The teacher watches in amazement at the daring youth, the man who dared to enter their sacred lands. Yuria realizes with a sly smile that a stranger has invaded their closed world in search of legendary flowers. Her heart flutters with excitement, because she has witnessed something incredible and forbidden. She tries to find the words to describe this breathtaking spectacle to her teacher. The young elf notices the anxiety on her mentor's face, not yet knowing that she herself is the cause of it. Mattis looks at the cup in horror, her aversion to tea giving her away. Yuria lovingly tells about her terrifying recipe, putting all her care and grasshopper wings into it. The teacher, with pain in her voice, admits that the very thought of such a treat makes her stomach ache. The young healer immediately offers a solution, her new diet, which only makes her mentor feel worse. Mattis desperately begs her to stop, because such care is worse than any poison for her. The mentor is perplexed, because the awakening of an ancient creature seems more likely to her than the invasion of a person into their garden. She realizes with alarm that her student is not joking, and that the situation is much more serious than she could have imagined. Belief in the existence of mythical dragons turns out to be stronger than the assumption that a person can talk to spirits. She tries to convince herself with a nervous smile that even special people are not capable of such a thing, but doubts have already crept into her soul. Yuria announces her imminent departure from the village, shocking her mentor and leaving her with a silent question. With a beaming smile, the young elf declares that she has found a way to save their village, and that way is that very man. Meanwhile, inspired by the grace of their lord, the workers complete 3 days' work in a few hours. The hero admits with a sly grin that their diligence is just part of his long-term strategy to grow moongrass. As soon as the planting begins, a rumor spreads throughout the entire territory, causing curiosity and mistrust among people. People whisper in doubt, not knowing what exactly he is planting and whether this risky plan will be crowned with success. He lays out his daring plan with unperturbed calm, knowing that he can circumvent the laws of nature, which leaves his assistant dumbfounded. The practical assistant is in despair, because they have no chance of growing such a capricious and rare plant. The first signs of failure are already evident, but his icy calm and one word make you freeze in anticipation. He predicts rain with ease, as if the sky itself obeys his will, leaving his assistant completely bewildered. The scorching sun threatens to destroy all their work, but its composure only emphasizes the panic of those around them. He holds the key to success, a mysterious artifact, leaving everyone in the dark about his true intentions. In the luxurious halls of high society, they are already whispering loudly, passing incredible rumors from mouth to mouth. The incredible news of a miraculous harvest in the remote lands of Haines spreads like wildfire. The arrogant nobility laughs at the crazy experiment until they learn that the lord of these lands himself is behind it. The mention of the cursed lands of Haines awakens a dangerous interest and dark memories in the mysterious stranger. The young magician grinningly informs the magicians from the tower that their information is out of date, because it now rains on the cursed land. The haughty aristocrat dismisses the rumors with cold disdain, because even rain will not bring life back to the dead wasteland. All of high society whispers behind his back, attributing the exiled prince's successes to pure madness from grief. A young apprentice anxiously reports to his mentor the incredible rumors surrounding the first prince. Sage Helson interrupts him with an imperious gesture, making it clear that his spy network works much faster. The intrigued master decides that this is an excellent reason to send his ward on a dangerous journey to the east. Julius Janro is left frozen in shock when his mentor suddenly orders him to prepare for immediate departure. In an instant, the barren land, contrary to all laws, turned into an endless blooming field. The hero looks over his possessions with pride, because his risky plan brought an incredible harvest. His assistant is at a loss, because she has to select 10,000 perfect sheets of paper from a huge batch from the warehouse. He calmly voices staggering figures, because their harvest is worth a fortune, capable of changing the balance of power. A golden shower is about to fall on him, because his risky adventure promises to bring fabulous, almost unimaginable profits. This is not just money, this is an entire era, because such a sum can provide a comfortable life for thousands of ordinary people. He looks to the future with anticipation, because this success is only the first step in his much more daring and dangerous plan. His brilliant calculation worked, because while the whole world considered him a madman, he calmly prepared his triumph. He knows that the enemy will not fall for the same trick twice, and this first victory is only preparation for the real war. Everything is ready, and in this silence before the storm there is tension, because the world does not yet know what awaits it. With a predatory grin, he is ready to shake up the entire continent, enjoying the sweet smell of impending chaos and big money. He deliberately creates a shortage, because limited supplies will turn his product into a real treasure that people will fight over. The emergence of a new source of priceless raw materials for magic and alchemy will inevitably cause a stir among the powers that be. Along with the news of the deliveries, another, much more alarming rumor spreads, skillfully launched by the hero himself. News of his supposed illness spreads instantly, creating ideal ground for further manipulation. He rests peacefully while his faithful companion warns him of the invisible danger that big money brings. The simple law of the market is inexorable. The more goods there are, the lower their price, and he understands this perfectly well. He knows that a thoughtless flood of the market will turn his treasure into a useless weed, devaluing all his labors. With a sly grin, he confirms that his goal is not charity, but his own gain and power. The first and most impatient customers are already at the gate, and he is ready to meet them, because everything is going according to plan. His estate has become a center of pilgrimage, where crowds of eager buyers are ready to do anything for the coveted goods. He continues his performance with the disease, making customers languish in anticipation and fueling their excitement. Finally, he is ready to negotiate, gathering the most influential players around the table to dictate his terms. His faithful assistant is in despair, because their strength is catastrophically insufficient to cope with the influx of people. The carefully planned event is falling apart at the seams, threatening to turn into a complete failure due to a lack of resources and personnel. He gives a ruthless order, preferring to be tough now rather than deal with the consequences of serious problems later. He thinks through everything down to the last detail, preparing not only tough measures, but also clever traps for uninvited guests. The city is suffocating from the influx of visitors, and even the hastily renovated buildings cannot accommodate everyone who wants to come. One of the guests comes up with a brilliant idea on how to turn the housing shortage into another source of fabulous profits. With a charming smile, he announces the start of negotiations, now that all the pieces are in place on the board. His loyal captain is greeted as a hero, because under his leadership, simple warriors have turned into a real guard. He gently declines the offer to celebrate, realizing that his people need rest before the trials ahead. Exhausted to the limit, the captain falls onto the bed, exhausted, because the success of their lord has fallen on his shoulders as an unbearable burden. The captain is crushed by the endless stream of duties imposed on him by the ruthless but brilliant lord. He reaches the point of complete despair, begging for death, just to end this endless waking nightmare. A sudden visitor disturbs his miserable solitude, causing only bewilderment and tired irritation. He has to quickly tidy himself up, burning with shame in front of the mysterious and obviously important guest. The stranger turns out to be an influential magician from the Green Tower, and his smug appearance does not bode well. A tense game of politeness begins, where every word hides the true and dangerous purpose of the visit. Hollis starts from afar, testing the waters and trying to find weaknesses in the defense of the impregnable lord. The captain skillfully parries flattery, realizing that behind the sweet speeches lies a cold and selfish calculation. Tired of empty words, he goes on the offensive, forcing the magician to finally reveal his true intentions. All the magician's self-confidence evaporates, and he desperately begs for a meeting, realizing that he has been driven into a corner. The captain coldly lies about the Lord's illness, enjoying the false sympathy of the influential magician. He continues the performance, putting the imaginary health of the master above any business, and Hallis is forced to play along with him. Realizing that persuasion is useless, the magician moves on to his main trump card, taking out a bag that can buy any conscience. The glittering jewels become a silent offer, and the captain freezes, amazed by the impudence and scale of the bribe. He feigns righteous anger, loudly refusing the bribe, while Hallis smiles and calls it a modest gift. The captain can hardly contain his disgust as he listens to false compliments about his honor from a man trying to buy him. The temptation lies right on the table, and in this silence not only its fate is decided, but also the success of the entire plan. A sudden revelation strikes him, because everything, from flattery to bribery, was precisely predicted by his genius lord. Meanwhile, the hero calmly explains the essence of his plan, because his enemies are not individuals, but powerful organizations. With cold calculation, he throws his loyal captain to the mercy of his enemies, turning him into the main bait for his enemies. He coolly introduces the captain to his plan, preparing him for the dirty games in which he is assigned the main role. The order to take bribes from everyone shocks the captain to the depths of his soul, because his master is ready to do anything for his goal. The young man hands him the main trump card, a bait that none of their greedy enemies can resist. This is not just a potion, it is a real treasure, capable of exploding the market and making its owner rich. The goal is not a sale, but a clever deception, so that rumors about a wonderful product spread, driving buyers crazy. Their true plan is to drive the price sky high, leaving the rich to languish in anticipation and lose their last shreds of sanity. The magician, as if enchanted, looks at the potion, and his eyes reflect the greed that the hero wanted to see. The captain casually displays the goods, knowing that this gesture will ignite an unquenchable flame of desire in the magician's soul. Hallis is absolutely delighted, because the quality of this product exceeds all his wildest expectations. He is trembling with the knowledge that this product is capable of turning the entire market upside down, and he must get it at any cost. Hallis finally loses his head, realizing that for the sake of this treasure he is ready to resort to any, even the dirtiest methods. The captain delivers a crushing blow by announcing that anything that doesn't meet their highest standards is simply thrown out. He finishes off the stunned magician with numbers, revealing the incredible scale of their production, which makes him go dark before his eyes. A terrifying thought about the young lord's ruthlessness flashes through Hallis's mind. The magician realizes with a chill down his spine that this is not a naive youth, but a brilliant and dangerous player who cannot be underestimated. The captain delivers the final blow by announcing the upcoming auction, which instantly turns all buyers into sworn enemies. Hallis panics and looks for a loophole, but his hopes for special treatment are dashed against a cold and impenetrable wall. Utterly crushed but not broken, the mage leaves, leaving behind a promise of generous gratitude that sounds like a threat. The captain cannot believe his success, because the most complex manipulation worked perfectly, like clockwork, and the young lord only smiles cynically, because he always knew that there is nothing stronger than human greed and almighty gold. The captain is delighted by the brilliant simplicity of the plan, and the young man only shrugs modestly, as if it were obvious. Bribes from influential organizations flow like a river, and the hero notes with satisfaction that the catch turned out to be quite good. He stuns the captain with a generous gesture, giving him all the dirty money as a well-deserved bonus. The young man reminds with a smile that this is only a small part, because the main profit will go to him, strengthening the loyalty of his subordinate. With a devilish grin, he predicts that his enemies, blinded by greed, will destroy each other. His grand plan is taking shape as his lands will soon be filled with branches of the continent's most powerful organizations. He easily kills two birds with one stone, turning desert lands into a prosperous region and filling his pockets with gold. With bitter irony, he thanks the ancient curse, which became not his doom, but the foundation of his future greatness. Word of his success spreads like wildfire, sending other towers into a panic to discuss their next steps. Young Elder Julius hesitates, but his older comrade challenges him to make a fateful decision alone. Young Julius is tormented by doubts, because he cannot unravel the true motives of the brilliant and unpredictable lord. The teacher confirms his worst fears, because the lord is deliberately underpricing, playing a dangerous game with business sharks. They discuss the risks, realizing that abandoning standard trading methods is not a mistake, but part of a clever design. The sudden mention of the first prince adds a chilling note to their conversation, The talk of the land's insignificant population only underlines the audacity of the plan, since he is going to build a metropolis out of thin air. Julius is struck by a revelation, as he finally understands that the Lord is not just selling goods, but forcing the entire world to invest in his land. The teacher reveals with admiration the full scale of the plan, turning the cursed wasteland into the economic heart of the kingdom. Realizing that the limited supply is a trap, Julius realizes how ruthless and brilliant their enemy is. The true goal turns out to be even more frightening. It is not just getting rich, but accumulating huge capital for something greater. The whole picture comes together as this desperate prince, who has nothing to lose, is just beginning his dangerous game. The teacher realizes with horror that the young man's strength lies in his despair, because someone who has already lost everything is not afraid of any risks. He convinces Julius of the need for an alliance, but he himself is burning with desire to personally meet this daring and mysterious genius. Even the wise head of the tower is intrigued by the young man's self-confidence and with a smile gives his consent to this fateful meeting. The beautiful sage is tormented by an unsolvable riddle, because the young man's victory over the vampire violates all known laws of this world. She clutches a mysterious artifact in her hand, and her confidence in the world order collapses under the onslaught of inexplicable events. The elder comes to a blood-curdling conclusion, because such incredible power can only belong to the god of the sword. Looking up at the starry sky, he sees how disparate events weave together into a single and frightening picture, revealing the true scale of the game. The plan works perfectly, and crowds of people flock to his lands, begging him to sell them at least a piece of their new homeland. In response to the maid's panic, the hero gives a cold and merciless order, pitting the competitors against each other in an auction battle for the land. The butler, his eyes shining, voices their common goal, demanding that they squeeze absolutely everything down to the last coin out of the greedy customers. The young man agrees to the order with a sly grin, already anticipating his benefit. The heroine watches with alarm the sinister laughter of her companion, remembering his past ruthless actions. The sudden news of the letter makes the young man wary, interrupting his idle thoughts. A letter with the royal seal promises something important and possibly dangerous. Intense trading begins in the city center, attracting a large crowd. The auctioneer announces a high opening bid, challenging the assembled crowd. Immediately, a fight breaks out between the participants, and the stakes rise rapidly. The hooded hero enters the game, brazenly outbidding on behalf of his faction. The guy doesn't just bargain, but provokes his opponent by hinting at his weak spot. With a decisive gesture, the young man makes his final bet, leaving his opponent no chance. The losing opponent angrily attacks the guy, but he only coldly reminds him who started this mess. The auctioneer watches with alarm as the conflict brews and the atmosphere in the square becomes tense. The auctioneer prepares to bring down the gavel, giving a final chance to outbid the bid that will decide the outcome of the auction. While the loser is being led away by security, the hero's satisfied assistant begins the countdown to triumph. At the last second, the girl freezes with a hammer in her hand, shocked by the unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, a new participant's hand rises above the crowd, completely changing the balance of power at the auction. Meanwhile, the real player, watching from the sidelines, is pleased to learn of the stunning final price. The assistant reports to the young man about the resounding success of the trades, which were even more profitable than expected. The hero enjoys triumph, because his brilliant plan brought a stunning victory on all fronts. The girl is amazed to realize the scale of their success, which will make their region the richest in the kingdom. The young man shares his brilliant plan, ordering to diversify production for complete control over the market. At the heart of his success is the iron law of the market, where scarcity breeds gold and excess leads to collapse. The young man confidently gives orders, promising to turn the ruins into prosperous lands upon his return. His loyal assistants obey him without question, and the hero's memory recalls the reason for his imminent departure, a royal invitation. The royal charter extols his unheard-of successes, but behind the words about the reward lies an order to appear at the palace. An invitation to the palace sounds like a request, but in fact it is an order that cannot be refused. The guy burns this humiliating invitation in his thoughts, hating those who are trying to pull his strings. The young man assumes that his enemies are tired of fighting, and this challenge is just a desperate attempt to make a truce. He speaks with a cynical grin about the false nature of power, which can be so easily counterfeited with just a seal. The hero, with a smug grin, declares that the enemy's actions fit perfectly into his next move. The guy decides to hit the road, but he has a secret stop on the way to the kingdom. A secret dungeon he created in his past life under a sacred tree comes to mind. He remembers his greatest creation, a sword that he did not manage to complete before his death. He was given full right to dispose of the inheritance, be it fame or wealth. The young man doubts his abilities, but his mentor only laughs at his fear of failure. The young man realizes with irritation that he was chosen because of their shared obsession with perfection. The master's command was simple: finish his masterpiece and then decide for himself what to do with it. The assistant looks at the tower with concern, doubting the master's decision to go alone. The hero confidently rejects the offer of accompaniment, because he is used to always acting alone. Before leaving, he asks to look after Amy, trusting his assistant with the most precious thing. The assistant speaks with fatherly tenderness about Amy's uniqueness, finding genuine joy in her teaching. A faithful assistant understands with a smile that his master is warmed not by the request itself, but by the manifestation of deep trust. The rider rides alone, his path leading through silent valleys to a secret goal. The little companion breaks the silence, looking doubtfully at the long path he has chosen. The young man, with a mysterious smile, announces that their path lies to a popular place, hiding the true goal. Their goal is not just a place, but a great landmark, preserved by many organizations. Finally, the name of the destination is revealed: the lands of Balshe, the birthplace of the legendary blacksmith Surt. The girl is shocked, because the name of the legendary blacksmith turns out to be connected with her own past. Before them appear ruins that hold the master's legacy, created from the same divine material as the sword Calderas. However, his companion feels that this sacred place is hostile to her, foreshadowing future difficulties. Time has mercilessly changed these lands, which 1,000 years ago were the home of the legendary Surt. Now the ancient homeland of the blacksmith has become the domain of Queen Linus, which promises new difficulties. The guy with a cheeky grin rides straight into the enemy's lair, into the territory of the Bariat clan. The young man immediately notices the tense atmosphere, realizing that the nobility here is on edge. A stern guard looks suspiciously at the documents, checking the identity of the free mercenary Davy. The hero thought through everything down to the smallest detail, creating a new personality that would not arouse any suspicion here. The plan worked perfectly, and the young man is relieved to realize that the first barrier has been passed without any problems. But his triumph was short-lived, as guards suddenly blocked his path, ordering him to get out. The boy is stunned when the guard reveals an unexpected reason for the commotion: a recently discovered labyrinth. Suddenly, another arrogant young man appears, rudely pushing away the guards, interfering in the situation. The hero, with icy calm, tries to understand the chaos that is happening in his path. Even for the holdings of a powerful family, the situation was much worse than he could have imagined. The young man decides to figure out what is happening and, in order not to give himself away, turns to the first person he meets. Pretending to be a simple traveler, he starts a conversation with the old man to find out the situation. The old man silently points to the guards who shamelessly collect tribute from people passing by. The guy is furious and realizes that he is witnessing blatant bribery, which has become the norm here. His anger grows because this illegal tax was abolished several centuries ago, but here it is still in effect. The old man notices how the young man's gaze has grown cold, foreshadowing an imminent storm. Trying to avoid trouble, the old man hands the boy a bag of money so that he can pay and pass. But the hero returns the money, advising the old man to pass without fighting, because he himself will deal with this injustice. The old man insists on help, seeing in the young man his distant grandson, and hands him money. The hero politely but firmly refuses help, returning the money to the old man with good wishes. The young man leaves with a sinister grin, telling the old man that he definitely won't need the money. The guard notices with irritation that the impudent guy still hasn't left, and prepares for a showdown. The young man calmly quotes the law, pointing out to the guards their blatant lawlessness. The impudent guards only laugh at his words, not seeing any real threat in him. The guy gives one last warning before his patience runs out and he takes justice himself. His gaze turns deadly, and he offers them a chance at repentance that they are unlikely to accept. The guards burst into laughter, taking his threat as a pathetic joke, unaware of Miranda's rule. One of the guards puts a sword to his throat, making the last mistake of his life. The guard, blinded by arrogance, threatens the boy, confident that his death will go unnoticed. The guard's brazen response leaves no doubt. Here, the laws are set only by Duke Barrietta. The young man's icy calm and his look of contempt finally drive the guard crazy. In a rage, the guard rushes at the boy, but the old man desperately tries to stop the inevitable violence. The old man's pleas for mercy for the child go unanswered, and he is roughly pushed aside. Completely driven mad, the guard raises his sword over the defenseless old man, ready to deliver the fatal blow. Suddenly, steel flashes and the guard's sword flies out of his hands, preventing tragedy at the last moment. The guard is shocked, and the old man is surprised to discover on his hand a mysterious ring that saved his life. The young man raises his sword, declaring that extortion is theft of public funds. Without a moment's hesitation, he passes sentence and carries it out, carrying out the execution on the spot. The splashes of blood cool the guard's ardor, as the young man makes it clear that there will be no mercy for anyone. Not wanting to waste time on pawns, the hero demands that the main one be brought to him immediately. The remaining guards surround him in rage and fear, not believing the audacity that is happening. With a devilish grin, he admits his guilt, but hints that their crime is much more serious. He mercilessly reminds them that their actions are treason and will doom their families. Ignoring their cries, the hero cold-bloodedly deals with another guard. A death scream echoes through the area as the boy carries out his threat, beheading the next one. Having put an end to the bloody massacre, he repeats his icy demand to the last survivor. Finally, the frightened Viscount Gerda appears, screaming in horror and not understanding who caused this massacre. The young man drops the mithril ID card to the ground, and the Viscount realizes with horror what a fatal mistake he has made. Realizing who is in front of him, Viscount Gerda falls down in horror before Prince Davy, begging for mercy. In a desperate attempt to save himself, the Viscount tries to justify his crimes by citing the devastation of the lands. The prince only smiles, because he knows very well that these rich lands are far from poverty. Gathering up the last of his courage, the Viscount accuses the prince himself of breaking the law and making a secret visit. The young man is amused by this impudence and asks ironically whether he needs an official warrant. The Viscount clutches at this straw, threatening that the powerful Duke Barrietta will not forgive such arbitrariness. The young man's gaze becomes predatory. He understands that the Viscount is trying to draw him into dirty political games. He realizes that corruption here is so strong that even inspectors are afraid of reprisals and turn a blind eye to everything. Believing in his victory, the Viscount, with a hypocritical smile, invites him to his mansion to resolve the issue. But the prince coldly stops him, making it clear that the game is just beginning, and he dictates the rules. Prince Davy reveals his true, bloodthirsty nature, and the Viscount's face twists in horror. The hero listens to the Viscount's last words with cold indifference, ready to pass the final sentence. On the way, the old man is plunged into dark memories of 10 years of injustice and tyranny. With a melancholy voice, he says that under the previous rule of the Queen, life in these lands was peaceful. Everything changed with the arrival of the refugees, when brutal repression fell upon anyone who dared to help them. With pain in his heart, the old man admits that his own son became a victim of this ruthless system. The young man finally understands the depth of his grief, and the reason why the old man saw him as his dead son. The young man listens with admiration to the curiosity of the old man's son, seeing true courage in this. Their journey ends at a mysterious monument, marking their arrival at the destination of their journey. The prince heads to the ruins of the 1001 Nights, a popular location that hides dark secrets. The old man is worried about the consequences, but Prince Davy is calm, because the Duke does not care about these lands. Sincere gratitude overwhelms the old man, because the prince not only saved him, but also avenged his son. His demonic companion looks at the young man with hope, reminding him of the importance of remaining true to himself. They share the sadness of the story they heard, but the hero is determined to change the future for the better. As they drive away, they both feel a bright sense of satisfaction at the justice done. The hero stands above the ancient ruins, and his companion watches him silently, sensing his determination. Without the slightest hesitation, the young man jumps into the very center of the mysterious arena, ready for action. His companion is full of skepticism, because it seems impossible to find anything in the long-looted ruins. The prince agrees with the obvious, but his calmness suggests that he sees something hidden from others. His mind begins to work at incredible speed, reading the hidden code in the architecture of the ancient ruins. The hero holds a feather in his hands, explaining to his puzzled companion that this is part of the solution to the ancient password. To the girl's complete amazement, the young man triumphantly announces that he has managed to find a solution. He explains with a confident smile that the architecture of the ruins itself is the key to their main secret. From above, a hidden pattern becomes apparent that is impossible to notice from the ground. This code, created by the ancient Surt, is now known only to him, remaining a secret to the whole world. His brilliant guess leads them to the central anvil, which is the sought-after landmark. With glee, the young man announces that this is where the entrance to the legendary legacy lies. However, another more special password is required to enter, and he activates it with his hand. He recalls Surt's covenant that whoever finds his legacy will become its rightful owner. His companion just rolls her eyes, ironically noting the creator's unimaginable old-fashionedness. The secret passage is finally open, and the young man resolutely steps towards the unknown. He notes with admiration the genius of the creator, who even thought of the air supply to this dungeon. The young man gratefully realizes that his meeting with Surt saved him from certain death. His companion, with a knowing smile, confirms that fate brought them together for a reason. A lighted corridor opens up before them, completely unlike the gloomy and abandoned dungeon. The hero's surprise grows, because this place looks more like a cozy home than a secret storage facility. The image of Surt, a madman who dedicated his entire life to the great art of blacksmithing, comes to mind. After a great tragedy, the broken master returned here to pour the rest of his life into his final creation. The prince looks around the workshop with reverence, realizing that he is standing on sacred ground for the master. All his legacy, every item and every tool, remained here untouched, preserving the spirit of the great blacksmith. The hero and his companion discover the altar, wondering about the strange and fanatical faith of its creator. A trap suddenly springs and traps the young man, turning the research into a deadly danger. An unknown force pulls them towards a blinding chest that emits a powerful and frightening energy. The girl notes with disgust that the chest is emanating the crude and unbridled will of its creator. The chained chest exudes an ominous warning, hinting at the threat hidden within. The hero confidently moves towards his goal, because this is the legendary Forge of 1001 Nights, born from titanic labor. Among the dwarves, this place bore a much more sinister name, the Devil's Forge, inspiring fear and awe. Unlike simple craftsmen who worked only with a hammer, Surt used something more. He put his mana into metal, going beyond human capabilities and creating masterpieces. Reaching out to the chest, the prince prepares to accept the legacy of the great master who has surpassed himself. With a triumphant smile, the young man opens the chest, anticipating a great reward. Inside, he finds two blades with opposing but equally deadly powers. He bitterly realizes that before him is an unfinished masterpiece, the master's last creation. The cryptic inscription states that the sword's power is hidden until their own consciousness awakens. The prince realizes with a grin that the blades were the ones causing the commotion, confirming the creator's eccentricity. He remembers Calderas, the greatest sword created for another hero, and tailored to him. But these twin blades were a selfish masterpiece, created by the master exclusively for himself. These swords contain living souls that are destined to choose a worthy owner for themselves. Taking up the swords, Davy is transformed, returning the artifact, which seems quite complete. With a mysterious grin, the prince declares that there is very little time left for the power to fully awaken. The hero announces a new goal, because to complete the swords they need a special fire. He clarifies that they need not just fire, but a flame of incredible, transcendental power. The answer flashes into his mind, the legendary dwarven fire, known for its incredible power. They arrive in the capital, where a mysterious stranger shows them the way to the main square. The young man thanks his guide, but his confident look betrays his readiness for the events to come. Looking at the royal palace, the prince ponders the true motives behind the summons, knowing that it is not just a courtesy. His companion notes with irony that behind the promised reward lies an undisguised greed for his success. His wealth, which exceeded the kingdom's treasury, became too great a threat to those in power. Greedy hands reach out to his business, because the nationalization of his enterprise promises untold riches to the kingdom. The girl confirms his suspicions, clarifying that not only the king, but also all the nobility of the kingdom are behind everything. As he approaches the palace, the hero wearily realizes the scale of his achievements and the price of fame. The meeting with Chamberlain Besphos takes place in an atmosphere of cold and tense formality. Behind the official's polite words lies close attention to the young man's stunning success. The guy, with a disarming smile, replies that his success is nothing more than a gift from heaven itself. The prince is surprised to learn of the king's brutal reprisal against the nobility, provoked by his actions. He is informed that the audience with the king has been postponed, but the young man calmly accepts the rules of the game. The Lord Chamberlain secretly gloats, because his intrigues and the king's participation led to such a quick result. Davy realizes that he was worrying in vain, becoming just a tool in someone else's political game. A sudden touch on his shoulder catches him off guard, interrupting his thoughts. Behind him is his brother, whose smug look promises nothing but new troubles. The appearance of Brother Callus causes only cold and tired irritation in the hero. The young man politely but firmly sends the servant away, preparing for an unpleasant family conversation. Callus, with a venomous grin, tries to belittle his brother's achievements, accusing him of excessive pride. He continues to hurl insults, attributing the prince's enormous success to blind luck. Davy just smirks indulgently, accurately pointing out the envy burning in his brother. His words hit home, revealing Callus's deep insecurities and dependence on his mother. In a rage, Callus lunges at him, losing control at the humiliating truth. The young man, with icy calm, intercepts his brother's hand, repelling his pitiful attack. The prince mercilessly destroys Callus's illusions, calling him an empty and worthless leader. This final insult tears Callus's mask off and he charges in a fury. The memory of his brother's betrayal 6 years ago flashes through his mind, confirming his insignificance. Just the thought of the past makes Davy's blood boil with suppressed rage. With one smooth and humiliating movement, the hero sends his pompous brother flying. The defeated Callus hears only reproach for how his behavior has tarnished their father's honor. With a mocking grin, the young man mimics his brother, pointing out his limited vocabulary. By pinning his brother with his foot, Davy turns an insult directed at him into treason. A blast of magical power hits Callus, causing him to scream in pain and horror. With a detached air, he philosophizes about the pain of youth, as if teaching a harsh lesson. Humiliated and confused, Callus cannot comprehend what just happened to him. As a parting gift, the hero delivers a sharp blow, putting an end to their conversation. Humiliated and stunned, Callus cannot believe his younger brother's audacity. With a devilish grin, Davy suggests continuing, enjoying the fear in his brother's eyes. In a panic, he shouts empty threats, promising that he will soon take away all the prince's wealth. Watching the shameful escape, the young man, with a mysterious look, denies that it was an ordinary flick. His sinister smile betrays that behind the simple blow, there was something much more insidious. Even his faithful companion feels uncomfortable seeing this creepy side of his nature. The girl asks him not to smile like that anymore, because the sight of him sends a chill down his spine. The confused prince realizes that this frightening habit may reveal his true nature. Curiosity gets the better of her, and she asks him point blank what he actually did to Callus. He admits with chilling calm that he has cast the worst curse on his brother, one that cannot be removed by magic. The girl is perplexed and tries to understand what kind of terrible curse he used. Davy, with a mischievous smile, states that it was just a little gift for his brother. He is looking forward to tomorrow's performance, which will take place in the royal hall. Meanwhile, the council discusses his fabulous income, fanning the flames of envy and greed. In the meeting room, the nobility is already dividing up the skin of the unkilled bear, planning the development of his enterprise. The hero's companion watches with disdain as they unceremoniously dispose of other people's property. She notes that the hall is filled with people who are greedy for power and are ready to do anything for the sake of profit. Looking at them, the girl anxiously thinks about the foggy future of this rotten kingdom. The young man, without losing his composure, is already making plans for a new, even more profitable business. His companion is shocked by such composure, because he is thinking about making money in the midst of this chaos. The king publicly announces the need to reward Prince Davy, putting him in the spotlight. Behind the young man's modest response to the king's praise lies a cold calculation and understanding of the game. The father offers his son any reward, but this generous offer is actually a cunning test. The guy understands that behind the hypocritical smiles of the yard lies a desire to refuse him under any pretext. The young man wisely avoids the trap, asking for time to think about such a great honor. The advisors immediately begin to discuss the need to support his cause, covering up greed with concern for the country. His companion notes with disgust that the impudence and greed of the courtiers exceeds all expectations. The mysterious amulet on the aristocrat's chest flares up as he decides to check something first. A new influential figure, the head of the aristocracy, Duke Barrietta, enters the scene. He believes that while everyone is blinded by the success of the enterprise, the true strength should be sought in its founder. Duke Barrietta immediately demonstrates his authority by directing the course of discussion of the prince's case. He boldly challenges the council, accusing them of a brazen attempt to appropriate the merits of others. The Duke puts the presumptuous advisor in his place, reminding him of the inviolability of royal status. He corners another aristocrat with a stinging question, exposing their double standards. The Duke decisively puts an end to all disputes, claiming that the final word remains with the prince. His companion looks at what is happening with suspicion, not believing in the Duke's selfless help. The Duke shrewdly warns that a violent takeover of a business would set a disastrous precedent for the kingdom. The prince, with a shrewd smile, senses that there is something more behind the Duke's words. The Duke admits with a sly smile that his defense was only a prelude to a more important conversation. Behind the Duke's ostentatious concern, the young man sees only the beginning of a new, much more dangerous intrigue. The Duke pulls out his trump card, producing a wax-sealed message from the High Priest of the Sacred Land. The prince listens to the news with icy calm, his composure hiding a storm of thoughts. A shocking demand is made. The Holy Land calls on Davy to grant him the title of saint. The news explodes the hall with rage, because this demand is tantamount to an encroachment on sovereignty. One of the lords jumps up, outraged that the prince of the kingdom is being treated like a vassal. They object to him, reminding him of the omnipotence of the sacred country, whose will even empires do not dare to contradict. The dispute flares up again, because sending the prince looks like a humiliating tribute to a powerful neighbor. Davy interrupts them with pointed questions that reveal the true motives of the Sacred Land. The Duke, with the air of a wise mentor, encourages the prince to see not only the threat, but also the political opportunity. His eyes gleam ominously as he hints at dire consequences if his advice is ignored. The fate of the Haines lands and the thriving enterprise hangs in the air. The Duke explains with hypocritical regret that the prince's departure will create a legal problem. His words about the impossibility of a saint ruling the territory sound like a death sentence for the prince's power. Greedy aristocrats immediately begin to fuss, offering their talentless offspring to fill the vacant position. The prince watches this circus with devilish interest, anticipating how their greed will play into their hands. The duke interrupts this farce by revealing the true purpose of his cunning plan. He emphasizes the strategic importance of the lands, rejecting any random candidates. With the air of a master of destinies, he presents to the king the only candidate he considers worthy. His choice falls on the second prince, Callus, whose smug face betrays his involvement in the conspiracy. Davy instantly puts the puzzle together. His elimination, the puppet Callus, and all the profits are in the hands of the duke. The prince finally understands the sinister meaning of his brother's words, realizing that he is just a puppet in the hands of greedy aristocrats. Callus kneels before the king, but his shadow reveals a malicious grin that his father cannot see. Suddenly, the second prince lets out a loud frog cry, leaving everyone completely bewildered. Davy can hardly contain his laughter as he watches the absurd performance his brother puts on. Callus's face turns red with humiliation as he realizes that his strange behavior has gotten out of control. A desperate crow-like croak escapes from his throat, and his shadow distorts into an ominous silhouette. This is followed by hysterical clucking, which leaves everyone in the room completely speechless. The hero's companion cannot bear it and bursts into laughter, unable to contain her emotions from this farce. Davy notes with a grin that such a violent reaction to his little prank is even a little premature. The duke is furious and shouts at his ward, whose shameful performance has ruined their insidious plan. The king is furious and lashes out at his son, whose shameful act has desecrated the sacred council hall. Callus's desperate excuses are drowned out by more humiliating croaking, revealing his complete impotence. The monarch, driven to the limit, roars with rage, not wanting to hear another word of this farce. The king's patience runs out and he angrily expels the disgraced prince, demanding immediate reprisals. The humiliated youth is sentenced to solitary confinement in order to fully understand the depth of his fall. The guards roughly grab Callus, whose pathetic protests and pleas are drowned out by the absurd cackle. The father watches with bitterness and weariness as his son, now barking like a dog, is dragged away. The second prince's desperate cries are rudely interrupted, shutting his mouth and adding to his endless shame. When his beret falls off his head, it symbolizes his final fall and loss of all royal dignity. The hero's companion is in awe of the power of Davy, who staged this coup in just one day. Davy admits his curse is the worst with a devilish grin, enjoying the effect it produces. The final touch of humiliation is Callus's sudden baldness, turning him into a laughingstock. Duke Barrietta can hardly hide his annoyance, admitting that his disgraced puppet is no longer good for anything. The prince goes on the offensive, sarcastically asking since when the duke considers himself superior to the king himself. The aristocrat, taken by surprise, is at a loss. But the young man does not give him time to come to his senses, delivering the next blow. Davy corners the duke with a direct question about his outsized ambitions, forcing him to babble excuses. He deals a crushing blow by producing a letter that proves the duke's involvement in the conspiracy. The young man finally tears off his masks, equating the cunning duke with a pack of greedy jackals. The aristocrat's threats only amuse the prince, who continues his attack with icy calm. Davy finishes off his confused opponent with a caustic proverb, finally asserting his superiority. Davy throws the accusation in the duke's face, pointing out his cowardly and self-serving decision. The young man ruthlessly exposes the rotten essence of the plan to sell out a member of the royal family for a monopoly. The prince's words hit home, tearing away the duke's mask of nobility and revealing his greedy nature. The duke tries to seize the initiative, but Davy, with a disarming smile, declares the simplicity of the solution. Hope glimmers in the king's eyes as his son hints at his daring and unexpected plan. The prince activates the magic sphere, reminding everyone that even the high priest is only a man with his weaknesses. The magic ball flares up, establishing a direct connection with the sacred land right in the middle of the meeting room. At the other end appears Vicar Bellium, a key figure in the financial management of the Holy Country. Davy begins the conversation politely, his calmness hiding the crushing blow he is preparing to deal to his enemy's plans. The vicar's question about the king's decision catches the duke off guard, his face contorting with shock and the realization of a trap. Davy confirms the courtier's mute horror with cold satisfaction, enjoying their confusion. He subtly hints that even in sacred lands it is not prayers that rule, but cold business calculations. The prince reveals his trump card, devaluing the duke's intrigues through direct contact with the highest authorities. The duke's plan falls apart, because no one dares to go against the will of the ruler of the sacred country. The meeting ends with the young man's triumph, leaving the conspirators in complete confusion. In the privacy of his office, The hero thanks his loyal ally for the flawlessly staged performance. Vicar Bellium admits with a smile that he was prepared for any outcome, but is glad of their overall victory. Davy notes with a grin that the short-term benefit of his departure would be disastrous for the kingdom. He recalls his main lever of pressure, the threat of cutting off supplies vital to the Holy Country. The guy ends the conversation by confirming his reliability as a partner and promising a new batch of valuable goods. The vicar is delighted and thanks for the deal, anticipating even greater profits from the collaboration. Davy smiles contentedly as he enjoys his incredibly profitable and clever deal. At the heart of his success is a simple but brutal principle: everything must be paid for in full. With cynical joy, he drags everyone into a common swamp where no one can remain clean. Behind his deceptive ease lies a cunning liar for whom the end justifies any means. Suddenly, a frightened girl appears in the magical sphere, her scream disturbing his triumphant calm. He scolds his future assistant with cold disappointment for showing weakness at a critical moment. The butler sheepishly apologizes for his charge's panic, but the prince sees this as just another test. The faithful servant is relieved to learn of the success of the meeting, while his master is already making new plans. The prince's massive projects are already in motion, transforming the desert lands into a thriving camp. The prince faces a harsh reality as his grand plans are thwarted by decades of technological stagnation. He realizes that saving the lands was only the first step, and that there is a long road of revival ahead. Mountains of gold prove useless in the face of time, the main enemy of his ambitious plans. With a sly smile, the hero announces the launch of a new, even more daring project, surprising his companion. His target is a stubborn tribe of the best inventors, for whom the young man has an irresistible offer. Davy is making the deal of the century, offering something so valuable it's like trading corn for diamonds. His plan is virtually risk-free and promises unimaginable benefits, the key to which are mysterious boulders. The expedition sets off on a journey towards the lands of the legendary Golden Boulder tribe. The young man confidently leads the squad forward, his calm contrasting with the nervousness of his companions. The map reveals their destination, a hidden mountain settlement of dwarves, guardians of ancient technology. The dwarves, an ancient and proud people of craftsmen, become the prince's new ambitious target. Unlike the mythical elves, this people still walk the earth, hiding in the inaccessible mountains. Their distrust of outsiders has become legendary, and only royal blood can open the gates to their kingdom. Instead of fighting for the throne, Davy demanded as a reward the key to the most closed nation on the continent. He spurned the path to power, choosing instead a risky adventure, which incurred the wrath of the court. Even his own father, the king, tried to dissuade him, warning him of the unyielding nature of the dwarves. But the young man, with unshakable confidence, put aside all doubts, ready for any outcome. Until the very end, he felt the evil glances of the aristocrats, who did not understand his true motives. His little companion caught in their glances a silent question, full of contempt and hidden threat. The prince smiled and praised her insight, acknowledging that she saw the world as clearly as he did. The prince admits with a grin that his companions are actually spies, and he even feels a little sorry for them. He announces with anticipation that he is going to put on a little show for his observers. At the gates of the dwarven fortress, Davy calmly and confidently demands to be allowed into the Golden Boulder tribe. The rude guard Gert greets them with distrust, declaring that he received no orders. The young man calmly reveals his identity and declares that he has come with a lucrative offer. The guard reluctantly gives in, but warns that the tribe is now in serious trouble. The mention of difficulties only fuels the hero's curiosity, who sees this as a new opportunity. The massive gates open, and guests are ordered to leave their horses and enter the city on foot. They are led into the elders' chambers, forcing the prince to bend down in the low passages as a sign of respect. Waiting for them in the chair is Golda, the 8th elder, whose stern appearance promises difficult negotiations. Davy notices the absence of the elders, sensing both the underlying tension and the opportunity within it. With a predatory grin, he decides to start the game with suppression in order to immediately seize the initiative. The youth disarms the elder with his impeccable knowledge of dwarven traditions and greetings. Golda is surprised and intrigued, because he never expected such politeness from a person. The first ice has melted, and the elder, with rare hospitality, invites the unusual guest to the table. The dwarf vaguely hints at internal problems, explaining his loneliness by the busyness of others. Golda tries to regain control by directly asking about the purpose of the visit of such a high-ranking person. The prince cleverly avoids the official tone, presenting his visit as a personal initiative. As a sign of sincerity, the guy offers gifts that are perfectly matched to the tastes of the dwarves. The plan works perfectly, and the elder's favor is bought with a barrel of good beer. The elder abruptly ends the negotiations, citing internal problems that prevent them from helping. When Prince Golda asks him a direct question, He responds with cold detachment, not wanting to let a stranger into their secrets. He offers hospitality as a polite refusal, trying to save face but keep the young man out of business. Behind the politeness lies an overt threat, and the elder sternly warns of the consequences of disobedience. The dwarf makes a show of walking away, leaving Davy alone to ponder this strange and cold reception. The hero uses his ability, revealing the elder's fatigue and irritation behind the mask of rudeness. Analysis reveals a hidden desire in the dwarf to once again feel some initial spark associated with his craft. This word becomes a key for the prince, awakening in his memory a vague but very important recollection. A flashback shows him working with mysterious masters on some kind of artifact. He remembers that his creation was imperfect, but the very fact of its creation now takes on new meaning. A grand feast emerges in his memory, a symbol of the former union, which became a turning point for him. The initial spark turns out to be not just an artifact, but an almost mythical miracle, unattainable for the average person. His companion notices the young man's eloquent gaze, realizing that he knows much more than he says. The prince finally voices the forgotten name, the uncut sword, and this name becomes the key to the mystery. It turns out that the sword was the fruit of a union between a human and a dwarf, blessed by their god and endowed with special powers. Surt's memories confirm that the very sword created in a drunken stupor is the legendary artifact. Davy takes out his blade, which turns out to be a prototype, an early version of the same uncut sword. He explains that his weapon, Calidrus, works on a similar principle, although it was created for different purposes. The secret lies in a revolutionary forging method that combines material and immaterial principles. It was this innovative approach, which required the rejection of dogma, that became a stumbling block for the conservative dwarves. Realizing the reason for their torment, Davy decides that it is time to take decisive action. His official goal is just a cover, because in reality the young man is pursuing much more ambitious plans. The true purpose of his visit is the legendary Great Furnace, the heart and pride of the entire dwarven people. The stubbornness of the dwarves makes the task almost impossible, but the cunning prince has a plan for just that. He finds the elder in the tavern, and Golda greets the uninvited guest with undisguised surprise. The young man remarks on his rest with slight irony, catching the dwarf off guard with his audacity. Suddenly, another dwarf lets slip that Golda, in anger, dispersed all the other elders. Davy immediately uses this information, inviting the upset elder to have a drink together. With his request for the legendary strong alcohol, the boy throws down an unspoken challenge to the dwarves. The dwarf's cry echoes throughout the tavern, and all eyes turn to the man who dared to ask for this. The young man's audacity causes the dwarves to be overjoyed, because he dared to challenge their elder. The loud laughter of the dwarves deafens the prince, but he steadfastly endures this noisy display of respect. The bartender, with genuine concern, tries to dissuade the young man, warning him about the deadly strength of their drink. This alcohol is deadly to any human, and the dwarf's warning sounds like a last hope. Ignoring all warnings, Davy downs the entire keg in one gulp, shocking everyone present. The tavern explodes with enthusiastic cries, because such an act has finally won him their respect. He calmly calls the strong drink good, which completely shocks the stunned dwarves. Alone with his companion, he admits that the drink tasted disgusting, like pure alcohol. But this masquerade is necessary, because the prince must play the role of a drunkard in order to gain trust. Now, knowing the dwarves' weakness for drink and gambling, he is ready to move on to the next stage of his plan. The young man raises the stakes by offering a wager, and the word instantly ignites excitement in the dwarves' eyes. Touched to the quick, Golda accepts the challenge, for the honor of the dwarves does not allow them to refuse such a competition. The tavern erupts in jubilation when the elder announces a lavish meal at his own expense. Davy agrees to the bet, but with a sly smile reminds him of the emergency situation in their tribe. Golda issues an ultimatum with a slim chance of winning, trying to get rid of the annoying guest. The prince agrees easily, his joyful smile hiding the triumph of the trap that has been sprung. The next morning, the hungover elder sits at the table, completely crushed by his defeat. Golda can't believe that he, a dwarf, was outdone in drunkenness by a human, feeling cheated. The secret of his stamina lies in his monstrous strength, which simply does not allow him to get drunk. The hero's companion shakes her head reproachfully, amazed at his ability to drink without measure even after victory. The reason for his resilience was the training he received from the legendary swordmaster who was feared by the whole world. Even a well-known drinker warned him because the master was a real alcoholic demon. For the young man, drinking with the teacher became a cruel routine, without which there were no lessons. Each new movement in the art of the sword required another portion of the strongest alcohol. The master mercilessly forced him to drink, promising training only as a reward for endurance. The fear of punishment kept him going, and the hardest test was not fencing, but drinking. After such a hellish training, The legendary dwarven alcohol seemed like nothing more than child's play to him. Broken by defeat, Elder Golda is forced to acknowledge his debt of honor and listen to the winner. Davy hits the nail on the head with his question about the primordial spark, and the dwarf realizes that their secret is out. Golda bitterly admits that their greatest relic, that same ancient sword, has mysteriously broken. The elder, with a heavy heart, shares the story of the sword that was a sacred relic of his family. The early death of their father placed an unbearable burden on the brothers' shoulders, which they were unable to cope with. The sword breaking at such a critical moment makes the young man suspicious, but he hides his true thoughts. The elder is ready to answer any question the prince may ask with humility. He realizes that it was not only his victory in the argument, but also his bold first appearance that broke the dwarf's will. With feigned modesty, he mentions his blacksmithing talents, preparing the ground for his request. Under the guise of scientific interest, he asks to look at the broken artifact, getting closer to his true goal. He is brought to the very heart of the tribe, to the central workshop, where work is in full swing and an unquenchable flame burns. The prince looks in admiration at the grandeur of the forge, created by pure craftsmanship, not magic. The sudden appearance of an angry dwarf breaks the silence, for Golda has brought a stranger into their holy of holies. The angry dwarf lashes out at Golda, not understanding how he dared bring a stranger into their sanctuary. Davy watches with a smug grin as the predictable chaos he himself has caused unfolds. The appearance of the first elder Goliath heats up the situation, and he demands an immediate explanation from his brother. The humiliated Golda tries to justify himself, explaining his actions by a lost bet and a simple request from the prince. Goliath angrily rejects his excuses, accusing his brother of drunkenness and recklessness unworthy of an elder. In desperation, Golda puts her position on the line in an attempt to protect her decision and honor. He begs his brother to believe this young man, which only causes him more bewilderment and shock. Caving in to his brother's pressure, Goliath angrily orders everyone to get back to work, putting the conflict aside. One of the dwarves timidly stands up for Golda, reminding her that his decision as an elder also carries weight. Goliath finally addresses the young man directly, and their introduction becomes the first step toward a fragile truce. Goliath reluctantly agrees, but his threat sounds like a death sentence for the slightest mistake. Behind the young man's polite smile lies seething indignation at the absurdity of what is happening. Before them appears a giant broken sword, whose nickname Unbreakable now sounds like a bitter mockery. The forge is in desperate chaos, with every cry betraying the dwarves' complete helplessness in the face of the task. The crack in the blade becomes a symbol of their failure, and mutual reproaches only deepen their despair. His companion looks at the prince in bewilderment, not understanding what has captured his intense gaze so much. With cold confidence, he passes judgment on their efforts, knowing that they are doomed to failure. He instantly deciphers the secret of the sword, as the unfinished ritual has left it vulnerable to time. Goliath works obsessively until he is exhausted, ignoring the pleas of his comrades to stop the pointless work. The elder's face reflects horror as he realizes that there is more at stake than just a broken sword. Davy realizes with cold irritation that all their pathetic attempts are doomed to failure. The sudden intrusion and furious cry of the stranger finally destroy the remnants of order in the forge. The arrival of Troz from the hostile Black Boulder tribe turns their failure into a public humiliation. The rope presses mercilessly on the sore spot, blaming Goliath for the incompetence that led to the disaster. With brazen confidence, he demands that the relic be handed over to his tribe, openly mocking their skill. The Golden Boulder dwarves desperately try to defend their honor, but their cries only betray their impotence. Stung to the quick, Goliath snaps back, trying to prick his rivals with their own stagnation in development. Troz scornfully orders them to stop desecrating the shrine with their clumsy touches. Goliath is dealt a crushing blow, for he realizes that all the other tribes have already passed their sentence. The final humiliation is the brutal verdict that their tribe is the most incompetent of all. The rope deals the final blow to their pride, recalling the greatness of their late father. With contempt, he declares their shame over, turning away from the pitiful spectacle. A broken Goliath, in despair, declares surrender, preparing to hand over his main relic. Davy's sudden intervention breaks the tense silence and all eyes turn to him. He addresses the fallen elder with a question that sounds both like a challenge and a mockery. Wrath bursts into mocking laughter, outrage that some human dares to interfere. Golda tries to protect the young man from the enemy's wrath, but his attempt only highlights their helplessness. Davy speaks words of true mastery that leave everyone speechless with their depth. His accusation hits the mark, reproaching Goliath for the blacksmith's chief sin, neglect of the soul of his creation. With one movement, he releases blinding energy, proving his words with unimaginable power. The dwarves are horrified to realize that their sacred sword has been completely and irrevocably destroyed. Ignoring the panicked cries, Davy confidently heads towards the broken artifact. He calmly meets their threats and asks the elder a question that calls into question their true intentions. Davy mercilessly exposes his true motivation, accusing the elder of putting his pride before the relic. He speaks of the sword as a faithful warrior whose life's journey has come to an end, and they are trying to revive the dead. His calm is replaced by righteous anger, because their treatment of the relic is an insult to any master. He throws the accusation of baseness, unworthy of the great race of dwarves, into their faces, and his aura burns with indignation. His gaze reflects wisdom and strength, reminiscent of the legacy of the continent's greatest masters. The boy's words crush the elder, forcing him to see the bitter truth that their pride has blinded them. A flash of blinding energy marks the beginning of a miracle as the young man prepares to do the impossible. A sacred covenant emerges in the young man's memory. A true master puts a piece of his soul into his creation. This unbreakable law states that anyone who neglects it is not worthy of even being called an apprentice. The memory of the teacher's lesson demands that anyone who commits such sacrilege be mercilessly punished. The dwarves watch in silence, mesmerized, as the boy they despised confidently approaches their sacred horn. The rage of one of them breaks out, unable to bear the humiliation at the hands of a stranger. Davy coldly counters the threat by implying that their own misdeeds deserve a far more severe punishment. He cuts them off in a forceful manner, accusing them of mocking the sacred thing, and his words strike them to the very heart. He reveals the bitter truth. None of them understand the true nature of the sword created by his teacher. Davy points out their greatest failure. They don't even believe in their own ability to revive the sword's extinguished life. The final blow to their pride, he asks with contempt how they dare call themselves masters when they surrendered without a fight. Their pathetic attempts to shut him up only betray their fear of the truth he dared to speak. The young man's words pierce Goliath with pain, for each of them reveals his deepest fears and failures. Deep down, they always knew the truth, but his words tore away the mask of self-deception. The elder is finally broken, because he understands that the original spark of the sword has died out forever. They deceived themselves by clinging to tradition, because admitting their own powerlessness was unbearable. Self-deception, the greatest sin for a master, turned their pride to dust, leaving only shame. Troz scornfully accuses Davy of being frivolous, not believing that an outsider is capable of understanding their art. In a rage, he challenges the young man to prove his right to judge their great craft. Even his companion is concerned about their blind stubbornness, sensing that it will not end well. Surrounded by hostility, Davy drops a phrase that freezes the air and promises the impossible. The dwarves shout at the young man in despair, not believing that a man can handle metal that is beyond even their control. They invoke the name of the legendary creator, convinced that his masterpiece cannot be repeated by simple effort. Davy breaks their hysteria with authority, telling them to shut up and humbly learn from a true master. A blinding energy flares up in his hands, and the boy prepares to show them a miracle that will crush their pride. He recalls his past, where the creation of artifacts was one of the few peaks that he almost conquered. The boy's mind goes back to his training with Surt, whose genius helped him develop his talent at an incredible speed. Hammer in hand, he recalls the countless times he has recreated what they consider impossible. His actions cause the dwarves to feel holy horror, for he mixes metals, violating their ancient taboos. In response to accusations of ignorance, the young man smirks and challenges the very foundations of their craft. He questions their laws, asking who created them, the great ancestors or the one whose creation they were unable to preserve. He reproaches them for having become slaves to their own rules, having locked themselves in the cage of dogma. In one move, he rejects their outdated laws, declaring a new era of mastery. He proves that true art is born not from rules, but from bold experimentation and complete control. Their world is crumbling before their eyes, because he easily does what they considered impossible and even blasphemous. With mocking ease, he demonstrates a result that was an unattainable dream for them. Despite its unsightly appearance, the sword emanates the same divine aura, crushing their last doubts. He proudly declares that his creation is not just a copy, but a masterpiece that surpasses the original. Even his companion is amazed, because he performed a miracle without a mana stone, hinting that this path is open to them too. The young man begins to reveal the secret of his skill. He explains the unthinkable. The sword is alive. It has its own mana circulation system, like a living being. Davy asks Elder Golgod directly if he realized the extent of what he had done. He explains that he has created an eternal artifact, leaving the dwarves in awe. His companion notes with a smile that he not only demonstrated his skill, but also won their proud hearts. The young man passes the baton to them, but the dwarves shamefully admit that their skills are not enough to complete the masterpiece. In response to their despair, Davy smiles and offers them to become his disciples, holding out the hammer of knowledge. Hope and shock mix on their faces as they realize that he can teach them the lost techniques of their ancestors. He offers them a deal based on mutual benefit, placing his creation before them as collateral. The guy cunningly sets a condition that they must first help him before he shares his secrets. Forgetting their former pride, the dwarves look at his sword with childish delight, as if they had seen a deity. She teases him about the crowd's reaction, but Davy calmly replies that he is not afraid of heaven's punishment. Davy avoids a direct answer, cryptically suggesting that she solved the mystery of the sword herself. He confirms the dwarf's guess, but then stuns him by denying his authorship. The young man confidently declares that he is destined to complete this ancient masterpiece. With a hint of sadness, he reports that the creator of this sword has long since left this world. The words about the millennia that have passed since the master's death amaze even the immortal dwarves. The young man confirms the incredible time frame with a grin, enjoying their complete stunned expression. He reveals that the long oblivion has only strengthened the sword, making it tens of times more powerful. His companion teases him, but he explains that mana processing takes time. The guy voices the main problem. The spark he created is too unstable to work immediately. In search of a solution, he turns to her with an unexpected request, on which everything now depends. The young man slyly admits that from the very beginning, he was counting on their best materials. Elder Golgod, broken and impressed at the same time, decides to trust this incredible young man. Golgod makes an unheard-of gesture, offering his personal workshop, which shocks the guy. The dwarves are horrified by the elder's generosity, because his workshop is not just a payment, but the greatest honor. He brings out their most secret treasure, which they hid from the whole world. The hero's gaze is riveted to the contents, because he sees what he thought was a legend, the bone of an ancient dragon. The elder gives him not just material, but a family heirloom, a symbol of their family's trust. All his feigned cynicism flies away, and he cannot hide his boyish delight in front of such a treasure. One of the dwarves, in a fit of joy, calls Golgod mentor, indicating the delight of their new teacher. His companion notes with a grin the sudden change in his demeanor, while the dwarves begin to worry about their new mentor. One of the dwarves proudly offers his best workshop, ready to do anything for the sake of the new mentor. Jealousy flares among the dwarves, and they fiercely contest the right to serve him, unwilling to give up the honor. The competition escalates into an auction of relics, where everyone tries to lure him to their side with priceless gifts. He is literally overwhelmed with treasures, and the guy is lost under the pressure of their desperate hospitality. He is shocked by their generosity, but for them this is the only chance to touch the creation of a legend. With a satisfied grin, he realizes that their loyalty and resources are now entirely in his hands. Once in the workshop, he assesses the situation, and his calmness indicates that he is completely ready for work. He subtly mocks their former pride, and the dwarves only accept his new role with annoyance. He allows them to stay and watch, and they gratefully accept their role as disciples at the feet of the master. Having thrown off all unnecessary things, he prepares with determination to begin the mystery that will go down in history. Surt's innocent joke towards the little witch instantly turns into a real storm of indignation. In a rage, she turns the blame on Davy, threatening to incinerate him for insulting someone else. The guy is completely perplexed, because the witch's wrath fell upon him completely undeservedly. This place is a paradise for heroes, created as a reward for their suffering in another world. He remembers how, thanks to the power of an ancient dragon, he received an unimaginable gift: its sacred bone. The girl is in tears, because Surt's mockery of the god of magicians became the last straw for her. Davy tries to console her by handing her the priceless ingredient, which only shocks her more. Surt grins and warns her to be careful, placing the responsibility for Davy's life on her. All his past failure has turned into incredible success, and he is ready to begin the main work of his life. The tension reaches its limit, because the slightest mistake in fire magic will lead to disaster. Two swords, born of fire and magic, reflect blood and stars, symbolizing the duality of his power. She watches him with admiration, amazed by his inhuman focus and skill. Having given his all, he stands exhausted but victorious, surrounded by the aura of a miracle he has created. The great work is complete, and two perfect blades lie before him, marking the end of a long journey. Looking proudly at his creation, the hero understands that these masterpieces need a worthy name. He confirms with a mysterious smile that a name for them had been in his head for a long time. Her curiosity is piqued when the young man confesses that the name was destined from the very beginning. Gently touching the blade, he names it, investing it with a secret and unexpected meaning. Their characteristics appear before your eyes, revealing the incredible power and unique properties of each sword. Their true essence is revealed in the description. One gives life and strength, the other brings destruction and death to enemies. She sarcastically criticizes his choice of name, but he, lost in his thoughts, pays no attention. Without further ado, he tests the power of the red blade, and its blow shakes the workshop. Her confusion grows as he brings the two swords together, preparing for something unthinkable. His only word is a sentence, for he intends to cut through the very space between the blades. A blast of energy stuns her as the red sword cuts through the whetstone with ease. She realizes in horror that he cut the stone without a drop of mana, only with the power of the sword itself. Now he has a blue blade in his hands, and he demonstrates a completely different, almost immaterial power. The glow of the swords changes his appearance, and she is once again at a loss as to the nature of his power. He confirms her guess with a satisfied smile. This sword is capable of cutting through mana itself. The blue blade is an absolute weapon that can cut through things that do not exist in the physical world. With a feeling of deep satisfaction, the hero realizes that he has created a truly ruthless weapon. Leaving the workshop, he is surprised to find loyal dwarves waiting for him as a messiah. The elder proudly reports that they stood guard, protecting his peace and great work. He discovers with horror that he has spent 4 days at work, completely losing track of time. His companion teases the boy about his insane obsession with work while the dwarves worry. She hints with a coquettish grin that watching his obsession was a fascinating spectacle. The dwarves stand in awe as they see their humble materials transformed into a self-luminous masterpiece. Emotions overwhelm the dwarves to such an extent that they are ready to die upon seeing such perfection. A young man panics and tries to calm down his overly enthusiastic students. A few weeks later, tensions rise again as they struggle to find a place worthy of the power of his sword. Under his calm guidance, the dwarf learns to control fire, bending the elements to his will. He reveals to them the secrets of forging magical metals, where every movement is decisive. The hero gently corrects the elder, teaching him not brute force, but smooth and natural skill. With timid hope, the dwarf follows the advice, and the mentor guides his hand with approval. The guy notes with satisfaction how his discarded pride has given way to pure passion for the craft. The dwarves work with such enthusiasm, as if they had touched a hammer and anvil for the first time in their lives. Leaving them behind, the young man finds peace on the hill, enjoying the silence and the fruits of his labors. A dwarf suddenly appears and hands him a bottle, offering to share the moment of triumph. They sit under a tree, and this quiet gesture erases the boundaries between student and teacher. But behind the friendly chat, there is a serious conversation, and the atmosphere instantly changes. The hero waits with interest to see what is hidden behind the elder's meaningful pause. He awkwardly apologizes for the broken whetstone, causing only confusion in the dwarf. The dwarf finally reveals his cards, tying help at the forge to the future of their lands. The elder solemnly declares that his people never forget the favor shown to them. He humbly offers his help, knowing that their skills are no match for the boys. The Golden Boulder tribe, represented by their elder, swears eternal loyalty to their mentor. Under the shadow of the age-old tree, an unbreakable alliance is concluded, sealed with an oath to the god of iron. Their solemn peace is disturbed by a breathless messenger bearing disturbing news. The panicked cry of an invasion into the village instantly destroys the peaceful atmosphere. The elder's face distorts with shock, because the threat turned out to be real and inevitable. With a sharp swing, deadly magic, full of fury, is born in Davy's hands. A scarlet dagger freezes in the air, like a materialized drop of blood. Meanwhile, at the other end of the castle, the maids tremble with horror at the mere mention of his name. The prince screams in agony, his body and mind engulfed in the curse with a scarlet gleam in his eyes. Through the veil of pain, a terrible guess comes to him about the true culprit of his suffering. He understands that all his torment began after the fateful meeting with this despicable bastard. Paranoia overwhelms him, and he sees mockery even in the frightened looks of his maids. Madness breaks out and his wrath falls upon the defenseless girl. The room is filled with screams of horror, but the prince's cruelty already knows no bounds. With a mad grin, he revels in his power, punishing for imaginary neglect. A brutal scene flashes through his mind, the first bloody sight he's seen in a long time. Suddenly, a mysterious masked figure appears in the prince's chambers, and the air fills with menace. The stranger rips off his mask with a smug grin, enjoying the effect it produces. He introduces himself as Face, and his name sounds like a death sentence against the backdrop of the maddened prince's agony. Face speaks of his side's disappointment, and the prince realizes in horror that he is up against something bigger. With a snap of his fingers, the mysterious guest confirms his words, demonstrating complete superiority. The image of his tortured mother, the key to his curse and unbearable pain, emerges in his mind. Face easily creates a magical blade, paralyzing the prince with just the sight of his power. He notes with malicious pleasure how insolently they treated his highness, reveling in the humiliation of others. With a flick of his wrist, he offers to free the prince from the curse, calling it his signature gift. Face ignores the prince's question, making it clear that his identity is unimportant. He offers a deal, tempting the prince with the opportunity to take revenge on someone he hates. The prince hesitates, because he knows that Davy has not only the stigmata, but also a powerful protector. Face dismisses his fears with contemptuous ease, claiming that any enemy is vulnerable. When asked about his own nature, Face answers in a cryptic manner, hinting that there is more to him than he seems. He promises with anticipation that the truth about Davy's power will be revealed in the coming battle. With a malicious grin, the prince announces that he has already sent his killer to kill his enemy. Face coldly describes how at that very moment his messenger is already biting into Davy's throat. Meanwhile, the hero's companion understands with alarm that the dagger flying at him carries a special, dark magic. She realizes with horror that this weapon was created using a unique and deadly blood skill. A monstrous beast appears on the top of the cliff, summoned by forbidden blood magic. Davy takes the threat calmly, instantly recognizing the power of a blood vampire. The dwarves point at the monster in horror, unable to believe that what is happening is real. The hero notes with a grin that before them is not a simple animal, but a demon of the highest rank. The demonic beast rushes forward with a furious roar, intending to tear him apart. But the young man remains unperturbed, calling on his faithful magical spirits for help. He casts a smug look at the enemy, full of absolute confidence in his victory. He is amused and irritated by the arrogance of the beast, who imagines himself to be the main predator. The monster is rushing straight at him, but the guy stands still, ready to meet the fatal blow. Suddenly, he is enveloped in his own bloody aura, and he shows off his true power with a grin. The demon is horrified to realize that he is faced with a power only available to higher vampires. Despite his companion's warnings, the young man easily repels the first attack. He easily stops the furious onslaught of the beast, seeing in it only primitive instincts. With one movement, he throws the huge monster into the air, demonstrating his colossal strength. The artifact lights up in his hand, ready to unleash its true power. With anticipation, he prepares to put his new killing machine to the test. The hero descends upon the demon from above, performing a deadly style of the magic spirit's sword. The 8 essences of annihilation strike leaves the enemy no chance of escape. The story moves to a time of decline, when the nobility feasted and the common people starved. Suddenly, the hero finds himself in the past, clutching in his hands a mysterious object from another era. He remembers with doubt his mentor, a drunkard who boasted about the unification of Murim. This master left behind 88 absolute and destructive sword styles, created in a drunken stupor. His own sword art was born from the fusion of his mentor's techniques and Hares's divine power. In his hands, this legacy has become an incredible, tangible, awe-inspiring power. The companion notices that the enemy is still alive, but the young man is calm. He expected this. The monster's body begins to recover thanks to a special ability to hide the source of immortality. The only way to defeat him is to grind him into dust, leaving no trace for regeneration. However, such total annihilation is a task almost impossible in the heat of a real battle. The demon girl points out the oddities, as an ordinary beast cannot be immortal and possess a bloody aura. The fact that the monster survived Honda's blow puts the hero in a dead end, depriving him of any way to test his guess. He understands that the beast's immortality is a gift from a powerful vampire, and that it is just a pawn in someone else's game. The hero realizes that now is not the time or place to sort out this complicated matter. A power awakens in his hand, and he begins to understand the true potential of his sword. The companion, amazed, suggests that he not only destroyed the source, but destroyed the very system of immortality. The young man is amazed at what kind of time bomb his crazy mentor has put into this sword. He decides to put off difficult questions until later in order to focus on the present moment. The guy's keen sense tells him that a cunning rat is lurking somewhere nearby. The mercenary hid, confident in his invisibility, but he had already been discovered. The hero suddenly appears overhead and mockingly points out his stupid mistake. In panic, the spy starts to run, realizing that capture would mean certain death. With a mocking grin, the hero swings his sword, teasing the enemy that his cover has been exposed. The powerful blow shatters the rocks, demonstrating the destructive power of his attack. The mercenary screams in rage at his pursuer, outraged by his brutal and unpredictable manner of fighting. The spy watches the young man's strange behavior in bewilderment, not understanding his motives. Deciding that the guy is crazy, the assassin prepares to take advantage of the moment and strike. Suddenly, the hero appears behind him, catching the enemy off guard with his lightning-fast movement. The mercenary can't believe his eyes, stunned by the enemy's incredible speed. With a beaming smile, Davy announces that the client cannot leave without paying for the service. He launches a final attack to punish the spy for his insolence. Suddenly, a vision of an ancient and proud aristocrat, a being of incredible power, appears. The aristocrat recalls with annoyance how he underestimated his opponent. expecting only animal fear from him. The prisoner painfully realizes his fatal mistake, having fallen into the hands of an unpredictable monster. The young man, with a predatory grin, enjoys the moment, confirming his frightening abnormality. A powerful explosion shakes the ground, putting an end to this short and humiliating duel for the spy. The hero casually sits down on the paralyzed enemy, ordering him not to move and to sit still. The assassin curses in impotent rage, unable to come to terms with his humiliation. Despite his position, the mercenary proudly claims his unrivaled resistance to interrogation. He looks defiantly at his tormentor, not knowing that he had not expected his voluntary confession. Davy reveals his true trump card with a chilling smile. Perfect mind-reading magic. In horror, the spy realizes that he is about to personally experience the existence of this impossible torture. The hero casts a complex spell, weaving black magic and a curse into one. The prisoner writhes in agony, engulfed in the merciless flames of interrogation. The young man responds to pleas for mercy with only icy calm, watching the enemy suffer. The companion expresses sympathy, but Davy coldly assures her that death is not in his plans. She reproaches him for his cruelty, but he only sarcastically reminds her that he is not obliged to be kind to murderers. The torture continues, and the assassin realizes that there is no mercy to be had from this monster. Having broken the captive's will, the young man prepares to quickly obtain the information he needs. Even under torture, the mercenary tries to be insolent, refusing to answer a direct question. The hero's smile and the renewed flame of inquiry finally break the spy's resistance. In horror, the captive screams his name, Red Kid, revealing his status as an aristocratic viscount. Broken but not defeated, Red Kid realizes that his recent encounter with the vampire maid is the cause. The hero is surprised to note how easily the man who had just boasted of his fortitude began to talk. The aristocrat asks the ultimate question in despair, unable to comprehend the source of their incredible immortality. The young man notes the captive's resilience with cold calculation, wondering whether to increase the pressure. In a final act of defiance, the assassin chooses death by activating the suicide mechanism. The sudden threat makes the guy scream, pushing his companion away from the danger. He recognizes with horror in the clot of energy a forbidden spell that threatens total destruction. A fiery explosion erases everything around, leaving no trace of the suicide. Davy grimly concludes that it was not suicide, but a cruel taboo instilled in the spy by his master. With bitter disappointment, the hero realizes that all his efforts have yielded only bits of information. The girl blames herself for what happened, but the young man calmly says that he foresaw this outcome. He realizes that by disturbing the curse, he has revealed himself to its creator, and now he knows about him. His companion tells him important news that one of the curses has been temporarily neutralized. The guy looks thoughtfully into the distance, realizing that they are about to encounter a powerful patron of immortality. An image of a sinister aristocrat emerges in his mind, who is the puppeteer. She looks at the destruction with bitterness, amazed at the chaos that just one demon can cause. The locals are sincerely happy about his return, greeting their mentor with respect. The bearded dwarf sheepishly apologizes for the mess, but the young man doesn't care. Davy's primary concern is for the wounded, but his charges cheerfully assure him that they are fine. Despite dozens of burned houses and injuries, the spirit of the residents is not broken, and they have already begun to rebuild. With a knowing smile, Davy makes it clear that he senses what they are not saying. One of the dwarves reports with alarm that all the guards are on alert due to recent events. The guy feels the growing tension and asks directly what else happened in his absence. They reluctantly admit to a new problem, the disappearance of a child from a local orphanage without a trace. The dwarves are convinced that it is mortally dangerous for him to remain here, because the enemy is already close. Despite their persuasion, the young man is determined to do what he came for. He gives them priceless plans for the restoration of the shrine, fulfilling their cherished dream. Stunned by his generosity, they are speechless, and the hero is already about to leave. When they ask about gratitude, he modestly replies that he is their debtor, and not the other way around. He grips the hilt of his sword, hinting that he has already received his main reward in this battle. The young man explains with cold logic that he is the root of the problem, and his departure will solve everything. The loyal dwarves protest furiously, refusing to accept his lies and guilt. The hero, with a slight smile, shares the wisdom that guilt is only a matter of perception and attitude. He admits that he deliberately lied about the stigmata to hide the real reason for the attack from them. Davy worries about the future of the village, realizing that he will not be able to protect it from all threats. Extending his hand in a farewell gesture, he offers them the last thing he can do to protect them. His only goal now becomes to return home as soon as possible for their own safety. The young man accepts his new title with dignity, ready for the next stage of his journey. The guy corrects his companion with slight irritation, tired of the pompous addresses. With a sense of accomplishment, He looks at his native walls, finally returning home. Returning to his lands, the hero immediately drowns in a mountain of affairs, realizing the colossal influx of new population. The rapid growth of his possessions promises not only prosperity, but also inevitable problems in the future. The arriving dwarf sees with his own eyes the incredible transformation of the lands, about which legends were composed. Filled with gratitude, the loyal comrade vows to turn this place into a capital worthy of its ruler. The young man wisely accepts their help, realizing that even a great leader is nothing without those who watch his back. With a sly grin, he makes the dwarves an offer they simply cannot refuse. The rest of the villagers watch in bewilderment as their stern relatives succumb to the charm of this mysterious guy. He accepts their distrust with a smile, because his incredible deeds speak for him best. Exhausted to the limit, the young man collapses, exhausted, ironically admitting that the battles were much easier. On the verge of complete exhaustion, he finally realizes the full weight of the burden of power that has brought many kings to their graves. Enjoying his rest, the guy stretches blissfully on the bed, created for absolute comfort. He admires the luxurious bed, a true masterpiece of alchemy, worthy even of earthly kings. Suddenly, the idyll is shattered when a sinister hooded figure with glowing eyes appears in the room. A chilling horror pierces the young man as he senses the deadly aura of the intruder. Reeling back in panic, the young man cannot believe his eyes, hoping that this is just a bad dream. A terrible guess dawns on him that the lull was temporary, and now a new, even more dangerous game is beginning. He recalls how, for the sake of profit, petitioners had already infiltrated him, trying to conclude secret deals. In his world, illegal requests and bribes have become commonplace, part of a rotten system. But Davy is determined that such dirty games will not work with him. He will break this vicious system. Suddenly, an angry girl bursts in, causing a scandal and threatening to smash everything to pieces. The holy sister with a knife at her throat proves that her warnings are more powerful than they seem. While corruption flourished and bribes flowed like water, the main puppeteer remained in the shadows. Her furious threats became the only shield against the daily importunate petitioners and their dirty deals. It was only thanks to her fierce protection that he finally found the peace he had longed for and could sleep peacefully. He is pierced by horror at the thought that his enemies are ready to resort to baseness and press on his pity with the help of a child. Exhausted by endless intrigues, he accepts this new, vile challenge with a heavy sigh. The innocent little girl shines with happiness, disarming everyone around her with her angelic charm. Her disarming sweetness turns out to be such a powerful weapon that it is almost dangerous to the heart. There is only bewilderment in her eyes, while the adults are seething with rage because of such vile manipulation. Unable to bear this circus, he decisively grabs the baby in his arms, shocking the observer. The maid freezes in horror, unable to believe the scandalous scene before her eyes. He furiously scolds the maid for disobeying a direct order, not believing her frightened excuses. There is confusion in her eyes, because she was sure that it was he who brought the mysterious girl. A cold guess pierces him. He understands that there is a traitor in his house, who has secretly made his way into his chambers. The maid is upset to realize that her authority has been undermined, and that she no longer has control over what is happening. In a panic, she rushes to apologize to the child, feeling guilty for her blatant mistake. The little girl suddenly shows determination, promising to immediately find her parents and put an end to this misunderstanding. A stunning scream echoes throughout the room, leaving the young man completely stunned. Another girl peers out from behind the door with tears in her eyes, her silent grief adding another mystery. A pop-up window reveals the shocking truth. The girl is actually his powerful spirit blade. He realizes with annoyance that all this time he has been missing a simple but brilliant function. He is tormented by his conscience for the unfortunate name, and he desperately searches for a way to fix everything under her caustic ridicule. The shocking truth about the nature of his sword is revealed, which considers him its parent. The system is getting out of control, adding embarrassing comments and making him look ridiculous. The maid changes tactics and tries to bribe the powerful blade spirit with a simple cookie. He watches in amazement as his animated swords act like ordinary people, erasing all boundaries. Suddenly, a second spirit blade falls into his arms, catching him off guard and causing alarm. The paternal instinct awakens in him, and he is ready to protect his small but powerful companions. The time has come for a test, and he decides to finally understand the nature of his mysterious spirit blades. With trepidation, he asks them to show their true form, preparing for any, even the most incredible outcome. He is relieved to find that his living blades are fully sentient and understand his every word. As if by magic, the spirit blades rise into the air, beginning their incredible reverse transformation. Holding them in his hands, he feels absolute unity, as if they were not weapons, but an extension of himself. He is amazed to discover that after awakening, their power has increased many times over, promising new possibilities. Satisfied with the test, he allows them to return to human form, accepting their new reality. His sudden daddy status leaves him at a loss as spirit blades swarm around him. With a sly grin, he tries to get out of it by calling them adopted, but only makes the situation worse. His new family life is a chaos as his young daughters demand sweets. The sudden appearance of an agitated maid interrupts this idyll, foreshadowing new troubles. The news of an unexpected guest takes him by surprise, making him wonder what other surprises fate has in store for him. An unexpected visit without warning takes everyone by surprise, disturbing the established peace. The arrival of the princess adds a touch of intrigue and anticipation to the narrative. The meeting with the mysterious children causes a storm of emotions in the princess, and questions for her stunned brother. He proudly announces his new role as guardian, leaving his sister in a state of complete shock. The princess finds herself caught in the children's embrace, confused and charmed by their unexpected affection. She notes with surprise that her brother never ceases to amaze, getting involved in something new every time. With relief, she admits how much she worried about his fate in this god-forsaken wasteland. His incredible success in trading rare moongrass makes her truly admire him. She excitedly shares another discovery: real dwarves now live in his village. His modest admission of alliance with the reclusive dwarves finally convinces her of his incredible talents. Princess Winry reassures him with a gentle smile, letting him know that she doesn't care about the state of his lands. Her calm is based on his happiness, and this simple confession leaves the young man at a loss. Under the burden of endless work, he himself did not notice how much he had changed for the better. His little companions confirm that joy is the most accurate description of his new state. He invites her in, and the girls' delighted cries create an atmosphere of almost family idyll. He entrusts the children to his sister, leaving them alone and creating an awkward but warm family scene. In the silence of the living room, he learns that the lull in her lands has allowed her to come on an important mission. A slight reproach of indifference on her part only elicits from him a disarming smile and an apology. The atmosphere changes dramatically when she finally reveals, fists clenched, the true reason for her visit. Her desperate request to use the power of the stigmata comes to him like a bolt from the blue. He is puzzled by her request, not understanding what kind of power she is talking about and why it is so important. There is despair in her eyes, because he is her last and only hope for salvation. His calm voice gives her strength, and she prepares to reveal her terrible secret. Unable to withstand the enormous tension, the princess loses consciousness right in his arms. Looking at her exhausted face, he understands that the long journey and stress have finally broken her. He realizes what a huge and dangerous journey she has made alone for this meeting. His heart aches at the thought that she drove herself without sleep or rest, driven only by despair. A terrible picture emerges in her memory. Her best friend is dying, and no one can help her. I can still see the moment when her faithful guard Portna shielded her from a poisoned arrow. She realizes that she owes her life to her friend, and this thought makes her mission even more desperate. Despite the priest's efforts, ominous blue spots appeared on his friend's body, foreshadowing a new disaster. After the apparent healing, her friend collapsed to the floor, a victim of unknown and frightening symptoms. Portna was slowly fading away, burning with fever and choking on blood, while her body became covered in cadaverous spots. The last spark of hope ignited in her when she overheard the priest's desperate words about the powerful stigmata. Guilt overwhelms her, and she desperately begs her brother for help, because Portna is suffering because of her. The little spirit blades look anxiously into the face of the sleeping princess, sensing her pain and despair. He tries to reassure his little companions, hiding his own anxiety behind a mask of confidence. The girls, in a childishly touching manner, forbid her to get sick, making it clear that she is now under their protection. Hongdan and Chondan decide to remain guard at her bedside, showing unexpected devotion and care. He watches with affection as his spirit blades, who had recently rejected her, now sleep peacefully next to him. He watches them with tenderness, realizing that now their closeness is more important than ever. He realizes that their pure energy is the only chance to heal his tormented sister. His faithful companion notices a shadow of concern on his face, but he is not yet ready to share his suspicions. A chilling realization hits him as he realizes that he has experienced similar ominous symptoms before. An anxious premonition forces him to act decisively, relying on intuition, which has never failed him yet. He orders his loyal assistant to find the best spy, realizing that time is against him. Looking up at the night sky, he feels the threads of a conspiracy woven into a tight knot, threatening to engulf him. His companion reminds him of his talent for turning any disaster to his advantage, instilling confidence in him. However, he understands that lives are at stake and cannot allow this mysterious disease to spread. Even his ancient demonic companion does not know this affliction, which only confirms his worst fears. A terrible guess dawns on him. This disease could not have appeared on the continent by itself. He understands that every effect has a cause, and he intends to get to the bottom of it. A mysterious poison, strange symptoms, and the impotence of doctors. All this adds up to a sinister picture. His faithful companion notices how depressed he is, but does not dare to ask unnecessary questions. He admits that his sister's case is shrouded in mystery, and he has a difficult puzzle to solve. The first and main question that haunts him is where the wild robbers got such a deadly poison. He decides not to jump to conclusions, realizing that he lacks the information to get the full picture. She finally understands that calling the spy is his first step in investigating this complicated case. The main rule of medicine comes to mind. The key to healing lies in the cause of the disease. He sits down at his desk, ready to work. And at that moment, someone appears who can give him answers. He confidently addresses the void, knowing that the spy he summoned is already here and waiting for his moment. His insight amazes even his faithful companion, because he easily discovered the invisible guest. He greets the mysterious informant with a slight smile, immediately making it clear who is in charge here. He politely invites the guest to sit down, but he remains standing, shrouded in an aura of mystery and mistrust. Realizing that his abilities have frightened the spy, the young man decides to drop the pleasantries and get straight to the point. He announces his intention to buy up all available information, challenging the capabilities of the secret guild. The young man is ready to pay any price, because he knows that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The informant boasts that for money, they can reveal even the dirtiest secrets of the royal family. Such an inept and vulgar advertisement of services only causes comical bewilderment in the hero. He decides to play along, making an absurd order to test the limits of his guest's capabilities and audacity. He casually throws a bag of gold on the table, demonstrating his power and seriousness of intentions. This generous advance is not just payment, but a silent order to act quickly and without unnecessary questions. Putting the jokes aside, he finally voices his real order, and his voice brooks no argument. Suddenly, a dossier on the spy appears before him, revealing shocking details about his identity and background. His surprise knows no bounds when he realizes that the formidable assassin is actually a girl. He corrects the spy, calling her mission a medical investigation to hide her true motives. He looks at her defiantly, checking to see if she will break under the weight of his first serious assignment. Her sudden refusal of money puts him in a quandary, disrupting the usual course of their business relationship. She rejects both free work, and her mystery begins to intrigue him even more. She offers a risky deal with payment later, and he immediately tests her strength by playing with fire. She is banking on his reputation, believing that even a notorious lecher keeps his word. He saw through her daring plan, realizing that she was trying to draw him into a web of debt obligations. The spy disappears in a spectacular cloud of smoke, leaving him alone with his thoughts. He is amused by her ostentatious departure, because pride made her choose the most ridiculous way to leave. The mysterious dark elf, hiding her true identity, increasingly piques his curiosity. He understands that behind the most powerful guild on the continent, there is not money, but much more serious ambitions. He suddenly asks about Hellishan's last name, and his gaze becomes sharp as a blade. His companion doesn't see the connection, but he already feels that this last name is the key to something bigger. He ends the conversation abruptly, but the boredom on his face suggests that the game has become too predictable. 2 days later, a desperate cry breaks the silence, foreshadowing a new tragedy or a painful choice. He tiredly tries to reason with his sister, knowing full well that her condition does not allow her to take risks. Despair overcomes her, because she understands that they are trying to leave her behind, despite all the persuasion. He is adamant in his decision, because her stubbornness could cost her too much. He reminds her of her own words that time waits for no one, and every minute of delay is mortally dangerous. His patience is running out, because her whims only take away precious time that they don't have. She clenches her fists, refusing to admit her weakness, even though her body is already at its limits. The bad feeling doesn't leave him, and he trusts his intuition more than her words. Her cry of despair is not just stubbornness, but the fear of being helpless and abandoned. Their tense argument is interrupted by the appearance of a stranger whose presence seems out of place and suspicious. The guest who suddenly appears turns out to be Mr. Jullus, whose smile shines too brightly for this gloomy situation. The girl is speechless, completely enchanted by the sudden appearance of a handsome stranger. The hero's intuition screams of danger, and his face is distorted by a sinister grin. Jullus proudly introduces himself as a high-level mage, casually flaunting his status and power. Davy greets the guest coldly, hiding his true attitude behind a mask of politeness. His friendly smile is just a cover for icy indifference and unwillingness to deal with him. He sees this magician as nothing more than a source of future problems, from whom it is better to stay away. The embarrassed sister admits that she has heard about him from the princess, which only piques his interest. Behind his cheerful laughter lies a chilling scream. This man is incredibly dangerous. His faithful companion is ready to kill, feeling threatened, and barely holds him back from a rash act. He decides with icy fury that no one dares to lay their dirty hands on his sister. He is a living legend, a genius of the magic tower, whose skill at such a young age is awe-inspiring. His image is impeccable. He is the ideal of the era, in which there is not a single weakness or shortcoming. Davy cuts off the pleasantries abruptly, his question about his sister coming across as an accusation, making her flinch. Julius easily parries the attack, explaining it all away as an accident. But his smile does not deceive his brother. Behind his grateful smile lies a seething rage, and he is ready to kill this bastard. He cleverly changes roles, presenting his sister as the savior, and she melts at his words. This verbal balancing act irritates him, because he can clearly see how Julius is trying to buy himself off with flattery. He casually offers to help, mentioning the mana gate as if it were a trivial matter and not a rare artifact. Her eyes light up with delight, because for her the mana gate is a real miracle. Her story about the mana gate only emphasizes how much incredible power and wealth this man possesses. Julius explains the existence of the gate as a simple coincidence, hiding his boundless power behind modesty. The sister admires his talents, not noticing how behind her back her brother is burning with jealousy and suspicion. Davy barely contains his irritation, deciding to postpone the reprisal with him for later in favor of a convenient teleport. He is forced to shake his hand, concluding a temporary truce, and their handshake is full of latent tension. The teleport takes them to a place where the very atmosphere is filled with a chilling premonition of doom. His companion catches a strange smell, and a feeling of unnatural, ominous threat hangs in the air. This nauseating smell turns out to be the smell of burning flesh, and horror grips their hearts. The girl cannot believe what happened, because the recent cleansing was supposed to bring peace, not a new tragedy. The sudden appearance of a stranger leaves them frozen in tense anticipation, wondering whether he is a friend or a foe. Instead of the princess, they are met by Count Rinton, and his official visit foreshadows serious problems. She tries to interrupt the small talk, citing urgent matters, but her voice trembles with tension. Count Rinton coldly declares that the situation is hopeless, and his silent guards surround her. His smug smile betrays that under the pretext of prevention, he has pulled off something far more sinister. He makes a formal apology for his high-handedness, but his tone leaves no doubt that he is the master of the situation here. The girl boldly declares her powers, trying to defend her authority on her own land. The Count admits his insolence, but immediately reminds him that his organization is above local laws and regulations. She is cornered, because she knows full well about the unlimited powers of the Central Disease Administration. This organization has the power granted by the three emperors, and its influence extends throughout the continent. They are the shadow government of the medical world, whose power and resources know no bounds. Finally, he throws off his mask, announcing a terrible disease they call the Devil's Blood. The very name of the disease, Devil's Blood, makes her heart freeze with chilling horror. The description of the symptoms sounds terribly familiar, and a terrible guess pierces her consciousness. Panic takes hold of her, and she desperately screams at her brother that they need to run to the port immediately. Count Rinton greets Davy with a hypocritical smile, his belated politeness full of hidden menace. The young man coolly parries his hints, but the Count is sure that there are no random miracles in the world. The old man continues to press, slyly hinting that it was the prince's presence that caused all the events. She abruptly ends this poisonous conversation, unable to bear his verbal traps any longer. With icy determination, the girl declares that she is leaving, refusing to be a prisoner in her own home. Her desperate cry is drowned out by the ominous silence of the empty palace, and the fear becomes almost tangible. He informs her that all the servants are under quarantine, and her world is collapsing, as this measure is nothing more than a trap. The guy is forced to admit that the Count is right, realizing the seriousness and irreversibility of the consequences. Her furious protest is shattered by the cold wall of the law signed by Queen Rauna herself. She realizes with horror that the transfer of power in an emergency is a long-standing norm, and she is powerless. The old man reports with satisfaction that no known force is capable of curing this terrible disease. His sinister grin speaks for itself, because they came here as the only saviors and judges. The Count imperiously offers his help, demanding complete and unconditional submission to himself. Behind his confident promises lies a cold calculation, and his gaze does not bode well. The infirmary became a real hell, where the groans of the dying mixed with the smell of disease and despair. Davy realizes that what is happening is not a cure, but merely an attempt to contain the disaster. His companion is sickened by the terrible smell, and says with disgust that she has never seen such a disease. Davy strides resolutely towards one of the beds, his gaze filled with icy concentration. Portna was tossing and turning in agony on her hospital bed, her life fading with every ragged breath. The nameplate confirms his worst fears. He has unmistakably identified the source of the infection. His companion suddenly smells the poisonous aroma of dark blue goatweed flowers in the air. The young man remembers that in this world, deadly flowers are known by another name. These poisonous flowers grow only in the polar regions, making their appearance here completely impossible. The high temperature tells him that the poison has already reached the brain, and there is almost no time left for salvation. Her body is cold as a corpse, but her insides are burning in hellfire, creating a terrible imbalance. Confirmation of his suspicions does not bring relief, but only plunges him deeper into the abyss of unanswered questions. He does not understand how a disease from the polar lands could have ended up here, and this mystery drives him crazy. He says the name of the virus, and it sounds like a blood-curdling death sentence. This disease is an artificially created weapon from another world, unlike anything known. Memories of 280 million deaths come alive, recalling a decade of nightmare and powerlessness. Even the life-saving medicine could not atone for the millions of lives irretrievably lost. The guy decides to act immediately, because every second of delay is another stolen life. His arm is suddenly grabbed and a furious cry breaks the tense silence of the infirmary. The stranger tries to stop him, but the young man looks at him with icy contempt, not intending to retreat. Baron Gorneo, another representative of the administration, appears, and his menacing appearance does not bode well. Davy calmly introduces himself as the first prince, and for a moment the Baron's eyes flash with confusion. The Baron demands that the prince leave, brazenly demonstrating that his power here is higher than the king's. The Baron, with icy calm, reports that the disease is airborne, and this is not just a fact, but a threat. A sudden fear forces the Baron to shut the prince's mouth, because a mortal threat is in the air. The Baron tries to devalue his gift, condescendingly reminding him that he knows about his stigma. The young man challenges him, because even the high priest was powerless against this disease. A sudden seizure in a patient wreaks havoc, clearly demonstrating the full horror of this disease. The Baron desperately tries to calm the patient, but his orders are drowned out by the atmosphere of growing panic. The prince abruptly stops the medic. His words sound like a death sentence. This medicine will kill the patient. Ignoring the shouts and bewilderment, he imperiously demands the phone, knowing that there is no time. With a pipe in his hand, he is ready to act, and his confidence makes the Baron look at him with suspicion. The patient's lungs were filled with clotted blood, a gruesome sight that explains his decisive actions. He coldly states that without his intervention the patient will die instantly, and there is no choice left. With incredible precision, he finds the right point, because the slightest mistake will cost his life. Behind his outward confidence lies a huge fear, because he understands that there is no right to make a mistake. A sacred cut flares up in his hands, and this light becomes the last hope for the dying man. He tries to suppress the patient's unbearable pain, but his screams tear his soul apart. Without hesitation, he plunges the glowing instrument into the patient's chest, and a desperate scream shakes the walls. The Baron, in a rage, accuses him of playing with human life without understanding his true motives. The Baron desperately grabs his shoulder, trying to stop what seems to him to be senseless cruelty. The Baron's face is distorted with anger. He cannot understand whether he is witnessing a rescue or a cold-blooded murder. He ignores the Baron's furious accusations, because now words don't matter. Only the result is important. The Baron, in shock, demands an answer as dark, infected blood drips from the instrument. The medic's sudden cry breaks the silence. The patient's pulse has returned, and it is a real miracle. The Baron can't believe his eyes. His world is collapsing, and he desperately calls for help. The prince confidently takes the flask from the medic, his gaze leaving no doubt about his intentions. In his hand is a flask with poisonous blood, and this is not just a trophy, but a symbol of the victory won. He issues a cold warning to the medics. Their incompetence almost cost a man his life. Davy leaves, leaving behind a trail of shock and awe. Their world will never be the same again. A person with a stigma not only heals, he carries within him the blessing of resistance to disease. The Baron stands in a daze, realizing the depth of his error and the insignificance of the high priest. The girl shudders at the unexpected appearance of the guest. His presence causes her anxiety and fear. He can hardly contain his irritation at the familiarity, while his companion makes caustic comments about the situation. The inability to contact Varys only increases the tension, hinting at even greater trouble. When asked about the infirmary, he answers with restraint, but there is satisfaction in his voice about the work he has done. The assistant reports an important find, and a tense anticipation hangs in the air. The presence of two officials from the disease department, Count Linton and Baron Gorneo, complicates the already confusing situation. The titles are just a cover. Their real power comes from the Central Disease Control. The girl confirms their status by revealing the complex system of ranks of the central administration. The chain of command is revealed to be vast and daunting. hinting at the scale of their enemy. The realization that the three chairmen are three emperors turns a local problem into a global conspiracy. At the head of everything is the Holy Father, and the hero understands that magic is powerless against the real threat of this world. The destruction of personal files along with information about each person looks like a sinister conspiracy. The power of the officials, supported by three emperors and a union of countries, seems an irresistible force. Any confrontation threatens to incur the wrath of the empire, and sow chaos not only in their kingdom. The residents' fear demands immediate action, but the assistant insists on a wait-and-see approach. The appearance of the knightly order led by Count Kolio foretells not salvation, but total destruction. The name of Count Kolio of the Imperial Order means nothing to the prince, hinting at the hidden figures on the board. The Count's sudden return from retirement forces the heroes to make a risky decision to trust him. The girl is tormented by a feeling of guilt for dragging her friends into this deadly game. The prince kneels to comfort her, his tenderness a contrast to the brutality surrounding them. The young man's sharp answer to the question about 5th grade Yulisu cuts off the conversation, hiding another secret. Porta modestly assures that he is only doing his duty, but his sincere desire to help is obvious. Davy is surprised by Porta's status, but his sincerity seems too suspicious. He leaves the infirmary because his true goal lies outside of it. In his hands is a flask with infected blood, and this is not just a sample, but the key to salvation. While the disease control is holding back the worst, he must use this chance to create a cure. Paris doesn't understand his plan, but he is going to create a vaccine, antibodies against the deadly threat. The disease administration also tried to create antibodies, but their methods were doomed to failure. Paris doubts his success, but he already has a plan and a man who will help him implement it. A mysterious stranger appears from a dark portal. His irritated appearance does not bode well. The stranger in the cloak realizes with annoyance that he has been discovered again, and there is no way to hide from Davy's gaze. The young man catches the agent in his weakness with a grin, knowing that his discontent gives him away. The stranger in the cloak conveys information, but the refusal of money hints at a more complicated relationship. Davy hands the agent a mysterious artifact, and this gesture becomes the beginning of a new game. He threatens to fire me with a smile, but behind this joke there is deep trust. The prince coldly states that everything is calculated, and he knows that the agent is not acting on orders. The sudden change of tone turns their meeting into an interrogation, where the price of error is too high. A secret agent's guarantee is his life, and this promise sounds like a death sentence. Davy doesn't give him a break, immediately making a new, even more difficult request. He tasks the agent with obtaining rare components, trusting him more than any mercenary. The prince brazenly offers to use the enemy's name, turning their own system into a weapon. Davy appeals to the agent's humanity, reminding him that even in the shadow world there is room for compassion. The prince's words sound almost like a plea, asking the agent to hurry for the common good. The next morning, the palace is shaken by a furious cry, foreshadowing a new round of conflict. The baron and the count are furious and accuse the prince of frivolity, not understanding his true motives. In desperation, the baron screams about the lives of his patients, his panic and distrust of the stranger reaching its limit. Davy's icy calm and reminder of the patient he saved silence his opponents. Count Linton, having changed his anger to mercy, asks the main question on which all their lives depend. The prince's gaze is full of confidence when he is asked directly about the existence of a cure for the deadly disease. Despair forces officials to grasp at any, even the most illusory, hope for salvation. The prince declares his rights. His goal is not power, but the protection of his native lands and his younger sister. A cruel reminder of the tragedy in the Countess Empire makes Count Linton turn pale with old fears. Memories of countless deaths and the helplessness of doctors paint the present in the colors of hopelessness. The direct accusation that Baron Gorneo was a witness to the previous failure hits the mark. The Baron's silence in response to the reproach of pride speaks of his internal struggle and wounded pride. The prince calmly declares that even the slightest chance of salvation is worth grasping at. The official is at a loss to understand what game this unpredictable young man is playing. The appearance of Count Kolio, captain of the extermination squad, fills the room with icy tension. Count Linton's true fear is not illness, but that the prince's success will ruin their reputation. Kolio questions the official's decision, hinting at hidden motives and the weakness of his position. The count agrees with him, but his meaningful pause promises that he has an ace up his sleeve. Count Linton cynically raises his glass because curing the disease will only bring him profit. He hopes for the prince's success, seeing the situation as a win-win for his political games. The sly gleam in his eyes reveals that he needs this victory no less than Davy himself. The young man's official participation in the treatment brings relief, although his sudden knowledge arouses suspicion. The sister's sincere gratitude proves that in this chaos, personal trust is stronger than official power. By the will of the count, The central administration is forced to follow the opinion of the prince, shifting all responsibility onto him. Baron Gorneo defiantly declares that he will be watching. His presence is not support, but a direct threat. The Baron's gaze is full of hostility. He sees the young man as a threat to his established world. The medical team greets the prince with icy silence, their open defiance threatening to sabotage his efforts. The terrible groans of the sick and the sight of melting bodies remind us that their real enemy is a merciless disease. This virus is insidious and changeable. It hides in the body, not revealing itself until the very end. It all starts deceptively simply, like a common disease, lulling vigilance with its disguise. The first blow is dealt to the muscles. They begin to melt, turning the body into a prison of pain. The fire then consumes the joints and bones, causing the body to disintegrate into particles from the inside. Unbearable pain pierces the young man, but the cold order to endure only emphasizes the horror of what is happening. Davy mercilessly describes how the internal organs melt away one by one after the bones. Baron Gorneo is horrified to realize that the prince knows more about the disease than any of them. Secret information about an incurable disease ends up in the hands of a prince, breaking all the rules. The young man's question sounds like a challenge, causing the Baron to shudder with frightening guesses. Davy admits with a creepy smile that he knows about this disease, but under a completely different name. A mysterious hint about another place and other knowledge makes the Baron freeze in bewilderment. The prince voices the harsh verdict of doctors who admitted their complete powerlessness against the disease. The only desperate method is to cut out the source of the infection, but this is almost certain death. The Baron bitterly confirms that they have already tried this barbaric method of treatment without any success. The young man's knowledge of the failures of operations and relapses of the virus plunges the Baron into real shock. A sudden improvement in the patient's condition becomes the first ray of hope in this impenetrable darkness. Davy appeals to the patient's will, turning treatment into a battle of the spirit, not just the flesh. The appearance of the agent with the delivery report indicates that the main stage of the plan has already begun. The Baron is amazed by the agent's speed, and the prince carelessly resolves financial issues, demonstrating his power. A confident promise of results in 3 days sounds like a challenge to fate and all its enemies. 3 days later, the miracle happened. The recovering girl couldn't believe her eyes when she saw healthy skin. Porta's tears of joy and her embrace with her friend become the best proof of the incredible healing. Davy's smug grin breaks the Baron's shock, as the prince has kept his bold promise. Count Linton is crushed, because the young man's success has devalued all their previous desperate attempts. The realization that the answer lay in antibodies was a humiliating blow to the pride of the best specialists. The Baron's helpless muttering about years of searching only emphasizes the brilliant simplicity of the prince's solution. The prince mockingly offers to tell an interesting fact, playing with the defeated and stunned Baron. A visual demonstration with the patient's blood should reveal the secret of the medicine and finally break the skeptics. An invisible reaction in the blood makes the Baron cry out. But this is only the beginning of a real miracle. The incredible spectacle, visible without a microscope, makes the Baron doubt all the laws of nature. The shocking revelation that the virus is a living being is a game-changer. This is not a disease, but an intelligent biological weapon created for the strategic destruction of its victim. The medicine turns out to be a deadly cocktail of medicinal and poisonous herbs, designed to kill the parasite. The prince's generosity in leaving behind a huge amount of medicine stuns the Baron, and shows his limitless resources. Davy's delighted sister tells him that his fame is already thundering throughout the land, turning him into a legend. Popular rumor calls him a saint, and even the skeptical Baron is forced to acknowledge his genius. The young man is tired of loud titles, but he understands that for desperate people his knowledge is tantamount to a miracle. In just 3 days, he turned the game around by creating a cure, and handing over the reins of power to the humiliated Baron Gorneo. Persephone's caustic remark about the officials' false good nature reveals the rotten nature of their power. Behind the mask of Count Linton's generosity lies a cold calculation, and this is only the calm before a new storm. An unsettling sense of déjà vu pierces the prince at the sight of the Count's smile, as if he had already encountered this evil in a past life. Davy chalks it all up to intuition, but deep down he's growing convinced that Linton is more of a cold-blooded researcher than a doctor. Despite Baron Gorneo's stubbornness, his selfless care for the sick evokes involuntary respect in the young man. It was this respect for his medical duty that made the prince indulgently tolerate all his past rudeness. The inspired sister and the red-haired mage are eager to help, their determination becoming a new trump card in his hands. The young man sees their sincere impulse and decides to direct their energy in the right direction for the common cause. The prince entrusts them with the delicate work of working with solutions, testing their magical talents of the Red Tower for strength. He leaves them alone with the important task so that he can go to the infirmary himself and resolve matters with the Baron. Porta's sincere and boundless admiration for his brother does not escape the red-haired magician's gaze. Her words about her brother being incredible always add to the mystery of his sudden genius. Porta fondly remembers how her brother was always like family to them, despite their different backgrounds. Her childhood memories of her brother's fairy tales make the red-haired magician quietly envious of their closeness. The magician's sudden request to leave interrupts their heartfelt conversation, hinting at an urgent matter. The girl dreams of baking cookies for her brother as soon as everything gets better, full of bright hope. Through the communication artifact, the magician reports the prince's incredible success, confirming all the incredible rumors. The speed with which the young man solved the problem shocks the magician, causing him to look pale. The prince's confidence, which is characteristic only of wise men with great experience, suggests that they do not know the whole truth. Davy's talent awakens in the count a personal greed, a desire to have such a genius as his ally. In the red-haired boy's heart, hope is born that with a person like Davy, they can become true friends. The count's loud laughter sounds like approval, because meeting such a person is a rare and valuable success. The teacher's wise words that age is not a measure of knowledge help the red-haired magician accept the genius of the young prince. The count begins his story, and his tense expression suggests that he has unearthed something disturbing. He could only find scraps of information about the secret project, but even this was enough to draw dark conclusions. The investigation confirms the existence of a rare and very special specialist, as the young magician had assumed. A sudden explosion and roaring flames interrupt the conversation, turning a quiet day into a living hell. The desperate cry of the magician calling for Princess Winry is drowned out by the roar of the fire, and he is overcome with a chilling horror. All his magical power is put into one spell, a desperate attempt to master the element of fire. A powerful water cyclone descends upon the flames, demonstrating his incredible level of magical prowess. But after the water pacified the fire, a terrible blow awaits him. The princess disappeared without a trace. A terrible guess flashes through the magician's head, connecting the explosion, the disappearance, and their recent conversation. The magician is horrified to realize that the same man is behind this, but he cannot believe such cruelty. He decides to protect the physically weak Prince Davy by not involving him in this deadly game. The memory of the prince's calm confidence in his conversation with the Baron contrasts sharply with the current chaos. A harsh lesson from the past comes to his mind when he first encountered the destructive power of magic. The teacher's precepts about caution and the value of human life were always his unbreakable rule. But now, overcome with rage and despair, he throws aside all prohibitions for the sake of saving his sister. The image of the smiling princess burns him from the inside, because strength is meaningless if he cannot protect her. The scale of the destruction exceeds his worst fears. This is not just an attack, but a planned massacre. The red-haired boy rushes to Count Colio with a desperate question, his intuition screaming about betrayal. The sudden appearance of the prince and the baron adds new tension, their calm looking ominous against the backdrop of the ruins. The knight's cold words of command sound like a sentence, leaving no room for doubt in his intentions. The death sentence for Baron Gorneo and the order for the prince to follow them reveal the true face of the conspiracy. The sword pointed at the defenseless baron becomes a symbol of treachery and abuse of power. A swift blow should have ended the baron's life, but instead he faces an unthinkable obstacle. In an incredible move, Prince Davy stops the deadly blade with his bare hand, leaving everyone in shock. The young man's icy calm amidst the general horror proves that the situation is completely under his control. The prince realizes with disdain how stupid the knight was to fall into such an obvious trap. The hidden power that flared up in the young man's hand comes as a complete surprise to the attacker. The knight's face distorts with pain and surprise as a powerful electric discharge runs through his body. A deadly bolt of zero-charge lightning envelops the attacker, revealing to the world the true power of Prince Davy. His cold words about being prepared for death sound like an indisputable law for all conspirators. The prince issues an icy challenge to the remaining knights, questioning their resolve to go all the way. In response to Persephone's warning, the young man only smirks, because his magic will not leave traces of blood. The sudden appearance of a mysterious assassin named Jack at the call of the prince completely changes the balance of power. A ruthless order to get rid of all witnesses becomes payment for past favors, revealing their long-standing deal. The deal is sealed with a single gesture, and the prince confidently moves forward, leaving the dirty work to his loyal assassin. He orders the stunned baron to focus on healing, taking full leadership of the chaos. His sinister smile and promise to grind the villains into dust leave no doubt about his cruel intentions. The astonished baron hears a growing roar, not understanding what other horror the young prince has prepared for them. Flashing lightning strikes the remaining knights mercilessly, demonstrating the true extent of his magical punishment. A desperate mage rushes through the roaring flames, realizing that he has become a pawn in someone else's cruel game. The prince's foresight in casting tracking magic on his sister is now the only hope for her salvation. The realization that Winry has been kidnapped sends Davy into pursuit, surrounded by the shadows of powerful enemies. The young man coolly analyzes the strength of his opponents, realizing that his foresight was not in vain. Having found himself surrounded, the young man admits his mistake, but there is no fear in his eyes, only cold calculation. Seeing that the hero is unarmed, the knights presumptuously rush into the attack, unaware of their fatal mistake. The prince's icy grin becomes the answer to their order, because for him, ordinary weapons are just an unnecessary hindrance. The abandoned sword comes to life, performing a deadly dance, controlled by the invisible will of its owner. In an instant, it's all over, and the surviving knight looks on in horror at something that defies his understanding. The magical blade hangs in the air as a symbol of absolute power, delivering its silent verdict. The young man's incredible ability to control the sword as if it were a living being leaves the last knight completely stupefied. With icy calm, the prince explains the essence of his technique, turning the enemy's weapon into his own executioner. The deadly double-blade technique leaves the knight no chance, ending the fight instantly and mercilessly. Amidst the dying cries, the hero scornfully mocks the vaunted reputation of the Imperial Knights. He puts them on the same level as ordinary mercenaries, indifferently demonstrating the gap between their strength and his own. Persephone's question about the reason for the attack on the innocent Winry evokes only cold indifference in the prince, his mind occupied with revenge. He looks for some justification in their actions, but his anger leaves no room for mercy. The young man understands that his high status is both a protection and a target, requiring a cunning plan from his enemies. Confidently listing his titles and connections, he reminds his enemies that an attack on him will lead to an inevitable investigation. A sudden insight reveals the entire plan of the enemy, who chose the ideal place to stage an attack of monsters. Persephone tries to find logic in Winry's kidnapping, but even the prince can't put all the pieces of the puzzle together at once. The young man's thoughts about the enemy's insidious plan are interrupted by a desperate cry, returning him to cruel reality. He guesses about the cynical plan of the enemies, who will stage a performance with the search for the missing princess. The perfect cover, attacking defenseless lands in the absence of knights, removes all suspicion from them. The young man confirms his guess with gloomy satisfaction, because this way they can easily avoid responsibility. However, even having figured out their plan, the young man still feels doubts, because there are inconsistencies in this story. Persephone points out the main inconsistency, because for a simple massacre, the kidnapping of Winry was completely unnecessary. A sudden epiphany strikes Persephone when Davy reminds her of the key phrase spoken by the knights. The memory of the order to kill the Baron and capture the prince becomes the last missing piece of the puzzle. The true goal revealed, they could not miss the chance to get a rare stigma carrier, making him their main trophy. The antagonist mockingly acknowledges the resilience of the exhausted magician, who can barely stand on his feet. His question about the purpose of his visit does not sound like curiosity, but rather a cold superiority over a doomed enemy. Despite his wounds, Julus's response to defend himself is one of unwavering determination that defies fate. The villain cynically lists all those whom the magician could not save, turning his noble impulse into a bitter mockery. The realization that the enemy knows all his motives plunges Julus into a state of complete shock and despair. The enemy's smug grin proves that every step of the magician was calculated and foreseen in advance. The terrible truth that the knightly order has already destroyed all the inhabitants falls upon him like a death sentence. A final, desperate push, fueled by grief and rage, becomes his only response to the brutal truth. The bloodied blade becomes a silent reproach, reminding him of the cost of his failed mission to protect. Cold words about the need to escape finally break his spirit, emphasizing the futility of his sacrifice. The villain looks with contempt at the defeated Julus, mocking his naive belief in his own strength. He reduces his noble impulse to stupid love, finally humiliating the fallen hero. Elder Linton coldly confirms that the mage's feelings for the princess were his last trump card. His rude treatment of the unfeeling Winry and cynical comment about her appearance reveal his true nature. The final blow mercilessly ends Julus's life, putting a bloody end to his tragic story. The ominous promise of turning the captives into guinea pigs foretells a future of unimaginable torment. The revelation of the true identity of the conspirator, the brilliant physician Linton, adds a sinister irony to the proceedings. From childhood, his genius in medicine was undeniable, but it went hand in hand with frightening ambitions. His twisted nature and bizarre methods led to his being banned from practicing medicine, pushing him down an even darker path. The horrifying truth about the kidnapping of 200 people for inhumane experiments reveals his monstrous nature. His genius produced a cure, but the price of this discovery was terrible. written in the blood of innocence. The survivors of his experiment were doomed to a short and painful agony, becoming only a side effect. He found his calling in a macabre dance with death, walking over corpses without hesitation to achieve his goal. A twisted philosophy justifies mass murder by turning the maniac into a hero in his own eyes. But behind the facade of great goals, there was a story that would freeze the blood in your veins and make your soul go numb. His shadow covers the world, and in it there is nothing but the darkness of the demon that has swallowed up thousands of lives. Count Linton watches the broken hero in surprise, not expecting such an easy and quick victory. Even on the brink of death, Julius tries to appeal to the monster's conscience, not believing in the reality of what is happening. The elder dismisses all accusations with a cynical smile, because in his twisted world everyone wins. Prince Davy's death will be the final sacrifice on the altar of his mad science, opening up new horizons. In his twisted deal, the prince's death will be the price for his own glory and recognition. Julius's fate is sealed. He will become just another piece of material for inhuman experiments in the name of progress. Impotent rage distorts the magician's face, because he sees before him not a person, but the embodiment of pure madness. The accusation of madness sounds like the highest praise to the elder, confirming his genius. The cold order to maim but not kill turns Julius from an enemy into a valuable resource for future torture. His loyal executioner readily accepts the order, anticipating the opportunity to break the captive's will. A villainous laugh echoes as he prepares to unleash inevitable punishment on the mage like a natural disaster. The hero's greatest miscalculation was not in strength or strategy, but in a fatal delay that cost him everything. His laughter turns into hysterical despair, and he begs for oblivion, unable to bear the burden of his failure. A sudden blow interrupts his agony, delivering the final verdict that he is not even worthy of the title of man. The sudden appearance of Davy, full of confidence, ruins the villain's plans, because the real disaster is just beginning. His strike, like lightning, falls upon the enemy, demonstrating the power they had so foolishly underestimated. A sudden betrayal within one's own ranks wreaks havoc as an ally turns into an enemy with a blade in hand. The icy calm of the assassin, who is simply following orders, shocks his partner, who is not prepared for such a turn of events. A desperate question about his indifference to the ongoing chaos is shattered against the wall of the killer's cold professionalism. Reminders of his duty to Davy force his partner to painfully choose between orders and doubts. Without wasting a second, the assassin continues his deadly mission, ruthlessly eliminating obstacles in his path. His hesitation is heightened by the thought that the entire cleansing squad turned out to be traitors working for the enemy. The realization that even Count Colio is in league with the enemy turns the situation into a death trap for Prince Davy. His call for help for the prince is met with a caustic response, hinting that he should now worry about his own life. The traitor mockingly explains that the prince single-handedly attacked the elite masters, dooming himself to certain death. His partner is still hesitant, unable to accept the harsh reality of betrayal and the hopelessness of the situation. The assassin, with icy calm, declares that worrying about the prince is the most useless waste of time. A sudden, blinding explosion of divine energy throws the traitors back, proving their fatal mistake. Even Davy himself is surprised by his own strength, hinting at the dark price paid for this power. The prince looks reproachfully at the dying Julius, for whom etiquette is now more important than his own salvation. Bending over the fallen mage, Davy begins the ritual, asking the higher powers for mercy for the lost soul. A powerful healing spell envelops them in light, bringing hope where there was only despair. The healed Julius looks on in amazement, not understanding the prince's words that he never forgets kindness. Leaving the rescued mage behind, Davy promises with a cold smile that he, too, never forgets a grudge. The death cry of agony marks the fall of the villain, overtaken by inevitable retribution. A powerful blow ends his torment, while Prince Davy protects the princess from the bloody spectacle. On top of the cliff, he stands as an unbreakable defender, his magical swords ready to repel any threat. Winry's gentle awakening in his arms interrupts the chaos of the battle, bringing her back from the darkness to her savior. A sudden attack from behind threatens to end his triumph, when a desperate cry warns of danger. The independent blade easily blocks a fatal blow, saving its owner at the last moment. The swordmaster stands frozen in amazement, unable to believe that his attack was stopped by a magical artifact. Davy smirks as he reproaches his enemy for cowardice, turning his desperate attack into a shameful defeat. Julius looks with concern at the prince, who easily fights off the enemies, protecting the princess. He entrusts Winry's life to the rescued mage, binding them with bonds of duty and common purpose. Their desperate plea to stay together is dashed by his decision to face the enemy alone. With unwavering confidence, he walks towards danger, promising to prove that their fears are in vain. The swordmaster looks at his weapon with disdain, seeing in the prince only an inexperienced youth with a dangerous toy. His gaze lights up with greed. He already sees himself as the owner of this powerful blade. The prince reminds with a grin that in this battle the decisive word will be his and his living swords. His caustic remark causes the traitor to realize in horror that his master has fallen into a deadly trap. The swordmaster's wrath falls upon a cowardly subordinate who tries to flee the battlefield. Without giving the enemy time to recover, Davy delivers a crushing blow, breaking his defense and confidence. Even when brought to his knees, the enemy demonstrates incredible resilience, surprising the prince. With a predatory smile, the young man prepares for the final round, anticipating the opportunity to crush his stubborn opponent. Another precise blow to a vulnerable spot knocks the spirit and the remnants of self-control out of the enemy. The swordmaster's furious cries only confirm that the prince's tactics are working without fail. For Davy, there are no rules of honor when absolute victory in combat is at stake. The young man notes with slight disappointment that the renowned swordmaster does not live up to his expectations. From the very beginning of the battle, Davy saw his weakness hidden behind the mask of a formidable warrior. His companion confirms the guess that the enemy artificially overcame his limits, paying a terrible price for it. He had reached the peak of his skill, but this desperate breakthrough became the beginning of the end for him. The prince dismisses the enemy's motives with indifference, since he is only interested in the source of this unnatural power. The terrible truth is revealed in a vision where the human body becomes a vessel for the monster's cells. The accusation of using monstrous experiments for the sake of healing causes the swordmaster to explode with rage. All his excuses now sound absurd when the truth inevitably catches up with him. The terrible accusation of spreading the disease falls upon him, revealing his monstrous crimes. The spy's report becomes a death sentence, and Count Linton falls, struck down not by a sword, but by irrefutable facts. The cold verdict is passed, and in the eyes of the prince and his companion the count turns into despicable trash. The revelation of this secret threatens not just a scandal, but a real war between aristocratic factions. A new threat appears on the horizon, but for Davy it's just another spectacle in his grand plan. Their calm exchange of glances speaks of complete trust and readiness to meet any enemy. The appearance of Count Collio interrupts Linton's last words, shutting the mouth of an inconvenient witness. Collio's gaze fills with horror as he realizes that the boy's true strength lies not in his weapons. The prince's incredible level of skill and holy magic breaks his understanding of the world. It is simply impossible. Having recognized the genius of the young man, the enemy understands that now the prince will fight at full strength. In a desperate attempt to turn the tide of battle, the swordmaster gathers all his strength for one last attack. His deadly blow is aimed not at the prince, but at his defenseless companion, changing the rules of the game. Davy just smirks, because he knows that even a weakened ally does not lose his true value. The sacred aura easily blocks the blow, turning the enemy's confidence into complete bewilderment. A ghostly image from the past taunts him, reminding him of his eternal inability to win. The prince summons the crushing might of the Demon King, preparing to wipe his enemy from the face of the earth. Destructive energy explodes, shaking the earth and demonstrating the hero's absolute superiority. A defeated enemy can only curse his methods, but for the victor, there is no concept of honor. The swordmaster has a bitter realization. He was outclassed in everything from the start. The former captain of the Imperial Order cannot believe his crushing defeat. With a final curse, he drops his sword, acknowledging the young prince's superiority. Even the victor, Davy, is surprised by the incredible resilience of the old man he was beating to death. The tension subsides, and the hero turns to his companions with concern, bringing them back to reality. An embarrassed Julius admits his helplessness, admiring the prince's incredible strength. The prince generously takes the blame upon himself, his mysterious words leaving his companions perplexed. He coldly reveals his calculation. His own life was a bait that the enemy could not ignore. The young man orders them to leave, leaving Julius in charge of protecting the princess. His promise to catch up with them is interrupted by Winry's sudden insight, remembering the escaped enemy. To their horror, they discover that the main villain has disappeared, leaving behind only an ominous omen. His order to leave sounds like a verdict, leaving them no choice but to obey. Julius bitterly admits his powerlessness, unable to pursue the enemy and protect the princess. An unexpectedly powerful teleportation magic circle envelops them, making it impossible for them to resist. They are overcome with amazement and shock. They cannot understand the source of this incredible magic. Coldly turning away from his fallen enemy, Davy leaves his fate in the hands of the Red Tower. The incredible display of power leaves them horrified to realize how much they have underestimated the prince. With a slight grin, he admits that his talents extend to magic as well, which came as a surprise to everyone. Now that all the formalities have been settled, he is preparing with anticipation for the real hunt. He picks up the thrown spear, his words full of sarcasm towards the enemy who abandoned his precious child. The last straw is the realization that the enemy not only deceived him, but also dared to encroach on the princess. The cold promise of a painful death makes the enemy tremble with fear in the dark dungeon. His eyes reflect primal horror. He sees before him not a man, but a monster. The prince challenges him with a grin, making him question which of them is the real monster. A silent dash forward, and the chase reaches its climax in a mysterious hall with a portal. The villain's desperate laughter foreshadows a trap, his last trump card in this deadly game. The air suddenly becomes heavy, and the hero realizes that he has fallen into an invisible but strong trap. An incredible amount of mana is compressed into a barrier, a trap that costs a fortune. The villain ends the game by activating his last artifact to escape from the monster in human form. His companion is alarmed to realize that their target is about to slip away right from under their noses. An ancient relic opens a portal to another dimension, promising him salvation and complete defeat for the hero. The villain mocks him, confident that even his legendary sword is powerless against this trap. His threats are filled with mad rage. He vows revenge and turns the prince into a guinea pig. Linton deals the final blow by bragging about the stolen cure and condemning the innocent to suffering. His mad grin reflects his confidence in complete and final victory over the hero. The villain's triumphant laughter echoes throughout the hall as the young man silently watches his triumph. Already disappearing into the portal, the enemy throws out one last mockery, enjoying his superiority. Davy interrupts his monologue with icy calm, his disgust for his enemy almost palpable. The sarcastic farewell is followed by a blinding flash that destroys the barrier and the villain's hopes. The smug smile on Linton's face is replaced by complete shock and incomprehension of what is happening. For the young man, there is no difference between a barrier and a gate. His power breaks down any barriers and laws. The prince reveals his trump card, a blade capable of destroying the very essence of magic and illusion. His inhuman actions led to a deserved and disfigured end, without causing the hero a drop of pity. Hiding his disappointment, the young man admits that he restrained his thirst for revenge, giving his enemy too easy a death. A sudden rumble interrupts their dark thoughts, foreshadowing a new, unknown threat. The villain's final devious move enrages the prince, who tries to destroy the evidence even after his death. Bursting into the thick of events, the nightly squads receive orders to arrest the conspirators, but with unexpected caution. Orders fly out with lightning speed, splitting forces to capture enemies and rescue allies. The commander reminds his men of their true purpose. Their duty is not for the glory of battle, but to protect the innocent. With a desperate plea in his voice, he sends them into battle, hoping to save as many lives as possible. Before his eyes appears a picture of complete devastation. The scale of the tragedy exceeds all his expectations. Memories of the past only intensify the bitterness, because even then, the earth was already groaning in misfortune. During the long wait and bureaucratic red tape, a vague premonition of an impending catastrophe was born. It was the words of Baron Gorneo, his new ally, that planted the first seeds of a terrible guess in his soul. The terrifying thought of a deliberate infection is cut short by a scream, returning him to an even more terrible reality. The streets are strewn with corpses, and the most terrible suspicion becomes an irrefutable, blood-curdling truth. Horror grips him when he recognizes in the fallen those who should have brought salvation and not lie dead. Despair overwhelms the commander at the sight of the scale of the carnage that has taken place in such a short time. The awareness of mortal danger makes him forget about everything and race against time. A desperate cry escapes his lips. For the life of the Baron he was supposed to protect hangs by a thread. The sudden appearance of Prince Varys before the Baron reveals a new, unexpected twist in the conspiracy. The mutual concern of the heroes only emphasizes how dangerous the situation was for both of them. The news of Prince Davy's arrival with Winry becomes the key to solving the miracle that happened. The incredible news of the creation of a medicine in 3 days stuns the commander, making him doubt reality. Even now, he finds it hard to believe that the young man had easily solved a problem that everyone else had been powerless to face. The grim identification of Count Collio's fallen knights finally confirms their worst suspicions. A sudden realization brings horror. They were to be the next victims in this bloody purge. Fear for the fate of his sister and the prince overshadows everything, because their lives are more important to him than any medicine. Desperation pushes him to extreme measures. He demands an answer, unable to bear the unknown any longer. A chilling horror grips him at the thought of what could have happened to his loved ones. The thought that his trusting sister could have been harmed fills his heart with unbearable pain. His insightful grin catches the girl off guard, revealing her secret feelings and making her blush. The powerful blow shakes the ground, demonstrating his determination and unwillingness to retreat in the face of danger. Having successfully repelled the attack, the young man realizes with relief that he will not have to waste precious energy on this fight. The prince's uncontrollable laughter is interrupted by the anxious cry of his companion, who has noticed something important. The question of the enemy's escape fades into the background when it becomes clear that their path leads to a new, even greater threat. The terrifying guess is confirmed. Their enemies are heading straight to the cursed lands of Ordom. The young man understands the futility of pursuing them in the woods, and suggests changing tactics and strengthening the defense. The conditions are perfect for magic. Lightning crackles in the air, foreshadowing a crushing blow. Focusing all his will, the young man unleashes a powerful spell, ready to end this once and for all. In desperate determination, he turns to his blade, borrowing its power for a final decisive blow. The girl watches in bewilderment as he breaks all known laws of magic by combining his power with hers. Gathering incredible power, the young man prepares to unleash the wrath of the heavens themselves on his enemies. He summons not just lightning, but the very essence of thunderclouds, leaving his enemies no chance. With one gesture, the hero reshapes reality, capturing territory and changing its structure at his will. His companion watches the ancient runes with trepidation, realizing that she has witnessed something impossible. The young man declares himself the master of this space, where every creature is now subordinate to him. His plan is cold and calculating. There is no need for pursuit, because all enemies on his territory are already doomed. In the midst of battle, a new, frightening idea comes to him, which he immediately decides to test on his enemies. It creates a trap of pure thunder, an unnatural phenomenon from which there is no escape. With contempt for his enemies as if they were insects, the prince delivers a crushing lightning strike. The royal carriage races at full speed, trying to escape the merciless pursuit. A brave knight enters into a deadly battle, desperately protecting those inside. Cervelos breaks down in frustration, realizing that their strength is running out and the enemy is getting closer. Despair grows with every second, because at this speed they will inevitably be overtaken. Tireless assassins pursue them on their heels, not giving them a single chance of salvation. A sudden and inexplicable phenomenon causes him to turn around, changing the course of the entire chase. In a desperate attempt to save himself, Cervelos makes a risky decision to take refuge in the forest. Despite the horror of the raging thunderstorm, he understands that this is their only way to salvation. The prince's companion, in horror, begs him to stop because such force threatens to melt his brain. She desperately tries to reach out to him, but the young man only waves her off, hiding his deathly pallor. He says with a grin that such a trifle cannot kill him, because he has reached unimaginable heights. Behind his self-confidence lies a terrible price. His mind is exhausted to the limit from the stress. The world swims before his eyes, his body refuses to obey, and he begins to feel sick from overload. A sharp pain pierces his head, making him realize that without a break, he simply cannot bear it. Overcoming the pain, he glances down and notices something in the forest that shouldn't be there. The only question that runs through his head is what a luxurious carriage is doing here in the wilderness. Recognizing the imperial coat of arms on the carriage instantly turns bewilderment into chilling anxiety. His companion confirms his guess, because the platinum color unmistakably indicates an imperial family. A cold analysis of the situation tells him that if a member of the imperial family is being hunted in this way, then the enemy is incredibly strong. He understands that interfering in this game could result in a catastrophe for them that is much worse than the current one. Their eyes meet, and in that moment he makes a decision that will change everything. An unexpected energy clears his clouded mind, giving him a saving respite. In a sudden revelation, this divine scent belongs to a powerful elementalist. Casting aside all doubts, the young man makes his choice, interfering in someone else's fate. The pursuers find themselves trapped, their path blocked by unknown magic circles. The heavens answer his call, raining down upon the earth a blinding column of divine wrath. A devastating lightning strike cuts off the assassin's path, creating an insurmountable barrier. With feigned indifference, the hero turns away, leaving his companion in complete bewilderment. Her shocked scream breaks the silence as the rescued knight flies down due to his fault. Cervelos's jubilant joy lights up everything around him, as they are finally safe in the lands of the Empire. The joyful anticipation of a quick meeting with the knights of the Empire fills their hearts with hope. The joy of salvation is overshadowed by the bitter realization that not all of their faithful knights were able to return. The feeling of guilt falls heavily on the princess's shoulders, and she quietly asks for forgiveness from the fallen. With pain in her voice, she confesses her damned nature, considering herself the cause of all misfortunes. Her words cause a storm of indignation among the knights, who refuse to hear such humiliation. The loyal knight bends his knee, taking all the blame upon himself to spare her suffering. Her only wish is for her protectors to stop suffering because of her by revealing their true nature. Her words touch him deeply, forcing him to gather his courage for the sake of his emperor. In the name of the Imperial Swordmaster, He vows to investigate and quench the flames of popular discontent. Her quiet gratitude becomes a symbol of their shared determination and nascent hope for the best. The captain finds no explanation for the unnatural lightning that saved them at the last moment. The princess alone reflects on the incredible power of her savior, realizing that it goes beyond all bounds. Sir Velos tries to find a logical explanation, but such power seems simply impossible for a mortal. They come to the conclusion that it was not a man who saved them, but a mythical dragon, without even suspecting the truth. The image of a mysterious savior with dark hair, who left an indelible mark, emerges in her memory. The young man slowly comes to his senses, catching the subtle scent of dogwood, which brings him back to reality. His companion is relieved to see that he has woken up, but her concern for his condition has not yet subsided. For the first time in a long time, he feels peace, thanking his faithful companion for her care. The girl calms him down with a slight smile, telling him that he had only been unconscious for a couple of hours. His peace is disturbed by concern for the Order's lands, and her answer confirms his worst fears. His indifference to chaos and desire to sleep drive his faithful companion to complete despair. Her cry from the heart echoes through the forest, begging him to think of those who care about him. The sudden appearance of Varys interrupts their conversation, catching the protagonist off guard. The relief that he is safe and sound overwhelms his friends, who surround him with care. Varys can't hide his shock, reproaching the young man for his recklessness, but he only waves it off. He tells how, without wasting a second, he assembled a rescue team and rushed to help. It becomes clear that entering a forest pierced by thousands of lightning bolts was tantamount to suicide. Concern for her brother makes the girl forget about herself, and she throws herself into his arms. Her desperate cry that she could not rest while he was in danger drowns out all reproaches. This touching scene of reunion leaves the comrade watching them feeling touched. The red-haired elder bitterly admits that after their return, devastation reigns everywhere. He feels a burning shame that, as the elder of the Magic Tower, he was unable to prevent the disaster. His conscience torments him because of the lack of medicine, and he does not dare to raise his eyes to them out of shame. The unexpected appearance of a life-saving potion in the hero's hands plunges the elder into complete shock. With a sly grin, the young man admits that he cleverly stole the medicine from Count Linton during his escape. He urges them to come inside for proper treatment, as the help they were given was only a temporary measure. In the cozy living room, Varys finally tells his friend the whole shocking truth about what happened. His story confirms the worst suspicions, since Count Linton deliberately spread the disease through bandits. The emblem of the disease control department found at the robber's base becomes irrefutable evidence of the Count's guilt. Varys clenches his fists in rage, remembering how the impudent intruder pretended to be the master of their lands. Baron Gorneo was initially categorically against any interference of the young man in the affairs of these lands. Perhaps he was driven by the fear that a third party would be drawn into their dirty political games. The slight grin on the hero's face suggests that guilt will not prevent him from acting. Varys, unable to contain his curiosity, finally decides to ask the question that has been tormenting him. The tension in the room is growing, because everyone present has too many questions. Julius, tired of the omissions, decides to finally shed light on the secrets surrounding their savior. He understands that none of them can fully comprehend what this young man had to go through. The main question that haunts them is how a guy who is not even 20 can have such power. Even the genius Princess Elena de Palin could not reach the level of a swordmaster in her entire life. The greatest genius of the Illis continent, he is only now approaching the rank of master, making the hero's strength incredible. To achieve such mastery with ease after spending a third of one's life in a coma seems unthinkable. He characterizes his own achievement as impossible, which only adds to its mystery. The bickering between brother and sister adds a touch of humor, but their shared curiosity remains intact. Even after witnessing this incredible power, the elder can hardly believe it is real. The complete discrepancy between his normal mana and the strength he has demonstrated leaves the mage in a complete dead end. The young man feels relieved because his main secret about the nature of lightning remains undisclosed. His calm response that he was just trying belies the titanic effort involved. Such a simple explanation of his incredible power causes real shock in everyone present. He calmly repeats his words, revealing that behind his strength lies a deadly effort. His little companion confirms the truth of his words, putting an end to this incredible revelation. He understands that even an eternity would not be enough to learn all his techniques. His training was a never-ending test of strength, from dawn to dusk. Even in his sleep, his mind was restless, continuing to hone his deadly skills. His blood-stained hands were silent testimony to the price he had paid. His obsession reached the point of absurdity, causing ridicule even among random goblins. They laugh, unable to believe his year-long progress, not knowing the whole truth. The young man with a mysterious smile reminds them that the world is full of inexplicable things. A sudden revelation strikes Varys, because the hero never spoke about the timing. He challenges them by asking the ultimate question that they don't have an answer to. The guy makes a vague promise to one day reveal all the secrets, leaving them in suspense. He realizes that the truth about the gallery is too absurd, and decides to keep them in the dark. Only his little companion, who knows the whole truth, can hardly hold back a bored yawn. In search of consolation, he asks her knees, because only to her can he trust the whole truth. He chuckles to himself, surprised by their naive belief that he would reveal all his cards. This is where their conversation ends, leaving the hero with gratitude for their understanding. The silence of the night brings about disturbing thoughts that every victory gives birth to a new problem. Pouting in an offended manner, Honda makes it clear that her anger at the young man has not yet subsided. Her angry look under the blanket only makes him feel tender, reminding him of his hamster. He immediately pulls himself together, realizing that now is absolutely no time for affection. He points to the exhausted Hondan, explaining that this is the price of using such immense power. For the young Hondan, who was not even a month old, the expenditure of borrowed mana was too great. Her desperate attempt to soften his heart with her sweetness fails miserably. A friend tries to console the offended Honda, who stubbornly refuses to give in to persuasion. As a reconciliation, the young man presents them with a huge, shiny cookie. The princess's eyes light up with delight at the sight of their favorite delicacy. He feigns reluctance to refuse the cookie, although his eyes betray his true desire. The friend smirks and remarks how deeply Hondan's hurt is that she even ignores the cookies. He is incredibly touched by her childish resentment, which prevents her from accepting the treasured treat. Surrendering to the onslaught of her charm, he decides that there is nothing he can do. His clever trick of eating it all himself finally makes the stubborn princesses give in. The divine taste of the cookies plunges the princesses into a state of shock and indescribable delight. His innocent prank with the cookies causes his little companion to scream in fury, taking her by surprise. She furiously scolds him for his cruel joke, because for her it is unforgivable to offend a child. He tenderly extends his hand to the princesses, silently asking for forgiveness for his behavior. Guilt finally catches up with the young man when he realizes how much he has hurt the little girls. He watches in amazement as his companion grows in size to comfort the princesses. She easily explains that changing the size of her body is a mere trifle for her demonic powers. As he chews his cookies, the boy wonders if their connection is something like a family connection. The unexpected word mom sends the former demon queen into a state of happy shock. She quickly pulls herself together, calming the children with motherly care, as befits a queen. Looking at the young man, the former demon queen understands that all the prejudices about her race are just empty words. His playful attempt to beg for cookies makes him want to protect her from her own destructive nature. Several days pass, and the peaceful respite comes to an end, giving way to new events. Life in the Ordum lands is returning to normal thanks to a large-scale supply of medicines. Despite the invention of a cure and a vaccine, a hidden threat still lurks in the earth itself. His cold reaction to 300 deaths sounds cruel, but it hides a harsh truth. He calmly explains that with such a deadly disease, such small losses are a real blessing. It reveals the horrific scale of a disaster that claimed hundreds of millions of lives on other continents. Without his intervention, the plague would have engulfed half the continent, turning everything into a blazing inferno. Compared to Linton's crazy plans, 100 victims seems like a huge relief and victory to him. His icy calm in the face of a direct accusation makes the agent question who is really running the game here. The young man, with a cheeky grin, reminds us that any information has its price, even for him. The joke about paying with the organs is met with a polite refusal, because the life of an information agent is also dear. The prince gets tired of this cat-and-mouse game and demands that his interlocutor finally get down to business. The agent avoids giving a direct answer, but the young man offers him an easier path, inviting him under his wing. Losing patience, he issues an ultimatum, demanding that he remove his mask as a sign of trust if he truly wants to be accepted. A suddenly illuminated communication ball interrupts their tense conversation, foreshadowing new problems. With determination in his eyes, the hero declares his complete readiness, not knowing what awaits him ahead. After a week of grueling battle with the virus, the cured residents were finally able to get back on their feet. The lands of Ordum come to life, and the grateful people honor their savior, lifting him onto their shoulders. Despite the enthusiastic shouts of the crowd, he shyly dreams only of peace and quiet. Once they've finished their business, they head home, taking the slow carriage ride for a much-needed break. The leisurely journey reveals to him the beauty of the world around him, and for the first time in a long time he feels peace. He recalls that he was striving for a measured life, and not for the suffocating pressure that haunted him. The opportunity to relax and be lazy on the road now seems to him to be the greatest reward after all the trials. The landscapes flashing outside the window, as if from a painting, give him a long-awaited feeling of peace. His sudden pallor betrays a hidden fatigue which he tries in vain to hide from his companions. The girl is tormented by doubts and anxiety for Varys. She does not understand the true motives of his decision. Her companion assumes that it was just concern, but she feels that the real reason lies somewhere else. His request to his brother to look after Winry comes to mind, revealing the true reason for their journey. The brother admits that he sent Winry with them for her safety, because she is in danger near him. The reason for his concern is the mysterious disappearance of children from an orphanage on their lands. He's afraid to even imagine what might happen if rumors of the disappearance reach Winry. The sinister events he has learned about in the lands of Haines only confirm his worst fears. The joyful cries of his companions about approaching the target tear him out of his gloomy thoughts about the impending threat. His disappointment at the imminent arrival betrays his reluctance to face the problems that are brewing. The companion's cryptic answer about the arrival of several people only increases his suspicions that something is wrong. Their path is suddenly blocked by a dark figure, whose ominous silhouette promises imminent danger. The impudent riders block the road, their apologies sounding like an open mockery and challenge. Despite the stranger's audacity, the young man remains icy calm, preparing for the inevitable fight. The knight's captain, Dioris, greets them with a show of cordiality that conceals a clear threat. The appearance of the knight's order does not bode well, since he already knew about Amy's report. His grin hides the knowledge of the true, far from childish strength of his little companion. The sudden appearance of Caladeris's contract girl, his age, brings new intrigue to the story. A bowstring pulled to its limit promises a shot of incredible power and accuracy. An arrow that hits the bull's eye is a demonstration of unrivaled skill. Alve Alrindis mockingly suggests a competition, knowing that it would only be self-flagellation. Emperor George looks reproachfully at the future ruler, accusing him of impudent simulation. He accepts the challenge boldly, ready to fight his brothers for the throne if they dare. Behind the outward calm of the conversation about the crown princess lies a tense political game. The emperor shares wisdom about family, but his words about glory-hungry idiots sound like a direct accusation. He interrupts the empty talk, demanding that his son get to the true hidden purpose of his visit. A report from the mysterious Echo Guild finally brings the long-awaited news, and the emperor is revived. The prince plays with his father, offering him a choice between good and uncertain news, hiding the seriousness of the report behind it. The choice falls on an uncertain piece of news, and the tension in the air increases in anticipation of a revelation. The death of Count Linton and the arrest of Colio become justice for their inhumane actions. The horrifying truth about secret experiments and the deliberate spread of disease is revealed. The name of the savior, the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, is heard, causing the emperor to become thoughtful. In response to the attempt at consolation, the emperor demonstrates an unbending will, declaring that such events will not break him. The news of the invention of a cure for the demon blood disease comes as a real shock to the emperor. The realization that it was the first Prince Raun who became the savior, and not one of his own, feels like a slap in the face. The emperor doubtfully inquires about the reliability of the medicine, but receives firm confirmation of its effectiveness. There is a tense anticipation in the air, because now a real hunt will begin for this young man. The emperor issues an unspoken challenge to his son, who suggests a clever move by inviting the hero to the palace. The next step in this great game is a marriage that will bind him to the empire forever. The emperor's sharp word cuts short the dangerous talk when a mysterious girl intervenes in the conversation. Behind her back, they whisper about cursed blood, because the youngest princess of Aria carries the secret of a werewolf. The empire rejects people like her, and only royal blood serves as a fragile shield from universal hatred. Under the pressure of contemptuous and malicious glances, her soul shrank, turning the princess into a barely noticeable shadow. His question, full of hidden pain, reveals the deep chasm that separates father and daughter. The princess is horrified by the thought that new rumors about her insignificance will spread due to random witnesses. Her derogatory words about herself cause the emperor to explode with blind rage, directed at invisible offenders. The cold order to find anyone who dared to insult her becomes a harbinger of merciless reprisals. The father unleashes his monstrous power, ready to crush into dust anyone who dared to cast a shadow on his family. The girl clings to his cloak in despair, blaming herself for provoking his anger. Through tears, she begs him not to do something irreparable for her sake, showing her true feelings. The tenderness of his touch contrasts with the cruelty of his promise to destroy the race of any offender. She asks him to ignore the insults, worrying about his reputation more than her own honor. Having received his false promise, the girl believes his words with hope and relief. Behind her, the emperor gives a quiet order, his icy gaze leaving no doubt as to his true intentions. The majestic castle of Haines welcomes guests, promising new challenges and hidden secrets. Envoys from a powerful empire are approaching the gates, their visit carrying a hidden threat. He bitterly admits that he cowardly ran away, leaving her to deal with his problems alone. His gloomy thoughts are interrupted by the appearance of a maid, who brings him back to the harsh and unpleasant reality. The news of Princess Elena's visit sounds like a demand, and his grin betrays his understanding of the true motives. Behind the servant's polite question, he hides his true contempt for the guest, considering her simply an important person. He understands that the visit of an imperial person is a dangerous game, because his lands are not yet ready for such a confrontation. Even Ulrich, being an exception to the rule, carries with him an undeniable influence that cannot be ignored. His cold and brazen order to refuse the princess leaves the young maid in complete shock. The young man's icy calm after such an order shows that he is not afraid of the consequences of his daring decision. His companion doubts his audacity, but he is confident in his plan, because he has a good reason. Despite the refusals, the Empire's envoys stubbornly continue to besiege his threshold, escalating the situation. 12 refusals in a row are no longer an accident, but his deliberate and daring provocation. In this Game of Thrones, the one who suffers the most is a simple servant girl who finds herself between a rock and a hard place. Rumors about the wrath of the knightly order do not touch him. He continues to ignore them with an easy heart. His companion finally figures out his cunning plan. He is deliberately inflating his value by playing on someone else's patience. He cynically uses the princess as bait, because her name attracts the attention of all the trade and information guilds. He is ecstatically anticipating success, hearing how the shares of his lands are skyrocketing thanks to the excitement created. She tries to cool his ardor, reminding him that life is not a game and his arrogance can lead to collapse. His devilish grin and confidence in success indicate that he knows something special about the princess. He is euphoric in anticipation of his lands of Haines becoming known to the whole world, thanks to his cunning plan. His triumph is interrupted by the sudden appearance of a determined warrior who has finally tracked him down. Prince Davy comments sarcastically on her appearance, trying to hide his surprise at her acrobatic abilities. She imperiously declares the need for a serious conversation, leaving him completely at a loss. Her patience snaps and she forces him to talk, but his smug smirk only fuels her anger. The Emperor notices his daughter's anxiety and gently encourages her to express what is troubling her. His encouraging words and fatherly support finally give her the courage to speak about her most intimate thoughts. She reminds him with trepidation of an old promise that could now change her entire destiny. With timid hope, she asks to fulfill the oath and allow her to be with the one she truly loves. Her confession of love for the unknown savior shocks the Emperor, because he does not yet know who she is talking about. Princess Iria dreams with bated breath of seeing her mysterious savior again. The advisor reminds the Emperor of the main principle of their family, unaware of the storm this will cause. A flame of anger flares up in the Emperor's eyes, because he sees in this savior only an annoying insect. The faithful servant offers to quietly eliminate the pest, while the unsuspecting girl remains in the dark. The Emperor's order to find and destroy the stranger sounds like a death sentence, terrifying his children. The irony is that they are ready to destroy the hero who found the cure for a deadly disease. Their meeting was predetermined, because only he can save the princess from her terrible curse. Meanwhile, the furious warrior unleashes all her might, demonstrating crushing force. She stands victorious on the ruins of the enemy, her fiery sword proving her undeniable superiority. Even she herself is amazed by the scale of the destruction. Realizing the full severity of her unbridled power, the warrior feels the echo of the blow in her hand, realizing that the enemy turned out to be much stronger than she expected. She realizes that before her is not just a golem, but a creation that goes beyond ordinary understanding. Suddenly, the girl herself becomes the target of an unknown guidance system, and the situation changes dramatically. An unexpected ranged attack catches the warrior off guard, leaving her in a state of complete shock. Her furious cry about the prince's madness is met only by his smug and mocking laughter. The mighty warrior finds herself trapped, bound by a monstrous mechanism, the product of the prince's genius. The young man mockingly asks her opinion about his creation, enjoying her complete powerlessness. The discovery that the golem has an automatic barrier makes the girl furious at such unfair play. She accuses him of creating a weapon capable of destroying continents, but he only praises her for her good work. Completely exhausted, the warrior loses her last strength to argue with his insane logic and power. His condescending praise is met only with a contemptuous snort from the princess, humiliated by this performance. The spirit of the sword is indignant at the weakness of the enemy, but Prince Davy only smirks, because the experiment was a success. The battle was just a test, and now in his secret workshop the young man analyzes the data to improve his creation. His ambitions shine as brightly as the new castle the dwarves built for his grand plans. He leaves behind the dilapidated legacy of his ancestors in order to build his own empire on its ruins. This magnificent palace is not just a home, but a bold statement of his power and the future he will build. While he is quietly building his empire, the powerful princess becomes just a pawn in his great game. He is amused by her humiliating state after the fight, because it only confirms his complete and unconditional victory. The story flashes back, showing the princess's growing bewilderment at his persistent refusal to meet. After much manipulation, he finally grants her an audience, showing with his whole appearance who is the boss here. The princess speaks indignantly about the rumors, but he coldly admits that this is exactly what he wanted. Her guess about his true motives turns out to be correct, and he shamelessly confirms his selfish plan. His audacity knows no bounds, and he proudly admits his fearlessness, which infuriates her even more. The appearance of Perserk's mysterious companion only confirms that he knows much more about Elena's impulsive nature. Perserk tries to calm Davy down, but his distrustful look suggests that he doesn't believe in her kind heart. Hidden within the sword, Perserk grew up alongside Elena, who was unaware of her second nature. Despite her anger, the princess decides to express her gratitude to him because he saved her life in that fatal incident. He rudely cuts her off, claiming that her rescue was just an accident, devaluing her sincere feelings. Elena reveals the main secret. Thanks to him, she was finally able to awaken her true power, Calderas. Before this meeting, she was only the master of the sleeping sword, but his intervention released her hidden potential. A shocking guess flashes through his mind about the reasons for her sudden awakening of power. Perhaps the horror she experienced made the princess stronger, revealing the potential that lay dormant within her. Or perhaps her power had weakened, allowing the awakened Calderas to lash out at him with furious accusations. He brushes off her reproaches with irritation, because in that mortal battle he had no time for explanations. Her anger turns to anxiety when she realizes that she doesn't see her other half, Per, nearby. The young man is surprised to realize that Calderas does not see Per, although she is very close to him. The truth hits Calderas like a blow, because due to the stigma that has appeared on him, Per is now connected to this bastard. In a panic, the sword spirit tries to protect Per from him, not realizing that her concern is directed into emptiness. Their silent agreement to transfer mana occurs right before her eyes, cementing their new, frightening bond. Per finally reveals himself, and the two entities of the same sword meet face to face, beginning a new chapter of their story. The princess looks at Calderas floating in the air in bewilderment, not understanding what is happening. The prince is surprised by her calmness, because for the first time he sees his mistress so focused and serious. There is a hidden reproach in her voice, because she understands that he is not someone who will easily share his secrets. With a feigned look of guilt on his face, he generously allows her to ask questions, preparing for the next round of their duel. Tired of his games, Princess Elena asks the main question straight to the point, demanding that he finally reveal all his cards. He mockingly responds with formality, introducing himself as the Queen's son, which drives her into a white heat. Her sudden calm and determination takes him by surprise. He did not expect such endurance from her. A fire flares in her eyes, and she promises to drag the truth out of him, making him swallow nervously. The focus is on a mysterious sword lying on the fabric, like a sleeping beast in its lair. The sword's incredible weight makes it useless to the average person, hinting at its divine origin. She proudly states that this heavy sword is perfect for her unique technique, emphasizing her strength. He easily devalues her skill, playfully twirling his sword and proving his complete superiority. Gathering all her will into a fist, the princess decides to take a desperate step, realizing that this is her only chance. Her humiliating request to teach him the sword god technique hangs in the air, causing the prince to think. His threat of refusal causes her to fall to her knees without hesitation, showing her complete despair. But in response to his mockery, her gaze changes, because she has one last trump card hidden up her sleeve. She makes a formal marriage proposal to him, using politics as a weapon in their personal war. His shock gives way to understanding that she sacrificed her pride to corner him. Now she is the mistress of the situation, defiantly declaring that her stubbornness knows no bounds. Her shining smile is not just a bluff, but a promise that she is ready to go all the way to get what she wants. His guardian spirits see right through him, but the guy stubbornly denies his awe at her audacity. The princess goes all in, threatening to send a formal proposal if he continues his games. She easily counters his doubts, because her father will allow her to marry even a commoner. The young man tries to prick her self-esteem, hinting at her low value for his grandiose plans. Instead of being offended, she feigns delight, declaring that she would not mind marrying such a reliable prince. He is amazed by her recklessness, because she easily breaks all his well-thought-out manipulations. He tries to send her away, but the girl stubbornly resists, not intending to retreat even a step. His condescending gesture only fuels the fire within her, and she vows she will never give up. She defiantly lists her shortcomings, but he just brushes them off, showing that her character does not frighten him. Their confrontation reaches its peak when she throws a bold challenge to his face, promising a real war of stubbornness. In the silence of her room, Elena reflects on her desperate move. Surprised that even her sword spirit would speak of engagement, Calderis worries about her fiancé, but the princess dismisses it lightly, since their relationship is only a childhood friendship. The real problem lies deeper, and it is not in political alliances or childhood attachments. Her heart is aching with longing, because there is still no news from her true partner, whom she needs so much. Desperation pushes the girl to extreme measures, and she decides to achieve his consent at any cost. His feigned surprise does not hide his irritation, because she is once again invading his personal space. She defiantly declares that her affairs are now his main concern, confidently sitting down at his table. With a predatory smile, the heroine announces her plan for rapprochement. Her stubbornness knows absolutely no obstacles. The boy suppresses a grumble with difficulty, realizing that her unbreakable will is stronger than any of his attempts at resistance. The war she declared had become a daily siege, and his office had now become her second home. The princess's head is spinning from the endless paperwork and the chaos she has created. Her faithful assistant Winry explodes with indignation, unable to understand the absurdity of her mistress's behavior. With an angelic smile, the heroine justifies her actions, stating that only the closest friends act like that. Winry is shocked by such impudence, because she does not remember the moment when her brother and the princess managed to become so close. The conversation reaches a dead end, and the assistant burns with impotence, while Elena maintains an icy calm. Davy watches the performance with a grin, because his assistant is completely caught in the cunning princess's net. The sudden appearance of Julius changes the balance of power, and Elena's gaze becomes predatory and interested. Julius's declaration of friendship with the prince comes as a blow to the girl, causing a new wave of jealousy and anger. Their glances and hidden smiles only confirm her worst suspicions. They are clearly hiding something. Her heart aches with resentment, because he avoids her, but at the same time easily makes friends with others. He avoids answering, hiding behind the fear of making enemies, which only angers the princess even more. The situation is finally getting out of control, turning into a real farce and chaos. Her jealousy flares up with renewed vigor when she learns that everyone around her knows about his secret affairs. The arrival of a new, determined girl to manage the estate adds a touch of intrigue to the story. Winry proudly explains that appearances are deceiving, and the simple servant is actually her brother's right hand. The revelation of her high title of Baroness takes Elena by surprise, and makes Amy blush in embarrassment. The guy is impressed by her organization, but immediately switches to his own affairs, hinting at the upcoming problems in the kingdom. Tensions mount as a deadly chess game between two powerful factions unfolds behind the scenes of the palace. His wait is over, and now, having gathered enough information, he is ready to make his decisive move. He invites Julius to come with him, and this is not just a walk, but the beginning of their joint game in the political arena. Julius skillfully piques her curiosity by promising something that will amaze even the most sophisticated alchemists. Unable to contain her impulse, the girl demands to be taken with him, falling right into the trap of the cunning prince. The young man looks around the renovated castle with a satisfied look, accepting the work of the diligent dwarven craftsman. The appearance of real dwarves causes genuine amazement and delight in the girls, and even in Julius. Davy proudly introduces his guest to his sister, emphasizing their importance and his authority. The dwarf's enthusiastic reaction to Winry's name takes her by surprise, as her fame has already reached the underground craftsman. The dwarf's firm handshake and praise of her virtues only serve to increase the young lady's embarrassment. His gentle joke leaves Winry completely at a loss, but a timid gratitude begins to grow in her heart. Julius formally introduces Elena and herself, and her cold, royal appearance is in sharp contrast to the general atmosphere. An experienced dwarf instantly reads their status, realizing that these are truly very important people standing in front of him. The rudeness of the dwarf, who doesn't care about her high status, hurts the princess to the depths of her soul. For the first time in their lives, the arrogant guests feel like empty space, and this humiliation unexpectedly brings them closer together. The important news about the almost finished sacred sword makes Davy forget about everything, because it is his main trump card. The new sacred sword, born from his design and dwarven craftsmanship, promises to be a weapon of unprecedented power. He refuses empty pleasantries, for his true purpose lies hidden deep in an underground warehouse. The mention of the giant warrior makes everyone freeze in shock, anticipating something incredible. Before their eyes appears a giant guardian, whose power and size make even the most sophisticated tremble. His icy calm against the backdrop of general shock only emphasizes that this monster is his creation. This is not just a mechanism, but a formidable weapon of war that combines magic and advanced technology. Julius's admiration only confirms its value, and the hero hints with a grin at the fabulous cost of the project. He reveals the secret of the cheapness with a sly grin, because the giant is based on an ancient magical golem. This guardian once guarded a cursed source, and its reworking was an ingenious solution to the problem. His complacency knows no bounds, because for the owner of such a workshop, money has no meaning. His childishness and boasting about his workshop only cause the spirit to mock him, but the boy is proud of his dream. With one movement of his hand, he awakens the steel giant, and his commands cause the machine to come to life. The fluidity of her movements and her ability to feed on magic shocks everyone, as it exceeds all their expectations. Even the princess can't hide her admiration, and he casually throws out that he simply did his job conscientiously. With a sly grin, he challenges her, expecting to hear the well-deserved praise from the princess. A fire of excitement lights up in her eyes, and she decides that such a creation cannot be left without a real test. She throws down the gauntlet to him, offering him a deal where not only his pride is at stake, but also the fulfillment of her desire. Her bold statement that she can break his creation sounds like a challenge he can't ignore. His icy indifference to the fate of his dear robot only provokes her, because he clearly underestimates her strength. Despite her momentary hesitation, he pushes her to fight, allowing her to not hold back and show all her power. With a battle cry, she rises to the challenge, transforming into a warrior and preparing for the most epic battle of her life. She charges at the giant, her warning sounding like a vow that he will regret his arrogance. But reality turns out to be cruel, and her crushing defeat from some piece of iron becomes a bitter lesson for her. His gratitude after the fight feels like mockery, because she understands that she was just a pawn in his game. He squeezes her hand tightly, and this touch becomes a symbol of her failure and his power over her. His tricky condition, excluding swordsmanship, leaves her puzzled, wondering about his true intentions. The guy's abrupt refusal to accept Ulysses' admiration hints at a secret plan that even his loyal assistant doesn't know about. He coolly reveals that this monster is merely a prototype, hinting at even more terrifying creations to come. His ambitious plans to create an entire army of such giants leave even the brave princess in real shock. She cheekily hints at her solvency, making it clear that she doesn't care about the exorbitant price tag. Her self-confident statement about untold riches takes him by surprise, because he did not expect such impudence. He is angered by the fact that she can actually afford it, since such an expenditure would undermine the budget of the entire empire. Their squabble turns into a marketplace brawl, revealing the greed that actually drives them both. In the silence of the workshop, he realizes that this golem has become not just a weapon, but a symbol of his boundless ambitions. Dreams of creating an entire battalion of invincible warriors make him work with even greater enthusiasm. However, data analysis reveals a serious problem that threatens his entire grand plan. He understands that despite his success in the battle with the princess, releasing such a crude sample into the world would be madness. Her sudden appearance in his inner sanctum takes him by surprise, but there is an unwavering determination in her eyes. Confident, she greets him with a slight smile, as if she knew in advance that he would not be able to refuse her. Her words about friendship sound like an excuse to invade his personal space and impose her rules of the game. His caustic question about friendship puts her in her place, reminding her that he is not as simple as she would like to think. Her provocative posture and bold questions show that she is not going to back down and is ready for any answer he gives. He acknowledges her rightness with a disarming smile, because he saw something attractive behind her recklessness. His unexpected confession of sympathy for her sincerity takes her by surprise, and she hides her face in embarrassment. He tries to bring the conversation back to business, but her feigned simplicity only increases his suspicions. His faithful assistant whispers the truth to him, and he sees that behind her calm lies a storm of emotions. His penetrating gaze reveals her true state, full of confusion and anxiety. She studies his notes with interest, trying to understand how he was able to master such complex ancient magic. Even after some time, the bitterness of defeat does not leave her, and she cannot forgive herself for this annoying weakness. He gently consoles her, claiming that the reason for her loss lies in the machine's monstrous power, not in her. In fact, her defeat was predetermined, because she, as an expert, was fighting a master-level monster. His mysterious look makes it clear that he sees the true reason for her failure, which is hidden much deeper. He throws her a new challenge, hinting that only hard practice can reveal and eliminate her shortcomings. His sudden offer to run takes her by surprise, and she has no idea what he is planning. With a boyish smile, he offers her a night walk, hiding behind this his real, far from romantic plans. She looks at him suspiciously, reminding him of his vow to never teach her the art of swordsmanship. His sly grin and the wooden sword in his hands betray his true intentions, which he disguises as innocent amusement. Her excited cry betrays a desperate desire to prove that she is worthy of his attention and lessons. Behind his outward kindness lies a cold calculation, because this training is just a way to let off steam. The memory of an old debt makes him act, because in this girl he sees a shadow of the past. He smirks and chooses a wooden sword, challenging her and demonstrating his complete superiority. She realizes that the difference in their weapons is nothing compared to the gulf that lies between their skills. Gathering all her will into a fist, she casts aside her pride, realizing that in this fight she will have to surpass herself. His condescending invitation to attack first only spurs her on, forcing her to act at the limit. Her sword flares with divine energy, and she accepts his challenge without hesitation, ready for anything. In a desperate leap, she begs him to show her his true technique, wanting to see the power of a true master. Their blades clash in a blinding flash, beginning a brutal dance of steel that foretells her defeat. His slight smile hides a cold analysis, because he already sees all her weaknesses in battle. Her divine sword radiates such power that its very appearance evokes disgust and awe. She puts all her rage and desperation into one crushing blow, hoping to break through his defenses. Her most powerful attack dissipates into thin air, her cry of despair drowned out by the deafening silence of his superiority. The humiliating slap on her soft spot becomes a bitter reminder of his lightning speed. His casual remark about the sword's lightness comes across as mocking, further fueling her helpless rage. Horror flashes in her eyes as she realizes that not a single blow of hers even touched him. He pretends not to understand her confusion, but his smug smirk gives him away. He stands still as a rock, and she realizes with horror that he's just been playing with her this whole time. Each of his strikes is light and precise, turning their fight into a brutal lesson that she will remember for a long time. He is struck by her furious onslaught, and he realizes that even his best creation could not resist. He realizes that her true strength, multiplied many times by the divine sword, was hidden in the previous battle. A picture of her crushing victory, which would have been inevitable under other circumstances, flashes through his mind. Despite her incredible power, he easily deflects every blow, demonstrating the gulf between their skill. His smug question about surrender sounds like a mockery, and she barely holds back the scream of rage that is trying to escape. Her desperate cry proves that her pride and stubbornness will not allow her to admit defeat so easily. Each new blow only confirms her powerlessness, breaking against his impregnable defense. Despair overcomes her as she realizes that all her efforts are in vain, and she cannot find a hole in his defenses. He watches her growing irritation with undisguised pleasure, enjoying his role as a ruthless teacher. Gathering the last of her strength, she raises her sword for the decisive blow, putting all her pain and hope into it. He freezes in complete amazement, unable to believe that she was able to pull off such a trick. Her final attack unleashes a colossal amount of power that can easily split an entire mountain apart. He can hardly believe his eyes as he looks at the destruction she has wrought, and he is filled with shock. He is amazed by her genius, because on the first try she copied the technique that he spent 10 years on. He decides to end the fight, casually stating that they have made enough of a mess, but she is not done yet. Her desperate cry of protest echoes throughout the area, because she is not going to give up so easily. He playfully pokes his finger at her, trying to defuse the situation, but only serves to further fuel her anger. A tear of despair falls onto her clenched fist, because she cannot come to terms with the thought that everything was in vain. Her composure finally breaks down and she bursts into loud sobs, taking him by surprise. At this moment, his mask of indifference cracks and confusion appears underneath, marking the beginning of their new connection.